Hoy debería ser un día festivo en Estados Unidos. Alguien tiene que hacer una propuesta para esto. Estoy seguro que Elon Musk con el Departamento de Eficiencia tiene que hacerlo. Después del Super Bowl, es inhumano que nos pidan estar aquí temprano trabajando todos los días. Sobre todo después de tragarme la pizza que me comí, las alitas picantes que me comí. He estado pagando las consecuencias del supertazón en el supertazón. Espero estén teniendo un excelente mañana todos ustedes, que estén teniendo un muy buen lunes. Bienvenidos a este episodio del Casino del Tío Salo, como de que no. Antes, como siempre, tenemos que hablar un poco de qué está pasando. Fin de semana interesante, muchas cosas, noticias muy chistosas, noticias muy raras y obviamente más aranceles para todo el mundo, ¿no? Un poco de todo para todo el mundo. ¿Qué hemos visto este fin de semana rápidamente para todos los que no sepan? Trump va a poner aranceles en el acero y otras cosas. También, obviamente, China está preparándose para esta guerra de aranceles. La Unión Europea está preparada, ya lo dijo. Ursula von der Leyen ya salió a decir que está lista para lo que le vaya a tirar Trump y Estados Unidos. ¿Cómo no? Una crisis potente en Europa, eso sí, y el euro también desplomándose duro, pero al euro todavía le queda mucho más camino a la baja, en mi opinión. Pero noticias rápidas para ponernos un qué pedo, qué está pasando en la boca, y después algo de lo que hemos platicado aquí mil veces, y ahorita llegamos al problema y al título de este video. Vamos a empezar con esto, yo creo. Uno, Donald Trump, no sé si lo pueden ver, déjenme me aseguro. Sí, Donald Trump tiene un plan para usar láseres espaciales para destruir armas nucleares. ¿Cuántos de ustedes no habían escuchado que, no, porque se supone que era una teoría de conspiración judía, donde los judíos decían, ahora todo el mundo nos está diciendo que tenemos láseres en el espacio para hacer cosas? ¡Ja! ¿Puedes creer eso? Eh, tal vez, eso, tal vez. Perdón, me fascina cuando salen cosas así, que todo el mundo ha estado de no, esto ya se pasaron todos con sus locuras de conspiración y luego sale Donald Trump. No, sí, vamos a usar esos láseres espaciales para hacer esto. Soy el único que se le hace chistoso esto, perdón. Obviamente no sé si los vaya a usar o si no, simplemente lo único que me hace chiste es exactamente que todo el mundo lo había tirado como una gran teoría de conspiración en contra de los judíos. Ahora, no sé qué tengan que ver los judíos en esto, por qué tomaron ellos control sobre esa conspiración o por qué fueron las víctimas de esa conspiración, pero parece que sí tenemos láseres en el espacio. Esto es cuando ya la realidad se vuelve más divertida que las películas, cabrón, no mames. Ok, siguiente. El gran equipo de Doge con Elon Musk acaban de encontrar que FEMA, fondos de emergencia, los que se supone que iban a cubrir los incendios en Carolina del Norte, en Hawái, en California, mandó la última semana 59 millones de dólares en las últimas 2 semanas a hoteles de lujo en Nueva York para inmigrantes ilegales. ¿Y se acuerdan cuántos de ustedes no habían estado acá cuando la gente decía, cuando les expliqué que esto era como el negocio de los vagabundos? Se trata de pagarle a la gente que tiene dinero precios completamente altos. Ahora, esto es un problema grande porque esto se está acabando. ¿Y qué quiere decir esto para todos? Que los hoteles no les va a ir bien, las aerolíneas no les va a ir bien, las tiendas no les va a ir bien. Pueden imaginarse todo lo que se gastó, dinero que fue creado de la nada para solamente inmigrantes ilegales o solamente vagabundos. ¿Pueden imaginarse esa cantidad de dinero tan absolutamente brutal? Es totalmente una locura. Pero el día de hoy estamos acá en realidad y lo que queremos platicar, los peligros en el mercado. Todos ustedes que han estado escuchando al tío Salo por un rato, están enfermos de la cabeza. No, no. Tal vez, pero lo que sí sabemos es que mínimo sí existen los láseres. Es lo único que tenemos que saber en este punto. Son los mejores láseres que hemos visto, de los mejores, definitivamente. Vienen del espacio, muy lejos, destruyendo cosas en la Tierra. Pero sí existen esos láseres. Pero a lo que quería llegar, perdón, estoy muy distraído esta mañana. a lo que quería llegar el día de hoy es, todo el mundo en este canal sabemos cuál es el peligro más grande en el mercado tradicional y en todos los mercados alrededor del mundo. Es el mercado de deuda. El mercado de deuda colapsando es el final de nuestras economías como las conocemos el día de hoy. Ahora, todos sabemos que algún día el mercado de deuda va a estallar, va a explotar. No hay forma de poder mantenerlo, porque este mercado de deuda está básicamente creado bajo el concepto de seguir un hoyo negro que tiene que crear más y más deuda para poder ser líquido. Es como funciona el sistema. Cada que tienes $1 es una unidad de deuda que tiene que ser también ofrecida por la Reserva Federal y alguien tiene que comprarla, monetizarla, garantizar esa liquidez. La Reserva Federal es la que lo hace en la mayor cantidad de ocasiones, pero también obviamente otros gobiernos, fondos institucionales, etcétera. ¿Por qué estamos hablando de esto? Porque nadie le está haciendo pedo a esto. Pero Elon Musk anunció que encontró discrepancias en las tesorerías y que es un problema grande. Esto para mí es algo que deberíamos de mantener un ojo. No estoy diciendo que se va a caer el mercado, que va a estallar, pero si entendemos cómo está basado el sistema monetario en todo el mundo, que cómo es que Estados Unidos financia todos estos déficits, cómo lo hace Europa, cómo lo hace todo el mundo, y que estén diciendo, oye, aquí hay un problema y que a todo el mundo le valga madres, no sé. No me suena algo que tenga bastante sentido. ¿A qué se refiere exactamente Elon Musk? No es bastante claro. Quiero que sepan esto. Scott Bessent es el nuevo secretario del Tesoro. La que era la secretaria del Tesoro antes era la famosísima paloma de Janet Yellen. ¿Y por qué es una paloma? Porque parece una paloma. No sé por qué casi todas las mujeres en política y en lugares importantes parecen pájaros. Por ejemplo, solamente estoy dando un ejemplo. Nuestra adorada Christine Lagarde parece un avestruz. Igual es un requerimiento para trabajar en el gobierno. Pero Janet Yellen se fue a comer espárragos y ahora nominó Donald Trump y puso ahí a Scott Bessent. Scott Bessent, mucha gente no sabe esto porque, ya saben, la gran retórica del odio que tiene Donald Trump y lo racista y cómo odia a los gays y a los transexuales. Scott Bessent es gay. Y no lo dice, nadie le importa y todo el mundo sigue con su puta vida. Pero Scott Bessent, el nuevo encargado del Tesoro, apuntado por Trump para estar ahí, es gay. Y aparte es un crack. Lo de gay es lo de menos. Solamente eso es como para decirle a todo el mundo que cree todas las historias tontas, ¿no? Pero es un crack. Y Scott Bessent es el que, al ser el secretario del Tesoro, tú eres el que tienes acceso a todo el sistema de pago, sistema monetario en Estados Unidos. Scott Bessent fue y dijo, yo personalmente no me quiero meter en esto y voy a necesitar la ayuda de Doge para poder sacarlo adelante. Entonces, Donald Trump tuvo que firmar una orden ejecutiva para que Scott Bessent, una vez más, el secretario del Tesoro, difiera sus poderes para que Doge pueda entrar e investigar todo. Obviamente en Estados Unidos ya tenemos a jueces deteniendo este proceso. Eso me hace la cosa más loca del mundo, ¿no? Porque estaba leyendo ahorita en la mañana en Instagram y me duele la cabeza de pensarlo. Jon Favreau, uno de mis directores favoritos, fue el director que hizo Iron Man, la primera que la reventó. Jon Favreau también es el gordo que sale en las películas, que es el chofer de Tony Stark, que maneja el Rolls Royce, el R8 y van, etcétera. Jon Favreau, gran director, trabaja y le pagan sus salarios la gente de los láseres, ¿no? Entonces, el partido corrupto que está a cargo de todo esto. Y ahora no es un partido, en realidad es un sistema completamente hecho de arriba para abajo, que es lo que protege a toda la corrupción en Estados Unidos. Y salió a decir que Elon Musk no puede tener acceso a estos pagos, que se va a robar todo el dinero y que solo le va a convenir a él, bla, bla, bla. No entiendo cómo puedes estar en contra de mínimo intentar algo diferente. Nos han llevado al piso, nos han creado una inflación loquísima. Y este es el principio de todo, por cierto, para toda la gente que está sufriendo en estos tiempos, que no le alcanza el dinero, que simplemente no está ganando lo que debe, que la inflación se los está comiendo. La razón más importante, y es por esto que pienso que todo el mundo debería de mínimo entender de dónde viene el dinero, a dónde va, etcétera. La razón por la que todo esto está pasando es porque la gente que está encargada no solo de la emisión de dinero, pero también del gasto del mismo, ¿no? Porque están relacionados, esas personas se han estado robando todo el dinero de todo el mundo y nadie dice nada. La razón, la razón. Y ahora, si se estuvieran robando este dinero, ¿no? Digamos, de tus impuestos. Si se están robando este dinero de tus impuestos, te da igual, ¿no? Y no afecta a nadie. Ok, pues qué mal pedo, se lo están robando. Pero al estar robando al paso ilimitado en el que van en este momento con déficits de 2 trillones, están robando mínimo de los dos 1 trillón, ¿no? De los 2 trillones de dólares que se están emitiendo extra, que no tenemos dinero, piensa cuántos se están robando de eso. Un ejemplo, Zelensky, güey, me han dicho que me van a dar 170 y tantos mil millones de dólares, 170 billones de dólares, solamente me han dado 70 y tantos. ¿Dónde están los otros 100 mil millones de dólares? Y ¿sabes dónde están? En todas estas ONGs que están flotando. ¿Cómo no quieres auditar eso? El problema de tu inflación es porque creamos más dinero y eso es lo que le está robando el dinero a todo el mundo. Literalmente, en vez de... Y aquí es donde se quedan todos ustedes que están en el canal, lo saben perfectamente. La inflación es la manera de robarle a la gente perfectamente en este día. Y eso lo haces a través de imprimirte un chingo de dinero. Y la gente siempre me ha dicho, pero ¿qué tanto te puedes imprimir y robarte, no? ¿Para qué haga una diferencia? ¿1 trillón de dólares al año? No solo impreso, completamente robado. 1 trillón de dólares. ¿Alguien entiende lo que es 1 trillón de dólares? 1 millón de dólares. 1.000 millones de dólares forman 1 billón de dólares y mil millones de dólares forman 1 trillón. Es incomprensible la cantidad de dinero que se están chingando estos manes. Y lo podemos ver, ¿no? Ya hemos ido por todos los gastos absolutamente ridículos que ha tenido nuestro gobierno. Hemos checado una por una todas estas cosas que han hecho. Hemos supervisado, hemos visto todas, ¿no? Nos han sacado todas las estupideces. Cuando ponen que van a mandar 50 millones de dólares en condones para Hamas, es lo que pone el archivo. O sea, es lo que pone. Para esto es el gasto. ¿Ustedes creen que de verdad van a comprar 50 millones de dólares en condones y darlos? ¿Ustedes creen eso? ¿O alguien sabe y entiende que literalmente les van a dar 50 millones para hacer lo que quieran? Porque recuerden, nosotros fondeamos terroristas. La razón por la que fondeamos terroristas es para que puedan crear atentados, para nosotros tomar ventaja de la respuesta. Bastante fácil, ¿no? Crea un problema y después elimina ese problema ejerciendo aún más tu fuerza para poder dominar esa región. No vamos a meternos en detalles, etcétera, porque ya sabemos que esa gente tiene láseres que vienen del espacio y no me voy a meter en eso. Pero la realidad es, están robándose todo este dinero, todo. ¿Cómo es que nadie quiere ver esto? Y ahora, dice Elon Musk, tenemos problemas con esto, con este sistema. Hay pagos que se hacen que nadie sabe a dónde van, siguen emitiendo estos pagos. Hay pagos que sabemos definitivamente siguen siendo emitidos a organizaciones que ya cerraron puerta, que ya completamente están fuera, gente que está muerta. Y seguimos creando esos pagos. ¿Quién se los está llevando? Y esto es lo que todo el mundo está defendiendo en Estados Unidos porque les han lavado la cabeza y son tontitos y no pueden comprender. De nuevo, puede que esto no funcione, pero el intentar decirme que como estábamos estaba de huevos y que no deberíamos de hacer nada, estamos locos. Hemos llegado a un punto de estupidez más grande de toda la historia. Si hubiera un concurso, creo que sin problema alguno ganaríamos el concurso a la estupidez más grande de toda la historia. ¿No? Es una locura. Y además no estamos viendo este tipo de cosas. Por ejemplo, les quiero compartir esto rápido para que lo vean. USA, ¿no? O USAID arregló las elecciones en Brasil y dijo que era ayuda. No solamente mandaron dinero para Brasil, también fondearon la censura para poder quitar, básicamente, fondearon la censura también. Después ayudaron a toda la gente que está y que es activista de la izquierda. Ahora me caga ponerle izquierda o derecha, etcétera. A toda la gente pinche loca, corrupta de mierda. Y ayudaron a arreglar las elecciones del 2022 en contra de Bolsonaro, para que tengan una excelente idea de esto. Esto es para lo que hemos estado usando nuestro dinero. Esto. O sea, esto. Para poder ir a otros países, derrocarlos, etc. Y el siguiente problema que tenemos también es, esto lo estamos haciendo a nuestra propia gente. Y ese es el problema de todo este odio que existe en línea y esta estupidez, este tiempo tan estúpido en el que estamos viviendo, donde alguien te ve manejar tu Tesla y te tiene que intentar matar porque, pues, güey, estás apoyando a un nazi. Eso es causado por las mismas personas que fondearon lo de Bolsonaro, que son de aquí. Todo el mundo debería estar emputado, no entre nosotros, pero con ellos. Toda esa gente defendiendo la corrupción se debería de ir. ¿Por qué están aquí? ¿Por qué continúan aquí? ¿Por qué todo el mundo es de, no, sí, debemos ayudar a que Bernie Sanders y Elizabeth Warren, que literalmente nunca han hecho nada con su puta vida que sea demostrablemente positivo para nosotros, estén defendiéndolo un grupo de personas? De nuevo, no se trata de apoyo un lado, apoyo el otro. Entiendan que es toda esa organización con todo tu dinero que te están robando literalmente de la cuenta de banco. Esto es la parte importante de la inflación. La parte importante de la inflación. Se crea inflación para robarte de una manera tan estúpida, donde dirías, güey, es claro que me están robando. Pero tanta gente es tan ignorante que literalmente no se la creen. Creen que es un accidente. Creen que la Reserva Federal haciendo lo que ha hecho es un accidente. Creen que imprimir trillones de dólares en un paquete que se llama antiinflación va a cortar la inflación. Y ahora esa misma gente, y esto es donde vivimos en la locura, señores. Esto es donde dices, ¿qué pedo con todo el mundo? Toda esa gente que le valió madres, que ha vivido todo esto, que ha visto cómo su dinero vale absolutamente nada comparado con el pasado, ahora están diciendo, no puedo creer que los precios no hayan bajado. Trump lleva 20 días de presidente. ¿Por qué ahora estás tan desesperado por bajar los precios? No te importó por 4 años, dijiste que estaba chido, que todo bien, que no hay una recesión, que no estás en problemas. ¿Por qué ahora? Y esto habla de la estupidez política, la politización de nuestra sociedad, donde ya nadie puede pensar fuera de, es que esto es de esto o esto es de esto. Pensemos en nosotros, pensemos en lo que queremos, pensemos en lo que ya hemos vivido, que no funciona. No caigamos en las mismas trampas, no caigamos en las mismas tonterías una y otra vez. Y ahora, el problema grande de esto es, si hay un ajuste, si esto, yo quiero decir esto, el día que se rompa el mercado de deuda, porque se va a romper algún día. No hay manera de que no. Es un hoyo negro que se tiene que acabar. Se va a absorber a sí mismo, pum, y ahí es donde probablemente todo el mundo siempre habla del nuevo sistema. Si estamos cerca o hay algo acá que lo reviente, porque ok, en el 2008 nadie recuerda la ilusión que fue lo que era ese mercado. Todo el mundo podías auditar todo ese mercado y decir, güey, pues todo está bien, hay seguridades empaquetadas en esto, en esto, en esto, en esto, en esto. Pero una vez que te metes y ves cómo están empaquetando estas seguridades, qué clase de seguridades son, la baja calidad de la gente que está endeudada en ellas, etcétera, te das cuenta del problema tan grande que está viviendo ese momento. Y el problema que está viviendo ese momento tan grande y tan malo, básicamente no sale a la luz hasta que todo se revienta. Eso fue el 2008. No sé cuántos de ustedes exactamente entiendan cómo funciona, pero es bastante sencillo. Gente dijo, nos vamos a endeudar y todo va a estar bien. Y de ahí empaquetaron toda la deuda pésima, pum, 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 la metieron en diferentes lugares, abajo de todas las camas, abajo de todos los rincones, en todos lados. Y a cierto punto vino a cobrar. Y eso fue el colapso del 2008, cuando Jamie Dimon famosamente se arrodilló ante Nancy Pelosi y le dijo, tía, te voy a decir todo lo que va a subir en las próximas décadas si me dejas imprimir casi $1 trillón para salvar al banco. Porque no iba a haber liquidez para el lunes. Esto fue en fin de semana, creo. Y dijo, para cuando abran los mercados y no tenemos este dinero, esto quiere decir, se acabó, o sea, no hubo liquidez, el sistema llegó y se trabó. Tuvieron que imprimir esta liquidez para poder hacer que el sistema continuara. Ese tipo de problema es el que nos estamos enfrentando hoy. Si llegamos a tener este tipo de problema el día de hoy, y ahora tenemos mucha más deuda que en el pasado. Recuerda, los últimos 3 presidentes, incluyendo a Donald Trump, nos han metido en una tremenda... ¿Cuánto era la deuda antes de que todos estos empezaran? Por ahí de 20, 25 mil millones. Y ahora estamos en 35 mil, 37 trillones de dólares endeudados. Si esto revienta, vamos a quedar completamente en la mierda, pero completamente en la absoluta mierda. A este punto dices, pues, ¿y qué vamos a hacer? No sé, pero simplemente pongamos atención por ahí. Y es, una vez más, fin de ciclo. No soy fan de estar en un mercado con riesgo de este estilo. Está chido que siga subiendo y todo eso. Personalmente me gustan las entradas fáciles. No estoy acá para estresarme. Yo creo que todo el mundo debería vivir así. Y si tienes dinero a largo plazo, pues que te dé igual. Lo que voy a hacer ahorita es, en lo que llegan Alex y Farhan, que están solucionando sus problemas, antes de comenzar este casino del tío Salo, voy a contestar acá a todos los miembros del chat. Veo que alguien mandó 100 pezones, entonces voy a decir esto. ¿Qué tal, tío Salo? Al equipo les mandé un correo de parte de CP, espero que lo puedan revisar. Un saludo, les sigo desde el día 1. Les mandé un correo de parte de CP. ¿Qué es CP, mi estimado OC Guy? Perdón, no tengo idea. No tengo idea. Pero muy buenos días a todos. Buenos días, buenos días. Vamos a ver, Félix, ya te vi por acá. Qué buenos días. Está pasando, ¿qué está pasando con Tesla? Me lleva a la bajada. Ahorita tienes que comértela entera porque Elon Musk está, una vez más, estamos en el mundo donde Elon Musk es el villano más grande que existe en toda la historia, el más para todo el mundo, porque recuerda, no queremos auditar nuestra deuda, no queremos que el gobierno sea más eficiente. Elon Musk se va a beneficiar de esto, no sé cómo, pero se va a beneficiar de toda esta prensa negativa que le están dando definitivamente y le va a ayudar muchísimo con sus marcas de coches, como estás viendo negativamente, pero es la narrativa. Tienes que esperarte, lo que tienes que ver acá es la oportunidad. Esta es una oportunidad gigantesca. Entonces, tienes tus posiciones, estás en alto, se trata de, si estás a largo plazo, güey, seguir metiendo DCA, oportunidades de estas no se van a dar por mucho tiempo. Una vez que Tesla pegue, va a pegar. Tío, en la noche se puso loco Bitcoin. En la noche se puso loco Bitcoin, vamos a analizarlo, pero tenía que subir, tenía que dar ese rebote. Nos estaba dando a todos vamos a ir a 93, pero nos jugó el jalón para arriba y lo mismo hizo Solana, etcétera, que era algo obvio y vamos a ver si esto de verdad nos puede empujar hasta arriba. Personalmente, ya saben que yo llevo desde que tocamos, hicimos el primer tope, yo dije, aquí esto es el tope, me falló el segundo, pero de nuevo, te das 10% de error, no hay nadie que le pegue un tope, o si le pegan, están cabrones. I'm coming, Alex. What about Farhan? What's going on? Should we just get started? Okay, 1 second, just so that I can finish this. Ahora la gente está loca por los huevos, el papel higiénico ya pasó de moda. Antes teníamos dinero para tirar, o sea, de chico yo le aventaba huevos a la casa del profesor de música que nos hacía, se ponía pendejo el güey, ibas a su casa y le aventabas papel de baño y huevos. Y ahora eso sería un lujo. El profesor de música saldría a decirnos gracias si le pasara. Yo, Salo, bueno, ¿nos podrías explicar, o Farhan, cuáles son las señales de los indicadores que usa para mandar la alerta de ETH el 8 a las 4:22? Sí, lo vamos a explicar, por supuesto. No hay 50 de condones. Nada mal, nada mal, nada mal. Y la última antes de irnos. Amigo, ¿crees que es cierto que el rey de Saudi es un descendiente de hebreos y que peleó y persiguió a Mohammed? No tengo ni puta idea. Y por cierto, todo lo que es historia y todo lo que te están dando una narrativa de algo, tienes que simplemente siempre simplificarlo. Y te voy a decir por qué. Porque si en verdad eres un ser humano que no es que piense, pero que tenga empatía por otros, no deberías de querer que exista ninguna guerra. Y no existe una, ¿cómo se dice? No debería existir una razón. La historia es para mancharte la cabeza y decirte, pero es que, güey, Israel ha sido perseguido todo este tiempo por estos palestinos de mierda. O el otro lado, igual. O tal vez esa guerra no te importa, pero te importa la de Ucrania y Rusia. Nada de eso debería de pasar. Punto. Punto. Da igual los detalles de todo esto. Y este es el problema. Nos queremos meter en historia, queremos entender por qué están atacando. No deberían de. Y ya. Y yo creo que es lo mismo en todo. Pero bueno, vamos a empezar. Voy a traerles aquí a Alex. Recuerden, por cierto, si todos ustedes gustan rápidamente darse una vuelta por acá a Elite Trading Academy, a nuestro Discord, les voy a dejar esto por acá para que se den una vuelta, como de que no. Dense una vuelta a nuestro Discord. Aquí lo tienen. Entras súper fácil. Todos los menús están a la izquierda. Tienes las reglas, tienes también los análisis de Alex, tienes los análisis de Farhan cuando lo sube, tienes el chat general. donde todo el mundo está. Aquí es donde pueden venir a platicar. Ahora sí que con todos los duros, estos tíos saben lo que están haciendo. P&L cards también acá. Buena, ¿eh? Perdimos 14 dolaritos en esta posición. Hey, nada mal, bien cerrado. Testimoniales, déjenos estos testimoniales tan deliciosos que nos han estado dejando, lo apreciamos muchísimo. Y también, si están escuchando cosas que no entienden, aquí tenemos nuestro criptolingo. Todo esto es absolutamente gratis. Únanse al Discord. Yo creo que van a sacarle bastante provecho. Y para todos los degenerados que definitivamente quieren aprender también o quieren venirse a tradear futuros con nosotros, dense una vuelta a nuestro sitio y en nuestro sitio ponle en tutos, voy a ponerlo en español rápido, perdón, es que todo está en inglés acá. Le picas en tutos, te metes acá, cómo tradear en bluffing, y esta va a ser la última vez que vean esto, muy probablemente, el tradear en bluffing, ya verán por qué. No es nada malo, es todo muy bueno. Tienes un video de 5 minutos que te explica cómo fondear tu cuenta, cómo abrir tu cuenta, todo lo que necesitas para poder tradear con nosotros. Y aquí abajo tienes el enlace. También está aquí abajo en la descripción del video para que no tengan problemas al hacerlo. Pero bueno, vamos a empezar esto. Tenemos ya bastantes personajes por acá. Vamos rápidamente a picarle acá y a ver todo lo que nos están mandando. Vamos a ver, vamos al chat. Muy buenos días a todos. ¿Cómo están? Buenos días. Ángel, Luis, IDD, Santiago, Josué, Planet Fitness, interesante. Vamos a darle y vamos a empezar con Bitcoin, por supuesto. Brian Martínez, hijo de... Es muy rápido. Alex, welcome. And remember, everybody, we're going to do Spanish, English, and then we'll jump into Spanish. Vamos a hacer todo inglés y después vamos a brincar a español para que lo tengan. And it's time to bring the charts up. Boy, how are you?
Nice. Doing good. Long weekend. Happy to start this new week, though.
Surviving the Super Bowl hangover?
Yeah, basically. And the Panda Express food poisoning I got in Mexico. Not fun.
Dude. Oh, yeah. So I kind of feel you there. I didn't get food poisoning. I just got retard poisoning by eating what I ate. But hey, let's get to this Bitcoin. What are you looking at today on Bitcoin?
Yeah, so let's go to Bitcoin real quick and let's just observe these daily candles because, wow, I mean, talk about a doji. I mean, this has essentially been very boring. There's not too much to report on Bitcoin. When you're getting price action like this, where you're getting big swings up, big swings down, but you're just closing in the middle, forming these dojis, you know, it's just showing a lot of indecision in the market. But during these very slow times where Bitcoin feels like it's not doing anything, this is often when a lot of people sign off or they start trading meme coins, when I believe that this is the most important time for Bitcoin. Often during these long form consolidations that we often get, you usually get a big move, after that occurs. And we know volatility here on Bitcoin is giving us a setup. You know that the 5-day here is giving us a setup, and into this new 5-day closure, we see that the moving average, BBWP broke back under the moving average. That's the new thing about Bitcoin on this 5-day. So it's still in that contracting phase. And we know anyone who was around this time here where the 5-day was giving us a nice setup in June, lots of chop ensued before we actually got the real move. So the 5-day BBWP can definitely just keep contracting and just consolidating right here. Why that's important is because you can shift gears and see we're actually then getting a big weekly setup. This is important because, you know, there's not many times where you're going to get a weekly setup on Bitcoin, especially with BBWP. And that's exactly what is occurring now. So this week actually is quite interesting because we see this is the first week where the weekly EMA 9 actually got lost, essentially since it got reclaimed back in September of 2024. To me, I find that interesting because it's just playing into kind of the bear thesis that bears are starting to gain more control here. Yes, while Bitcoin consolidates, not much is happening. Bears are still, in my opinion, gaining control and actually doing things in the background, which I'll show, further in this analysis, that I do think Bitcoin is at the risk of, at very minimum, coming back down to $93,000. We throw the HPDR on right now. You can just see. Oh, wait, no, that's the trend wave catalyst. Let me actually throw the HPDR on. You can actually see we're right back to the weekly median. This is a big spot for Bitcoin because since we essentially opened under the weekly median, we've been solidly rejecting that for a while. You can't expect a major move on Bitcoin as long as we're under that weekly median. Now, the weekly median has shifted down. It's now at $97,500. And you see into today, we've actually rallied up to it. This is important to remember because Bitcoin right now is at a very important spot. If we go to the daily here, you can see we've essentially just been ranging, right? We've been talking about this in the streams. Often Bitcoin just ranges, and that's exactly what we're doing. It's very simple. 99,300, depending on what exchange. This is Binance. So 99,300 for the index. It's 99,600. But for the Binance exchange, 99,300 is resistance. That's going to be a major point for bulls. You can see here the 21, EMA 21 on the daily is right at that point. But also if we shift gears and look at the HBDR, you can just see here that the 38.2% is also right around that $99,000 region. It's going to be crucial to get back above there. So then that way bulls can actually make the argument that we could potentially go back up to that daily median at the very minimum, right at $102,000. Until then, though, Bitcoin is still catching resistance right at that daily EMA 9. This isn't a good sign, in my opinion. You know, often when you see a level hold like the daily 9, as nicely as it does with support, you don't ever like seeing it once it gets lost, it flipping into a nice resistance. And so we see we've rallied up to that weekly median. We're now at the daily EMA 9, while we're also, you know, pressing up against that $99,000 region. It's a very big spot for Bitcoin overall. You can see here, though, bulls are essentially going to need to get a bounce here. You're not going to want to see this weekly EMA 9 get, you know, essentially keep becoming lost. You're essentially going to want to see a spring happen right around this region, and into this week, bulls get to work and actually reclaim the weekly 9. Ideally, that'll mean that they reclaim the median on the weekly, and then at that point, we can actually start talking about a lot higher. Until then, though, you really should not be getting too bullish on Bitcoin, in my opinion, as long as we're under the weekly median. Most importantly, on the lower time frames, that daily median. Daily median has just been making it very easy for Bitcoin bears to short down, and each time we've tapped that daily median, it's simply rejected. Now, I do think 93,000 is actually incoming. If I throw the rainbow chart off now, you can see here, we are now essentially rejecting the daily 9. We're under all the major moving averages. Often when you're under the EMA 9, the 21, and the 34, you usually get a free move to the EMA 100. Now, remember, Bitcoin hasn't really flirted with this daily EMA 100 in a very long time. Yes, we, a few days ago, tapped, you know, went down a little bit further than where it was, but essentially got a nice bounce. Bulls are essentially going to need this low that was formed on February 3rd to hold. That way they can make some argument that this will be a weekly higher low. It is a little ominous, though, that the fact that the weekly EMA 9 has not held. You know, ideally, this low would have been more convincing that it's a higher low if this weekly EMA 9 would have held. The fact that we opened below it, just to me, does not make me feel too comfortable right now. And I really do want to either see bulls put a nice green dildo into this week and reclaim it, or a very nice rejection. That's Bitcoin currently. There's really not too much to update, though. I do think really the fun part is actually in Tether dominance. So we understand the daily right now on Bitcoin is at resistance. We're in the midst of a breakdown, and as long as we're under that 38.2%, or more easier, 99,300, Bitcoin is still going to be more in bearish posturing. You can see simply we've essentially been rejecting the weekly median, which now we are at there again. Into this next, new weekly candle, we've essentially rallied straight into that point. So again, bulls either reclaim this into this week or we see a massive rejection, in my opinion. And I'll show Tether dominance to kind of give me confluence of that idea. If you go to the 5-day now, which is giving us that volatility setup, you can see that the 5-day has rejected the median, fell and lost the 5-day EMA 9. You can see now this is the third candle below the EMA 9. Often 3 makes a trend. So again, just ties into why you kind of want to start seeing bears take control around the $98,000 region. Anywhere around here is, opportunity for bears to get short and for them to actually reject, while, longs essentially get horny and ape into every dump they get. I do think, though, that as long as the 5-day as well is under the median, and specifically 99,300, you have to start looking at that EMA 21, which is coincidentally right at 93,500. Lines up right around where that daily EMA 100 is. It's going to be extremely crucial for bulls to get a bounce at this point. If we don't hold this daily EMA 100 and end up coming all the way back down to the low 91s, you're really going to run the risk of Bitcoin massively breaking down, and at very minimum, in my opinion, going to $79,000. We know that that's not out of the question, especially when we know we're having a massive volatility set up on the 5-day. Often there's an 80 to 85% chance upon expansion of this going, the measured move being around 30 to 35%. So, if we can see here, if we maybe take out this low, lose the 38.2%, let's assume that 30% fires to the downside on the 5-day. And that would take Bitcoin right around $61,000. Pretty brutal on the dump, if I say so myself. And flipping gears to the monthly, we'd essentially be testing closer to wherever that monthly EMA 21 is, which tells me that if we do end up dumping pretty aggressively, we obviously don't want to disregard the monthly EMA 9 and the median, but that's still at 82,600 to 80,000. So the fact that we have that 5-day setup tells me that if we start really expanding, depending on whenever BBWP expands, because remember, upon breaking 15% on BBWP means that this is firing off, and upon expansion, you get that 30 to 35%. So 5-day BBWP could expand anywhere. It could theoretically start expanding now, or it could do it once we lose the 38.2%. Generally, losing the 5-day blue zone or the 5-day 38.2% often leads to big breakouts, or something we haven't seen in a very long time, big breakdowns. So it's actually very, very crucial. Yes, Bitcoin's been very boring on the daily, but overall, there's still some very big things in the background brewing, and it's making me extremely, bricked up for either bulls or bears, because there's a major opportunity for Bitcoin brewing. Now, many people are talking about these 5-day weekly setups like we have been. I know it seems daunting to keep talking about it, but once these fire off, you generally just get a major move up and you don't stop. You can see the last example was right over here when Bitcoin started to really expand, and we can just see we didn't stop, and this gave us a 66.4% move. Pretty insane. Life-changing money, if I do say so myself. So Bitcoin's in the range. We're now at the top of the channel. If you're a bear, you're going to want to start seeing this reject like today, in my opinion. Why that's important is because we see here on Tether dominance, the daily is actually interesting. We identified this fresh silver cross on Tether dominance. We understood that, as long as we're above the 4.45%, Tether dominance is in that breakout posturing. This is important because this is an inverse correlation to Bitcoin. Tether dominance goes up, Bitcoin's going to go down. Just like on Bitcoin, you on Tether dominance have a 5-day setup. The difference here is the fact that the 5-day is starting to expand on Tether dominance. Why this week is interesting to me, though, is because if you look closely, this week actually could start confirming a weekly volatility setup on Tether dominance. The fact that we're now holding above the weekly median, but most importantly, above that weekly EMA 9, which has been solidly holding Tether dominance down for quite a while, and we're basing off that 4.45%, really is giving me vibes that this is about to break out. We start going back to the 5-day as well. You can see here, once we break 4.6%, let me throw the 55 off because I only like using that for crosses. Once you essentially break this 4.69%, you can see you'll be above the median on the 5-day. You'll be above the EMA 34. It already, into yesterday's closed above that. So technically speaking, you're getting, once you break this level, you're getting a measured move all the way up to 4.91, if not all the way back up to the top of the range at 5.2%. That at current price action is pretty major because we're talking about a potential 14.8% or at minimum 8.9%. Remember, this could correlate to Bitcoin then dumping 8 to 15%. The fact that the 5-day is now breaking out and really expanding here tells me, or at least makes me wonder, if Bitcoin 5 days really about to do the same. Often you can start seeing this start bleeding into Bitcoin. So the fact that the 5-day and the weekly are now really about to start breaking out, while we're breaking this channel and basing off the 4.45%, really makes me wonder if we're about to see this 5-day fire off to the downside on Bitcoin for the first time in a very long time. The fact that we also lost that weekly EMA 9 on Bitcoin, something that's been solidly holding for a while, definitely makes me cautious here. I personally want to start seeing this weekly 9 get reclaimed on Bitcoin. I want to start seeing 99,300 hold. So that way we can really start talking about an opportunity of us going all the way back up to at least $110,000 to $112,000. But until then, Bitcoin is really looking like it's on the verge of breaking down. Yes, it's been volatile. Yes, we've been going up and down, and we have many dojis on the daily. But I do believe, and Farn will probably give more analysis into this idea when he does Bitcoin, but I am almost certain that the 5-day stochastic pivot essentially is down now. So statistically speaking, the 5-day should be more in bearish posturing. And it's just, when you're seeing that and you start seeing Tether dominance 5-day expand, the weekly expand, Bitcoin EMA 9 on the weekly getting lost. We're also rallied up right to the median. You really do have to wonder if this is about to break down. You'll know confirmation of this being a breakdown, in my opinion, if we just start taking out February's low. If we start essentially taking out February 3rd's low, this would invalidate this hammerhead. A lot of shorts got long. I mean, a lot of longs got, positioned right around here with, I'm sure, a stop at the bottom of this wick. If you really start taking this out, it's really then going to start looking like Bitcoin is in the process of breaking down. You can see here the 38.2% is right at 88,800. So, if we end up taking this wick low and Bitcoin dumps all the way down to $86,000, this could be what actually sparks this 5-day and really starts breaking Bitcoin down. I personally don't want to be giving longs out right around here before I get either confirmation of a reclaim and a consolidation, or that's actually it. I don't want to give any longs out until we get this with Tether dominance breaking back into the channel. Until that happens, I am more in the camp that we're about to see a major move down on Bitcoin. And my area of interest for Bitcoin first will be obviously $93,000. But once that gets lost, you're really dealing with nothing but air here. If we now throw in the monthly and throw the rainbow chart off, you can just see Bitcoin left a major inefficiency on this move up. Generally speaking with Bitcoin, these inefficiencies, and an inefficiency for me is just like gaps. It's just when you get a major green dildo that just went up only, leaving just this major kind of just difference in price that often when it gets filled, it's aggressive and it dumps fast. You saw a little bit of this. We went to $49,000. Consolidation, major dump down, filling this inefficiency, back test before we went up. So if Bitcoin ends up really coming down here and breaking the low 91,000, I'm first going to then shift gears, and I do think $86,000 to $82,000 is an area of interest. That corresponds nicely right around wherever the SMA 200 is on the daily. Curious to see wherever that 2-day is. Let's see. The 2-day as well on the EMA 100, which technically speaking would be the next target, assuming that we don't reclaim that EMA 34 in the 2-day, is at $84,000. Why that's important is because if, again, we go to the monthly here, you can really start seeing there's big support zones at 84 to like $80,000 region. You have that monthly median, you have the EMA 9 on the monthly. And remember, we reclaimed that monthly median. We have not tested it yet. And since we reclaimed it in November, so if we get any kind of throwback to this median, you first have to really look at this as either a major bouncing point before we possibly put in another, rejection high around the 90s again, meaning it could look like this. We come all the way down, bulls quickly bounces up. We then flip this area into resistance before coming all the way down to the 64s. Or we really do just solidify a bottom here, grind out some higher low, and then break out from there. If you see here, if I throw this chart off, Bitcoin on the monthly is still very bullish. We're still above the median. We're still above the EMA 9. Yes, the weekly just lost the EMA 9, but that just could bleed into the monthly retesting it. If this does occur, this still would be a 16% dump, which actually lines up nicely with Tether dominance, possibly testing right around wherever. Let me throw the weekly on 1 second. Yeah, right at that 5.2%, right? If from 4.69%, we see, right at that 5.2 to 5.27, it's like right at 12 to 13% at current price action. I do believe that's a little more than like 16%. Let me just see here. A little confusing with the SLARP line. There we go. 5.2. Yeah, that right to next resistance would be from current price action, a 16% move. 16% move would mean that we are testing that monthly 9. That monthly 9 doesn't hold though, and we start losing this on Bitcoin. While losing the monthly median, I'll be pretty convinced then Bitcoin is entering into a bear market. It makes sense. We're breaking the weekly trend. You're now taking out the weekly EMA 9. It's getting lost. But then the monthly 9, which has been holding this entire bull market, other than this essentially one occurrence that led to a major spring that got quickly reclaimed, yeah, that would be pretty bad news to me, especially when we know off the back of this dump was because Trump got inaugurated. We know Trump's putting tariffs. We know there's just some more rockiness with the overall financial markets. So it's definitely something to be aware of, especially with Tether dominance, putting in that daily silver cross, retesting the daily 9, and still basing off the 4.5%. You'll know that Tether dominance is probably going to break down a little more if we start really losing that 4.5% and then losing the daily EMA 100. If something's been actively being resistance, you actively want that to be flipped into support. So as long as we're above that, bulls are going to have more momentum with Tether dominance, which is going to correlate to Bitcoin becoming more bearish. So you're going to want to be more aware of that, because into this week, I do think we could potentially see a major move down on Bitcoin. Theoretically, I mean, there's only a certain amount of time before these 5-day and weekly start to expand on Bitcoin. And the fact that Tether dominance is already doing it really makes me wonder if this is just going to bleed into Bitcoin, and what everyone is thinking is bullish and we're about to break out and sentiment's so bad. Watch the 5-day start firing off to the downside. Then I promise you sentiment will just be egregious, because there really hasn't been a setup on the 5-day, but even easier on the weekly. Before I eat my words, let me just backtrack that. Yeah, there hasn't been a weekly setup on BBWP that's actually fired off to the downside in an extremely long time. Essentially, since the bear market, that was when the last one occurred. Let me just double check that. Yeah, this one fired off. We expanded from the bottom, came up, expanded. Yeah, the last one on the weekly fired off in the bear market. So that kind of just shows you the environment we're in. You can see once Bitcoin starts losing the weekly 9, there's a reason I talk about this. It just kind of starts exasperating moves down. At very minimum, you go to the 21, if not to the 34. Where that currently is on Bitcoin now is you see the 21 is at 89,167. So going there this week would take out this wick low, shifting the weekly trend to a downtrend. Would be bad. You can also see on the weekly, the EMA 34 is right at that $82,000 number. Lines up nicely with that 16 potentially % move down that Tether dominance potentially could be putting into the upside. So that's all I really have on Bitcoin right now in the markets. It's looking rocky to me. I'm really still bearish on Bitcoin. I'm very happy we still have that Academy short going from $100,000. The Academy, is always prepared up and down. You'll often see many people only give longs out. Many don't like to short. I like to short. It's fun because these moves are fast, they're easy, and they're predictable, and you know exactly where you're wrong. We start really reclaiming the zone, you're essentially going to start looking like you're going to go back up to at least $109,000. Until then, this short that the Academy has literally is at the top. Our entry is at 100,000 to 100,200. Bitcoin went to 100,190. So we have no risk on this short, and I do think that we have a really big chance now of this 5-day really firing off to the downside. So I'd be very cautious of that. Lastly, we go to Bitcoin dominance here. It's still putting in the higher low scenario, in my opinion. This could give certain alts a bid. This could maybe mean that ETH BTC stops its destruction. I don't know. When it gets to a point like this in a chart, you're just kind of clinging to hopium. Because yes, we could easily backfill some of this wick and then go up. And unfortunately with ETH, this was a pretty major wick. I mean, we're talking about a 17% wick. So even if it fills some of that out, that would correlate to ETH probably dumping. And ETH right now this week did lose major support and its weekly EMA 100, a major point I mentioned that ETH would want to hold. Why I'm bringing that up is because Bitcoin dominance, at least to me, is still looking very bullish. I was very wrong on this idea that it topped, and it's now in an uptrend on the weekly. The monthly is still looking very strong, holding the monthly 9. But I would want to start looking at Bitcoin dominance being a little more weak now, going in for the higher low test right at 59.7%. I'm unsure what this could mean in correlation to Bitcoin price. If Bitcoin dominance starts going down and Bitcoin looks slightly weak, You can just kind of decipher that however you want, but I'm going to be more in the camp that this is just going to lead to more selling pressure on Bitcoin. See how Dixie's looking here. Dixie's still looking good. Let me see here. Yeah, still looking good. See the 5-day here has lost that EMA 9 and this major support zone at 107.68. As a bull, you're going to want to see this get reclaimed. As a bear, you're just going to want to see this reject. I still think, though, that Dixie, as long as we are above that $107 zone, we are less likely to then test my region at 106.47. This has implications, though, because if Dixie's going to be more bullish, it's going to mean that risk on could get sold off. So just be aware of that. Dixie's very slow, though. It's, just kind of chopping. But I'd use the $107.70 region as kind of my gauge. Below that greatly influences the chance of us going back down to at least a daily EMA 100. At that point, I'd be really watching for a major move from that daily EMA 100. That's all I have on Bitcoin now. I'd be very cautious here. I hope I was able to show that well with Tether dominance. I think it's kind of telling a story right now. And to me, Tether dominance looks like it's on the verge of breaking out, which could mean that Bitcoin's on the verge of breaking down.
Muy bien.
Nice, you're on. I'm curious to see what the pivots are on Bitcoin. You should go through that.
Buenos dias, muchachos. Unfortunately, my computer had it fuck with me in this morning. Okay. Let's start with the monthly on the Bitcoin. So we got so far 4 rejections of this median. Not quite the most bullish thing ever to see the median continue to reject several times. And after this latest rejection of this median, we got a pretty nice sized dump. Let's do from the top to the bottom of about 11% from the top to the bottom so far on the monthly. As of right now, we are bouncing off of this 5 EMA that's at that $91,000 level. Very, very important level, because if we start to lose that $91,000 level, this is going to break down very heavily, and very likely, almost certainly, that 5-day setup will play out to the downside, and that brings us towards this bottom 38.2%. But right now, this hits the 2021 cycle highs at right around $69,300. And if you were to just take a percentage of how much that is from here, roughly that percentage of that 5-day setup playing out to the downside brings us almost basically exactly to that bottom 38.2%, which we would be targeting if we continue to project this median and lose this $91,000 area. Very, very interesting level. And once you get down to this 2021 cycle high, very, very likely that this, for better, or for the easiest way to say it, bull market would be over, because you'd be confirming monthly bearish divergence, you'd be confirming multiple drives of 2-week bearish divergence. Every single time we've had those together, every single time, 100% of the time, the bull market has been over. And right now, monthly momentum is still to the downside or flipping down, and volatility is still expanding. One piece of bullish hopium, however, though, is that the jewel is still pointed up, still giving a buy signal, and very close to getting into the critical zone. Let's see if I can find a comparable time to when the jewel flipped up at the pink. Right over here, draw a vertical line. What happened? That was a move up of 586%. Wow. This was right around in June of 2020, right before the price basically went vertical for the next few months. Getting the same jewel signal that we got there right now. But what makes it a little bit weaker, though, is that this happened from significantly lower, below the bullish control zone, and this is happening within the bullish control zone. So it's not going to be as powerful as a move as this one right here, but it's still giving a similar setup where the jewel is flipping around into a buy signal right at this pink. Where last time we got that, we moved up by almost 600%. A little crazy. On the quarterly, we are still above this 5 EMA, and as long as we're above it, probabilities are that we're going to get another reconnect with this median. 5 EMA right now is $77,000, kind of low. But what's likely to happen, though, is that once we lose this 5 on the monthly, it's going to bring us back down to this bottom 38.2%, which is a lot lower than this 5 EMA on the quarterly, brings us back down to this bottom 38.2% on the quarterly. And right now that number is pretty low, sitting somewhere around $57,600. Right now, momentum on the quarterly is contracting now. It's dropped below the moving average. Volatility is still pointed up. Not a good sign. Last time momentum started contracting on the monthly, on the quarterly, was right around this point in October of 2021 when we hit our all-time highs. Very interesting. Because then when momentum was down and volatility was up, we got a 77.5% move to the downside. We're getting a similar setup now that we had back there. Momentum is shifting down from a similar area. Volatility is shifting up from a similar area. It's giving pretty scary view. Probably one of the scariest things I've seen all day today. We're getting an exact same setup to the October-November 2021 top. Not good. The jewel is now entering into the bullish control zone. Start with the vertical line. Last time we entered into the bullish control zone, we have 1, 2, 3 closes in the bullish control zone. Last time around, we had 1, 2, 3. No, let's do it again. Entered right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Last time we had 4 closes within the bullish control zone before we flip back around again. Let's mark. This one was 1. So this one's only 2. 1, 2. Mark that with the vertical line. Literally the top, the absolute top. And another piece of scary information if you are leaning towards the bullish side. Momentum on the 2-week is pretty strongly to the downside. Within this next maybe 1 or 2 periods, it's likely to enter into the bearish control zone. Volatility is still contracting though, which is a piece of hopium. If we were to lose this 2-week 5 EMA though, that's sitting at about $96,700. Very likely volatility is going to start expanding. And then from there, we like very high probability we get a aggressive move towards this bottom 38.2%. What's more likely is that this 50% on this 21 EMA, sitting somewhere about like $80,000 to $81,000, probably gets a pity bounce here. Maybe bounces back all the way towards this 38.2% at around like 86,000. High probability of a rejection in that area though, because then the trend is going to be flipped on the 2-week to a downtrend. Very high probability this is just a bearish retest before we end up retesting this 55 EMA somewhere around $60,000. And right now the jewel is starting to flip back around on the 2-week, giving you a God mode sell signal where we have actually started to get the first signs of the dark blue sell signal. Piece of bullish hopium, however, is that the pink has just crossed over the yellow. So if this area does hold, this would be a very, very, very fucking bullish setup once this curves around and starts giving a buy signal, because you're going to have them all in one exact little spot where the pink crossed over the yellow. So if we can get that light blue, it's going to be extremely bullish. But right now, it's more of a bearish setup because we do have the dark blue sell signal. We haven't confirmed it yet because we haven't gotten to 2-week close with that dark blue sell signal, but highly likely that will happen. And then if that does happen, what's probable to happen is that this pink and yellow are going to start to curve over. And then that's going to flip from giving you a possible amazing signal to a confirmed terrible signal. Probably one of the worst sell signals that there possibly is. Similar to around here, but this one is a little bit, the one we have now that's possible is a little bit worse to this. And this one did how much of a dump? They literally marked the lower high too. That's funny. About 65% from there, a little bit of a correction, and then ultimately 70% down. And the one we have now forming is, if it confirms as a sell signal to the downside, is going to be worse than the setup that we had at this point, where we did 70% down. And the bears are creaming their pants listening to this. Weekly momentum is starting to shift up a little bit, with volatility shifting down, giving you probabilities that whatever bounce you get is likely to be corrective. Look at the weekly jewel. We're getting very close to getting the pink crossing below the yellow. The dark blue losing the bullish control zone. That's going to be a setup for a nasty move. If you draw with the vertical line, last time that happened, it's right about here. Got a sell signal, pink cross below the yellow. Oops. Pretty nice size move of about, I can't see that, 26% to the downside on the weekly, which is a similar thing that we're getting now, where the pink is very close to crossing below the yellow. Dark blue is very close to crossing below the bullish control zone. Right now, what we should be looking for on the corrective bounce, where momentum is pointed up and volatility is pointed down, is anywhere towards the median is fair game. Anywhere between $99,000 to $100,700. Very, like, if we were to hit it, it would just be a corrective bounce, marking another lower high, another rejection of the median, just making more and more probable that we're going to come down to this 21 EMA and this bottom 38.2%, around $88,000. 5 days as well as just like the weekly, starting to point up, still within corrective posturing though, still below this moving average. Volatility is contracting. Now the jewel is starting to curve back around. It's losing the bullish control zone. Same thing we were looking for on the weekly. It's already getting that. It's dropping below the pink is dropping below the yellow. Dark blue is dropping below the bullish control zone. Last time that happened, right here. Interesting. We had a nice size bounce before the dump. Got about almost a 10% move to the upside. And then once it did play out, though, you got a 25% move down. Just out of curiosity, if you were to apply 25% from this median, brings us basically exactly to the 78.6%, right at $74,000.
Looks very bullish.
Looks quite bullish. Looks like you want to go balls to the walls max long.
I think the ultimate fuckery right now is to get everyone that's in that short out.
Yeah.
Before the dump.
Get the lower high bounce into that median, tap 100K again. Looking probable for a short-term bounce, even when you look at the 2-day, because momentum is starting to flip back up, losing the bearish control zone, getting over the moving average. Volatility is still shifted down, though, very close to shifting up. What's likely to happen from this setup with the momentum pointed up, volatility pointed down, is that this is going to close in a day 9 hours. Median's likely to move down, probably going to get a retest of that median. Likely to be somewhere around that $98,000 to $100,000 area, especially since we have this cluster of EMAs all at this point. Somewhere between 98 to 99, maybe all the way up to $100,000, a little bit less likely. And it's going to be the ultimate resistance there. Once the median is down there and all of these moving averages there, very likely it'll reject that area and drop down to this 55 EMA, which is around 92, 92.8, 92.5. There, that 92s, high 92s, low 93s is going to be an area that absolutely needs to hold, or this thing is pretty fucked, and that 5-day setup will apply to the downside. On the daily, momentum is shifting back down, volatility is shifted up. Daily is about to break back into the bearish control zone. The jewel is now breaking into the bearish control zone. Not looking the best. We've lost this bottom 38.2%. We couldn't even get a test back up to it. If we do get a bounce, it'll likely, and a bearish retest will likely go into this bottom 38.2%, which lines right up with this 21 EMA, right around $99,000. Very likely this gets rejected and then eventually retested this 100. So 100 right now is sitting in the 93s. Lose this 100 though, then you're going to get a very aggressive dump to the 200, and that'll confirm your 2-week bearish divergences, your monthly bearish divergence, and marks the end of the cycle. Right now, the 200 is sitting at $79,000. Four-hour is still technically pointed to the upside on momentum, but it's not looking the best. Looking like it's going to flip down very soon. Volatility is expanding from 0%. Right now, the jewel is breaking out of the bearish control zone, still has not gotten into the bullish control zone just yet. What we want to see happen is the pink cross over the yellow if you're bullish, then it likely makes its way into the bullish control zone. But as of right now, that has not happened yet, and it's starting to look a little bearish, getting some pretty nasty bearish engulfing candle right here, rejecting the 55 EMA. If we lose the median, that's a 96,750, very likely going to dump pretty hard because we're coming from 0% volatility. Probably takes us somewhere around the 88.3%, which right now that's sitting somewhere around $91,000. Maybe hopium as it bounces around the 78.6, which would be that 100 on the daily, around 93,000. Ding. Shiny rock, we good. Damn, shiny rock is still going up, $2,900.
Yeah.
And people laugh when I said 3,300 to 3,500.
I think that's just crazy. To me, it's just everybody's just already in gold. So everybody's just a genius and going to win. I mean, maybe. Just crazy. I think 3,000 on gold. 3,000, buddy.
3,000 is very likely going to be a long-term local top.
Like 2,000 was like for 2-3 years, no?
Yeah. Eventually, though, in my time span for 3,300 to 3,500 is around like 6 years. Maybe 8.
Oh, yeah. Then yes.
And on the quarterly, we still have that hidden bullish divergence active. Pretty arguable to say that it's played out because we've gotten so much move to the upside, but we have not tapped the critical zone a single time yet, which just gets me away from saying that it's played out. Because every single time we've confirmed the hidden bullish divergence, we've went higher than the critical zone. So not just tapped it. This time we went higher than it too, just slightly higher. Still have yet to tap this critical zone. But if you also notice, on every single one of these highs, we've been making steadily lower highs. So what is likely is that we will make a lower high than we did right there. That was sitting somewhere in the 80s on the RSI. So even if we were to tap this critical zone in the 79s, that still would be a lower high, technically. It would fulfill the tap of the critical zone, and it would just make a lower high. And then you would have possible bearish divergence on the quarterly because we're making higher highs on price, lower highs on the RSI. Once that confirms, that's going to be pretty ugly because the only time we've ever had bearish divergence on the quarterly was right here at the high of about $13,000. And let's just see, out of curiosity, how much we dumped after that bearish divergence. Doesn't look like that much on here. It's about 72% to the downside. Not bad. I think 70, let's just say 70% to the downside from our top. But about $30,000. Pretty easy to do. Yep, $30,000. $30,000 to $31,000. Sheesh, if Bitcoin were to break down below $31,000 again, that would be the third time the hash ribbons has failed. Every single time the hash ribbons fails, we dumped another 50% from there. So hash ribbons is at about 48,000. That would put us at somewhere around $24,000 for Bitcoin.
For a Chinese Bitcoin.
Yeah, 24,000 American dollars for one Chinese Bitcoin.
Can I tell you something? I have a friend of mine that's Jewish that told me, yeah, people are making up that we have space lasers, like the Jews own space lasers. I was like, I've never heard of that before, dude. He goes, yeah, these fucking wild conspiracy theories. I'm surprised you haven't heard of it. Today, Donald Trump came out and said that he was gonna fucking attack nuclear places with space lasers.
Sheesh, bud.
That was incredible. I was like, oh.
Guys, like, who looks like a retard now?
Yeah. Well, I guess it turned out to be real. It's just funny that they came out and they were like, yeah, people are attacking us saying that we have space lasers. I was like, I've never heard that. But I guess Trump said that it's true. Crazy.
Probably made them to like destroy other countries' satellites in space if they ever go to war.
Probably for sure. 60%
of the time, it works every time.
Exactly.
Quarterly still has that target of that critical zone, which right now the number went up. I was expecting it to go down. It went up towards $169,000. And just to clarify, that's not me saying we're going to $169,000. It's just that we should be targeting the critical zone as long as we have not made a local top. And right now, to make a local top, you have to close below $58,890. Not only would that make a local top, that would also confirm bearish divergence on the quarterly, and then probably go pretty aggressively down from there. Whereas right now, we would still have to target this critical zone as long as we have not made a local top. On this next quarterly open, though, it's going to be much easier to confirm a local top, because then you would have to close below 89,224, and you'd make a local top, confirming the bearish divergence, and then probably down towards maybe this 9 EMA best case scenario, which is around $65,000. Probably not. Probably it's 21. 21 right now is at $46,000. Fits my bias. That's the one I'm going to go with. Monthly also has possible bearish divergence. A little bit easier to confirm the monthly bearish divergence than the quarterly, because you'd have to close below 89,224, and the monthly bearish divergence is confirmed. Every single time we've had monthly bearish divergence cycle has been over, likely brings us down to a minimum of this 21 EMA, which is about $65,000. It will confirm our quarterly bearish divergence, eventually down to the 55, around 46,000, 45,000. Fits my bias. On the monthly, we're getting volatility contraction while we're hitting newer all-time highs. So once this volatility does contract, very likely it does contract once we confirm this bearish divergence. And then fear is going to set in pretty quickly, and we're probably going to dump pretty fast. Every single time so far on the monthly right now for this cycle, we've had monthly volatility expansion. It has been to the upside. Let's see if I can find some volatility expansion to the downside. The only time we had that was bear market. Once we got monthly volatility expansion right here, dropped 67% down.
Damn.
Just a calm 67%. If you had 100 pesos, you have 33 pesos left.
It's like my investment in Dave Portnoy's coin.
Did you buy it?
Yeah, it's tanking so hard today.
Like one pump, everybody knows the rules.
Yeah, sadly.
Two-week, we have possible multiple drives of bearish divergence from every one of these higher highs on price action and lower highs on the RSI. Confirm it, you'd have to close below 89,224, same as the monthly. And there's so many drives of bearish divergence that likely brings us down to this 100 EMA. Right now, that sits at about $47,000. Fits my bias. 47.48. Weekly, nope, because this is close of 104,000, and then this was a close of 102, so nope, very close to getting bearish divergence. Weekly now has 2 periods of 0% on the volatility. The moving average is very close to not coming down to 0% as well. The last time this setup played out, it did play out to the upside. The only time that this setup has ever played out to the downside was in the bear market. So if this does play out, not only would we have a 100% hit rate of the bearish divergence signaling the bear market, we'd have this as well, telling us that it's likely a bear market if it does play out to the downside. There is some possible hidden bullish divergence on the weekly, because we are dropping lower on momentum than all of these levels here, while technically making a higher low. The way to confirm that hidden bullish divergence is going to be a close above 102,514. If it does confirm that hidden bullish divergence closing over 102,514, at a minimum, we're going to have to target the critical zone, but likely significantly higher because we're coming from 2 periods of 0% volatility. And right now, the critical zone is sitting at $144,000. Close below 89,224 though, and then the real dump ski is going to start, and then we probably go towards 74,000 based off of that 2 periods of 0% volatility. So it can go up or down. 5-day has already confirmed the bearish divergence. We have 0% volatility, while the jewel is starting to curve. Fucking A. The jewel is starting to curve back around. The pink is crossing below the yellow. We're losing the bullish control zone. It's a bad setup on the 5-day jewel, along with the bearish divergence confirmed. That would give us, if volatility continues to expand. Right now, it has dropped below the moving average, so it's contracting now on the 5-day volatility. If it does expand, then likely we're going towards the bearish control zone at a minimum. And the bearish control zone right now sits at $80,000. But since we're coming from 3 periods of 0% volatility, it makes the critical zone more likely. And right now, we can't really get a number off of that because it's telling you $21,800. Probably doesn't happen. So we have to wait until that number updates. It is very, what is the word? Relieving to see, if you're bullish, that we're getting the bearish divergence on the back of contracting volatility.
Wait, why?
Because the volatility is contracting while we have bearish divergence. It's not expanding.
Yeah, but it can still expand whenever, and
It
you
can,
still have that
yeah.
divergence, right?
Yeah.
It just hasn't.
It's going to be bad once. Yeah, it hasn't done it yet.
Got it.
It would have been worse right now if we had this bearish divergence and volatility was sitting at like 17%.
Oh yeah. Well, that'd be the fucking starts.
Oh yeah. Then we'd probably dump real fast towards $70,000, $73,000.
You know what? It's been so nice that crypto's been up for so long, and we haven't seen everyone lose their mind on Twitter about it. Like, for now, it's been the elections. Everyone's been crying about, don't think Elon Musk is an evil man and all that stuff, which is great. But now, if Bitcoin goes to shit and the market goes into a bear market, we're going to have to hear everyone cry about this too. This is going to be a problem. Thank God everyone's here on Elite Trading Academy knows that hopefully they're still under short, and they can still make money on the downside. But man, the crypto spirits are terrible when shit's down.
Yeah, it's not fun printing in that time. You feel like
it's
an
the
asshole.
worst.
And then people with 75 cents in the market are gonna be like, look at this. Look what you guys did when you voted for this orange man.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Also too. Oh, they're gonna add politics to it. Oh.
Just like whenever Nvidia corrected after hitting new all-time highs, I'm like, it's Trump's fault. He's the reason why the most valuable company is losing money.
God.
And then they'll also show you their ignorance at the same time while they say it, because they won't say most valuable company, they'll say richest company. And sir, correct yourself. Nvidia may be the most valuable company, but they're not the richest company. Apple has way more cash than they do.
Apple's fucking loaded.
Daily, nope. Is there some hidden bullish divergence?
Are you sure? Yeah.
Yep. There's some very slight possible hidden bullish divergence between these lows and these lows right here, because they are technically higher lows, whereas momentum has dropped significantly below, giving us possible hidden bullish divergence. The way to confirm that divergence is going to be a close over $100,200. That very likely sends us with where we are at volatility around the bullish control zone. I'm guessing that's going to be our highs right now, which is, right around our current all-time highs at $110,000. Not that difficult to confirm this bearish hidden bullish divergence either. Just over $100,200. But right now, that $100,000 area is the area we're looking for as a possible bearish retest area, which also makes sense because if we were to close over that area, we'd have hidden bullish divergence. And getting a hidden bullish divergence at your all-time highs is pretty crazy.
Yeah.
4 hour, a little bit of a counterpoint, and closes in 1 minute, and we're about to form some hidden bearish divergence on the 4 hour, but because we made a series of lower highs while the RSI made higher highs, and we have less than a minute for the bears to turn this around, or bulls to turn this around.
Just keep it there. Let's see what they can do. What's the level? What's the level for the bulls?
It confirms below 97,418.
Damn, they need $200. $200. Yep. You got 42 seconds to go. Let's go. Are they going to do it? What's your guess?
Nope.
I don't think they're going to do it either. 269. Just stay there. That's beautiful, a great number. That's a beautiful number.
We've seen.
I went to look at the Super Bowl. That Kendrick Lamar, he is not very good. And he left a lot on the table. Not a lot of people knew who he was. I was confused.
I personally think they should have had Drake. A lot of people are saying this.
Many Drake, people are saying this. Everyone says Breezy puts up a better show. That's what I think too. That's what he does. Okay, we
Certified
didn't do it.
lover boy, certified pedophile.
Here we go. Balls confirmed.
Boom, confirmed that hidden bearish divergence. And now, are we? That is some hopium to see that the moment volatility is starting to go down a little bit. We're still above the moving average, however. So if we do see this this volatility start expanding right here, that's going to bring us down towards the bearish control zone. Right now, the bearish control zone sits at $94,110, taking us below all of these lows. Retest of this low right here, likely it's going to break down. And then volatility is coming from 5%. That's quite the setup for a lot lower. Oh, I got this one on Shiny Rock as well.
Damn.
Let's let this shit load. Quarterly momentum is still pointing to the upside. Volatility is expanding from the lowest level it's ever been. About to enter into the critical zone for the first time as well, and we're pointed up above $60,600. What I'd really like to see is at the end of this quarterly candle where this momentum pivot goes, because if it goes down, that's going to be the bullish thing that we've ever seen. To drop below $60,000 when we're at $100,000.
That'd be swell. But if he goes up, then
But if it goes up, then it's fucked.
Oh.
Imagine the pivot goes up to like $150,000. More than 2x.
Oh.
Right now, a monthly momentum is still to the upside, still bouncing at the edge of the critical zone. Volatility is still contracting. The last time volatility started expanding on the monthly from below the 15% area was right here at our initial United States setup at the end of 2023. Momentum is going to be pointed up as long as we're above $92,750. What I want to see is at the end of this month where this pivot goes to as well. Because if it goes up significantly, it's going to be quite bearish. But as of right now, it's still momentum is still within the bulls' favor on the monthly because we're still above this momentum pivot. It's going to be a what do you call it? A nail in the coffin if we flip this momentum down again, though, because we're going to have bearish divergence confirmed on the stochastic momentum on the monthly, which also has a 100% hit rate for that marking the bear market.
No bueno.
No bueno at all. Muy malo. On the 2-week, we're getting volatility contraction with momentum pointing to the downside. 2-week, if we close below $108,000, holy shit, we're going to flip our momentum to the downside. And 2-week is now going to, and that's also going to confirm 2-week bearish divergence. Oh shit, that's not good at all. It's looking like if we close this week below $108,000, shit's probably fucked. That's going to confirm the 2-week bearish divergence, which probably brings us down to this 21 EMA around $81,000. That's going to bleed into the monthly, and that monthly is going to bleed into the quarterly. Sheesh! I guess this week we got to close above $108,000.
Just simple things.
This is just a small move to $108,000. Not too bad. How much is that?
It's basically 10%.
Yeah, just a small move of 10% in 6 days, which we've seen Bitcoin do 6%.
Yeah, I can do it in a fucking day.
Weekly is now 2 periods of 0% volatility. Moving average is almost caught up. Momentum is flipping down, and we're going to be flipped down, also rejecting the critical zone below $103,700. That's not good. Because if you continue to reject the critical zone, you're going to get a move towards the edge of the bullish control zone, which means further down on price action, if the volatility starts expanding, it's going to be a fast ride down to somewhere around this 21 and about $89,000, maybe a little bit of a bounce there, then eventually towards this 55 at 74.73.
What's George going to do if that happens?
Oh, he might die from alcohol poisoning.
That's terrible.
He drinks the Hennessy like the real players.
Does he really drink Hennessy? I just see him drinking scotch. He talks about like he's.
I
haven't watched him in a while, but
I just made that up.
Okay.
If you drink scotch, then that's a real one. Real ones drink scotch.
Yeah, he likes the blue label. Whenever Bitcoin has a good day, he's like, look what I got. I got a Blue Label bottle. And then he shows it to everyone.
In his defense, that Blue Label is pretty fucking good.
It is pretty damn good. I'm a Blue Label enjoyer too.
Yeah, I personally prefer the Blue Label over the Macallan 18, and it's almost twice the price.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. 5 days now still has that United States setup forming, and still possible. 3 periods of 0% volatility. Momentum is volatility is now contracting, so the 5 days no longer above the moving average, which is why we like to use that 15% area to mark it off as a confirmed signal. Right now, we are going back towards 0% volatility. We're sitting at 5.16%. The momentum is currently positioned to the downside. We're rejecting the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below $102,850. Right now, we are approaching the edge of the bullish control zone. So on this next open, I would be very curious to see where this pivot goes, because if it stays the same level or if it goes up, that's going to be very bearish and very high probabilities the 5-day setup plays to the downside. But if this pivot goes down, that'll tell you the setup is likely to play to the upside. It's going to all come down to where this pivot is right at the edge of the bullish control zone on this next open. Two-day is now very close to getting volatility expansion. We're right at the moving average. We're getting a derp of death. We're entering the bearish control zone, and we're going to be pointed down below $102,800. Daily is volatility expansion. Momentum starting to flip up, actually. We got about 8 hours to go. Momentum is going to flip up. It's going to reject the bearish control zone. It's going to be pointed up as long as we close above $96,800. So if you close the day below that number, we're going to enter into the bearish control zone, and we're probably going to dump. 4 hours now on contracting volatility. No, technically it's expanding because it's above the moving, still above the moving average. We want to see it confirm over this 15% area to confirm that this actual momentum is going to be to the upside. Because right now momentum is pointed up, and it's going to remain to the upside as long as we're above $96,000. So once we get volatility expansion with momentum to the upside, that's going to make more probabilities that we would probably close this daily to the upside, rejecting the bearish control zone. Likely takes us into the bullish control zone, and into the bullish control zone. If we can close over 100,200, we'd get that hidden bullish divergence, giving us a target of current all-time highs or slightly above the current all-time highs. All right, the only high time frames that are still bullish is going to be like the monthly and the quarterly. Everything in the middle, like in the weekly, the 2 weekly, are leaning to the bear side. Momentum is pointing down. The hopium is that the 5-day setup is still looming. The 5-day setup still has 2 periods of 0% volatility. The hopium is now that the pivot is down, volatility is currently contracting, going back to that 0% area. What we want to see is the momentum reach into the edge of the bullish control zone, and then see where the pivot goes. If the pivot drops, very likely that 5-day setup plays out to the upside. If the pivot stays the same, or if it goes down, then it's very likely to play out to the downside. Giving you some hopium is that we're currently over the some more hopium is that we're currently over the daily pivot. If we close below that daily pivot, though, momentum is going to break into the bearish control zone, and then that 5-day setup likely plays out to the downside. If we close over that pivot, though, and what's giving hopium is that the 4 hour is currently pointed to the upside with volatility expansion, is that we'd confirm that daily hidden bullish divergence over $100,200, and that would send us towards about 110. So it all comes down to today's close. If we can keep momentum up, then the bulls have a chance of taking back over. Momentum closes to the downside today, and that's going to be another nail in the coffin of this bull market.
And one more time, today's pivot point is $100,200.
No, the pivot is 96,785, so 96,800.
That's on the monthly, no?
That's the daily.
Oh, okay.
And the monthly pivot is 92,750.
Got it. That's not too far. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm fucking trying to figure this out. There you go. Gotcha. All right. So we have a need for Mr. Garlic Bread after this, and also Ethereum.
Let's get that garlic on the bread.
That's right. The most is the most amazing coin, Ethereum. Everybody likes it.
Our favorite Russian asset.
Nobody's buying it. Even the guy has a big dick. No one cares. Ok.
They all care about
Perdónenme.
mine. That you bought
Exacto.
Litecoin.
Estamos viendo Bitcoin, damas y caballeros. ¿Por qué es interesante lo que está pasando ahora con Bitcoin? Claramente tenemos acá un buen tap de la parte alta del canal, otra vez por acá, y tenemos mucha indecisión, un chopeo gigantesco, un gran escenario para cualquier trader en esta zona. Lo hemos platicado en nuestras clases de ETA exclusivas, donde, güey, qué regalo es tener un rango tan hermoso y poder apostar en el rango cada que toca la parte media, la parte baja, parte media, parte baja, parte media, parte baja, parte alta, parte baja, parte media, parte baja. Ha sido una delicia para toda la gente que está tradeando. Ahora, ¿qué es lo que estamos esperando? Obviamente todo el mundo está intentando, está esperando a que esta belleza llamada Bitcoin nos lleve a $130,000, $150,000, o como diría Cathy Wood, $700,000. Por supuesto, por supuesto. Una vez que Cathy Wood sale a decir eso y que ves a Michael Saylor en toda la televisión, tienes que ponerte alerta. Y es justamente lo que estamos haciendo hoy en Elite Trading Academy. ¿Por qué? Porque no tenemos en realidad más allá fuera de este rango para mucha gente que tal vez no pueda hacer un análisis tan detallado como ustedes, bola de degenerados. Estamos chopeando y queremos saber si va a ir para arriba y si va a ir para abajo. Entonces vamos a ver esto un poco desde afuera. Empezando con la de 3 meses. Gráfico de 3 meses, todo sigue bastante alcista en este momento. El precio pivote en este gráfico, donde todavía falta un mes y 22 días para cerrar. Estamos en 97,000, estamos cotizando en $97,300. Tenemos esta vela, tenemos altos, más altos esta vela que cerró justamente en enero. Es el cierre más alto en la trimestral. Antes de eso habíamos tenido nuestro cierre más alto en la trimestral en 71,000. Y el de antes, que era previo en el ciclo pasado, lo vimos justamente en 58,000. Desde entonces hemos estado haciendo altos más altos, con bajos más altos, y Bitcoin está en este canal una vez más, donde pueden ver que estamos en la parte alta encontrando resistencia, donde habíamos encontrado justamente en el ciclo pasado, y aquí estamos otra vez. ¿Ok? Es lo que estamos viendo en este punto, simplemente así. Vamos a poner nuestros indicadores. Pueden ver que no estamos debajo de nuestro promedio del 9 hasta los 64,770. Eso nos da una excelente idea de cuál sería la siguiente zona de interés para el precio de Bitcoin. Déjenme rápido, pongo el 5. Quiero ver dónde está. En 77, interesante, que es también el punto donde está el, ¿cómo se llama? El gap tan famoso de CME que todo el mundo está esperando los lleve a la gloria. Bueno, con eso dicho, vamos a ver, volatilidad continúa empujando a la alza. Está solamente en 51%. Esto para todos los que están entrando apenas, nuestro BBWP, indicador de volatilidad, lo pueden doble cliquear, quitar, poner, ¿no? BBWP son gratis, lo puedes picar acá en indicadores si te aparece BBWP. Volatilidad es la línea de colores, línea blanca es el promedio de volatilidad. Esta línea roja es que volatilidad estaba en 100% en extremos, y cuando ves líneas azules, esas líneas azules dice que es lo contrario de esta, en 0%. Nosotros tenemos nuestra línea meme en los 15% para que siempre nos diga cuándo va a haber un setup. Ahora, venimos del punto más bajo de volatilidad en esta tabla y hemos tenido esta expansión. Esta expansión va a continuar. Puedes ver un poco la tendencia que estamos viviendo con 100%, 86%, ahora en 51%. Podría que haga un alto más bajo esto y continúe esta tendencia y darse la vuelta por acá y dar para acá. Eso sería una continuación básicamente de esto, ¿no? Nada está escrito todavía. La volatilidad sigue empujando en lo que estamos viendo, estas velazos verdes. Así que por ahora esto sigue alcista. Punto pivote de momentum en la de 3 meses está literalmente en $60,000, un poco abajo de nuestro promedio del 9, lo que nos hace pensar que todo estaría chido. No deberíamos de tener preocupaciones todavía, todo se ve alcista en esta temporalidad. Pero en la mensual podemos comenzar a preocuparnos. ¿Por qué? Aunque hayas tenido esta vela topera, después también tuviste esta vela envolvente alcista, que es la verde, que es una vela envolvente alcista o una vela topera, rápido para la gente. Una vela topera es cuando ves estas velas, que son de cuerpo súper delgado, el 25% del cuerpo de la vela está en la parte baja y está acá, y no mide más del 25% de la vela. Esto califica para una vela topera. Invalidación para la vela topera arriba de 108,374, continúa la fiesta. Validación para la vela topera hubiera sido 91,129 para que lo entiendan. Ahora, tienes una vela envolvente. Una vela envolvente alcista es una vela verde, ocupa todo el cuerpo de la vela, se come a la vela pasada y esta vela se come a la vela pasada. La cosa es, ¿quieres confirmar esta vela alcista? Tienes que también tener un cierre por encima de 109,173 en la mensual. Faltan 18 días y 8 horas para cerrar. El problema que estamos viendo con la mensual es que hay una posible divergencia bajista. Cuando vemos una posible divergencia bajista en la mensual hacia el final de cada uno de los ciclos, la vimos acá en esta segunda parte del ciclo de Bitcoin, donde el RSI simplemente hizo un alto más bajo y bajos más bajos, en lo que el precio hizo un alto más alto. Es justamente lo que estamos viendo acá. De cierta forma, podemos ver o podríamos dividir este ciclo en dos, ¿no? Lo que pasó. 2021 lo vimos acá. ¿Podría ser nuestro nuevo ciclo del 2025 en vez de que los dos hayan llegado tan alto? Se podría dar. O también podrías esperar a que tuvieras otro de estos, estilo 2021, ¿no? No sabemos exactamente. El problema acá es que nuestro gráfico mensual, nuestro punto pivote está justamente para momentum, en donde ves los 92,000, donde ves esta línea meme blanca. Y aquí está el problema. El precio ya lo tocó, está por acá. Si llegas a tener este cierre mensual abajo de esta línea, el momentum nos confirmaría la divergencia bajista. Momentum estaría apuntando para abajo y tu siguiente parada son por ahí de los $80,000. Así que vamos a tener que tener mucha atención con esta vela mensual, a ver a dónde cierren los 97,104 en este momento, y viendo que la volatilidad está contrayendo, está por debajo del promedio y va apuntando para abajo todavía más en la mensual. Eso no nos dice más allá de eso. Vámonos a la de 2 semanas. Aquí se empieza a poner caliente la cosa, donde perdemos ya el setup de Estados Unidos, estamos cayendo por debajo, la volatilidad está reseteando y ahora estamos haciendo de los cierres altos, cierres más bajos, y acá tienes una vela de indecisión. ¿Por qué es una vela de indecisión? Cuando el cuerpo de la vela, la parte gorda, está en medio y la parte alta y baja son delgados, te está diciendo, güey, no sé si voy a ir para arriba, no sé si voy a ir para abajo, y todo el mundo está atorado. Ahora sí que si pudieras a ver un grupo de inversores, todos estarían en medio viendo si corren para arriba o para abajo. Y es justamente como se ve una vela de indecisión. Esta también es una vela de indecisión, la verde, para que sepas, nada más no tan marcada como esta, es una vela de indecisión fuerte. Con eso dicho, estamos ya testeando nuestro promedio del 9, que está en 92,665. Esta va a ser un área muy importante a no perder. Eres alcista en Bitcoin y en general, literalmente 92,662 es el área donde no quieres ver este cierre ocurrir. Por debajo de 92,500 se empieza a poner la cosa color de hormiga. ¿Y para qué quieres ver? Vamos a la semanal, donde empieza a pintar una fotografía mucho más fea. Podemos contar, esto podría ser un doble tope, ¿no? Porque tienes 1, 2. Normalmente después de un doble tope tienes un patrón de reversión, y el segundo alto, que es más alto, confirmaría una cierta divergencia bajista en simplemente el comportamiento de precio. Ahora, en la semanal estás por encima del promedio del 9. No lo hemos perdido en este rally más que en esta situación donde tuvimos esos caidones hasta $49,000. Por ahora lo hemos aguantado en todo este subidongo, lo que me dice que probablemente sea tiempo de tal vez dar un cerrón por debajo o dos, o tal vez se acabó, ¿no? Vamos a ver qué exactamente se da. Pero por ahora podemos ver que volatilidad está creando otro setup estilo jamás. Y el problema es, hemos tenido todos estos sets de volatilidad donde hemos visto el precio ser apoyado a la alza y empujando a la alza. No hemos tenido uno que empuje a la baja desde el 2021, que fue el final del ciclo. Este bajón, esta volatilidad empujando, pueden ver que estamos en 2 periodos de volatilidad en 0%, aquí lo pone 0%, el promedio está cayendo por el 20-79%, y esto nos dice que hay una gran probabilidad, una probabilidad bastante alta, de que este setup se dé a la baja. Tenemos que poner muchísima atención acá. De nuevo, empieza por perder los $96,000. Pierdes los 96,000, tu básicamente tienes dos puntos de emergencia. El primer punto de emergencia es perder los 92,500. El segundo es romper los 89 a la baja, llevarte esto a la baja y tener cierres por ahí. Eso nos confirmaría que esto se cocinó y que va a ir para abajo, así que tenemos que poner mucha atención. Ahora, 5 días o semanal, puedes ver que venimos también en volatilidad. Tenemos 3 periodos de volatilidad nula. La volatilidad había comenzado a expandir por encima del promedio, pero luego se dio la vuelta para abajo, lo que va a dar continuación a esta expansión de volatilidad. Estos setups de volatilidad normalmente nos dan un movimiento a la alza o a la baja, y cuando nos lo dan, lo podemos medir más o menos de 35%. Si estamos justamente ahorita cotizando en $97,000 y damos para abajo 30%, nos pone justo donde está nuestro promedio del 100 en 67,000, casi $68,000, y a la alza nos pondría en los 126,000. Pero vamos a poner 35. 130,000. Ahora sí que es lo que estás viendo, pero ya en la de 5 días, no solamente perdiste tu promedio del 9, empiezas a ver que esta resistencia de verdad nos está afectando. Si esto se llega a dar, también el pivot de momentum en esta tabla subió a $102,000. Si no podemos retomar esa zona, es más, lo importante acá sería para todo el mundo entender que si no podemos regresar por encima de esta línea meme a consolidar en los 99,000, hay muchos pivotes que empiezan de momentum, que empiezan a darse a la baja. Y eso quiere decir que empiezan a subir. Como ya ahorita tenemos el punto pivote en la semanal o la de 5 días, en los 102,000, eso quiere decir que abajo de 102,000, la volatilidad empieza a apuntar para abajo y empieza a buscar objetivos de diferentes zonas, ¿no? En ello. Y esos son objetivos a la baja. Vamos a la diaria. Espérenme. Discúlpenme, les quería poner esto. Quiero que noten algo. Perdimos la media, rechazo de la media. Esta es la de 5 días. En la semanal, vean todos los rechazos de la media. Desde acá no hemos podido lograr superar la media. Y ahora la media se junta perfectamente en la semanal con los 99,775, que es nuestra línea meme que está justo acá. Un rechazo a esta línea meme una vez más, todavía no lo tocamos. Lo que ahorita todo el mundo que está en nuestro short puede que se saque la lotería. Personalmente, lo que yo creo es que Bitcoin tiene que venir a sacar a esa gente que se metió al short, creer que todo se va a ir para arriba y después dar continuación. Vamos a ver si sí o si no, así que estén alertas con sus stop losses. También asegúrense de llevarse su lana a casa todo el tiempo, pero de no poder aguantar acá y romper a la alza y empezar a ver cierres por encima de 99, de casi $100,000, vamos a ir a la parte baja de la zona azul y eso está en $87,000, y los $87,000 nos llevan tranquilos de la mano muy para abajo. Pueden ver que en la diaria no solamente fuimos rechazados por la media, perdimos toda la zona azul, nos ha rechazado la zona azul constantemente y hemos tenido estas velas de indecisión mamonas que han cerrado todas acá en los 96,000. 1, 2, 3, 4 días y ahora tenemos esta vela que probablemente vaya a ser un poco de lo mismo. Aquí es donde se junta todo. Pueden ver que nuestros promedios vienen acá. El 34, el 21, el 55 y el 9 están acá. Entre la zona, la parte alta, la parte baja de la zona azul y el 50%. Si no podemos romper adentro de la zona azul y al mismo tiempo, por coincidencia, si le quieres decir así, vencer esta resistencia que viene en la diagonal meme bajista, 93,371 va a ser tu siguiente objetivo con el promedio del 100 acá. Bastante claro. Yo creo que simplemente para no hacérselas de pedo con Bitcoin, y ahorita vamos rápido a ver la dominancia de Tether, pueden ver esto. Somos alcistas en Bitcoin y queremos llegar a un nuevo máximo. Tenemos que vencer esta resistencia total, empezar a consolidar por acá en los 100,000 y ya aquí podemos empezar a pensar una vez más en altos históricos y nuevos setups. Pero de no poder vencer estas resistencias y pierdes esta zona de aquí abajo en los 92,547, muy probablemente nos vamos a ir a freír espárragos todos juntos a la baja. Bueno, En realidad, la gente que no sabe y que está holdeando en spot, nosotros podemos literalmente disfrutar de todas las ganancias a la baja también. La cosa es, qué es lo que se va a dar? Lo que ahorita tiene más probabilidad en nuestro libro, tiene cara que es a la baja. Eso es lo que está favoreciendo las estadísticas. ¿Por qué? Porque cuando vemos a la dominancia de Tether, podemos ver que está en esta tendencia alcista. Acaba de romper, ha hecho nuevos altos, bajos más altos, está formando estructura, se vino a recargar al 4,46%, que es el promedio del 9. Tienes un cruce plateado en la diaria. Y eso dice, cada que vienes para acá es una oportunidad. Siguiente objetivo, una vez más, 4,88%. El 4,88% nos daría, además de que en Tether, por supuesto que tienes volatilidad expandiendo, junto con la vela roja, junto con estas velas alcistas. Así que la volatilidad en Tether nos está dando otro setup, podría ser a la alza. La semanal aquí está a punto de jugarlo. Pueden ver que la volatilidad está por debajo del 15%. Y esto podría ser bastante malo para el precio de Bitcoin y todos los activos de riesgo. Tenemos que ver cómo juega esto, sobre todo en Bitcoin. Y de nuevo, marcar tus niveles muy importantes. Nivel importante, ganar esta línea meme de vuelta en los 99,900. Muy malo perder los 92,547. Justamente estás en medio del rango. No te pueden dar un corto o un long acá. Ya estamos en el corto. Y vamos a poner un long para hacer hedging probablemente en la academia, para que lo tengan, dependiendo de cómo sea la caída, si es que se da. Pero nosotros creemos que los $93,000 son inminentes. Nada más no sabemos si primero vamos a llegar a los 100, rechazar y después caer, pero es nuestro bias en este momento. Creemos y nos inclinamos más a que puede que esto se dé a la baja y sería el fin de ciclo, básicamente. Ahí lo tienen, eso es Bitcoin. Vámonos con Ethereum. ¿Cómo de que no? Voy a poner el cartelito y que me pase Alex su tabla a darle con Toño de Valdés.
Nice. Let's see if we're rich or poor yet. Keyword.
Yeah.
Already poor, sir.
Yes.
Front running it. I'm front running it.
Lost my meme coin money.
Are we pre-rich?
You're front running being poor?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, ETH isn't looking too good. We were talking about this zone holding for Ethereum. It was crucial that it held above 2,700, because now what we have is this weekly actually losing that EMA 100, which is pretty big. I mean, whenever we lose that EMA 100 on the weekly, you just go to the SMA 200. That, just like I was saying in this consolidation, is the last stand. But what makes this a little different is we're having that SMA 200 right near wherever this channel is that I've had drawn on Ethereum. We're now in the process of breaking down and actually putting in a bearish retest here. So if you're a bear on Ethereum, you're essentially looking at 2,700 to reject, and your next move is going to be right at 2,500 to 2,484. That's going to be the next zone. If you start losing, especially weekly closures under that SMA 200, it's going to be a massive shift, in my opinion. You know, we see just perfectly how well that held and how perfectly bulls defended the zone. You can see in this region here, when we actually started losing it, we did still go down from that point. I mean, Ethereum from the SMA 200, and it's not as clean, obviously, but from wick low went down 6.5%, lots of chop before we expanded. We had a weekly setup here as well, so that fired off. You always get maximum chop before these big BBWP timeframes essentially fire off. But then even here, you see, once we lost that SMA 200, we tested it, and then from that point came down another 14%. Here we tested it, and at that point came down another 17%. So in all the examples I showed, even in this example here where we were chopping, we still ended up going down around 7 to 8%. So it just shows that this is a massive zone. We also see that the SMA 200 is right at that $2,500 region. That's a big place for Ethereum. I mean, once we broke that 2,500 on a weekly close, that's what sparked this move really to start going and expanding weekly BBWP. We see weekly BBWP is just above the moving average now, but we're not getting a full weekly setup. But what's interesting going into March is the fact that the monthly is still giving us a setup, and we're now just right around that $2,500, just like I showed on the weekly, on the monthly, we're just kind of clinging onto the cliff here. If the monthly starts losing that EMA 34, just shown here, it often likes to hold. If we start losing that monthly EMA 34, that's really what starts moving Ethereum down. I mean, I'll do it again. From this retest here, simply we went down from wick low 41%. But with what we know, especially with volatility on the monthly being as low as it is, we're potentially going to go into March being at the lowest monthly BBWP read in the history of Ethereum, which is very interesting to me to see, because even the 2-month here as well is at the lowest volatility read. One still load, nice. And this is telling me that, you know, we're probably going to see a major move into, let me see here, maybe, let me get the time frame. If this channel is going to actually be true, into early April is when we actually are going to start seeing probably this breakout or breakdown. And as it stands now, this has more of a chance of breaking down. You know, it's never good for an asset to lose its monthly EMA 9. The fact that we're doing that and in the process losing the EMA 21 while coming down to the $2,500 zone really makes you wonder if this is just in the pre-stages of breaking down. You'll get that confirmation, in my opinion, once you really start closing monthlies under $2,500. Losing that $2,500 mark on a monthly really would not be good. You can see just how aggressive and far this monthly median is. And something Alejandro noted, which I didn't really even fully see, is, you know, generally when you get these major moves down on Ethereum, you're often very far away from the median on price action. You know, here this was, you know, 100% away. That's a little crazy. But even in this example here, I mean, we were around, you know, the median honestly shifted gears before we broke down, essentially making it around 20% away from this point. And now what we see is the median is basically right around there as well. Very, very, very far from price action. Often when you see the monthly median as far away from price action as it is, especially when price was reclaiming it, I mean, in the history of Ethereum, it just generally leads to major dumps, just to be honest with you. You also see the monthly into this month is actually breaking down. It's in the process of breaking down. The 38.2% is getting lost. Now, the hopium is that this monthly is not fully expanding yet. So we're getting the breakdown right now, but BBWP is not expanding. Why could that be hopium? Well, maybe, you know, Ethereum needs to come down around here and base on the $2,500 region. If it can just consolidate and base around there, maybe then into April we'll actually start seeing this pop back up. But that's just pure hopium. And honestly, bears are trying to make this monthly bleed into basically March, so then we can actually start seeing this expand. Last time we saw the monthly BBWP expand is when Ethereum really was fun and profitable. It went up 113%. And so remember, from that point, we're potentially going to have even a lower BBWP read. So Ethereum's really not looking too good to me. I've been pretty cautious about this, though, especially since we know that ETH-BTC lost the 366 number. As soon as it lost 366, it essentially made me a very bearish on alts, very bearish on Ethereum. And I even said very blatantly, you're just going to want to start not even touching Ethereum or alts as long as we're under that 366. Now, that idea has held very well. We've definitely dumped from that point. We went to my zone right at 223. And now what we really need to start seeing is this low to hold. If this low does not hold, Ethereum is then going to really start looking like its BTC pairing is going to start collapsing. You can see there's only a few times in this chart's history where we actually lose the 2-3 level. In doing so, we aggressively often go to the next range right at the 1-6. It's very simple. We talked about if the 3-6 region doesn't hold, every time it doesn't hold, Ethereum aggressively dumps back to the 2-2-3 level. If that doesn't hold, we aggressively dump down to the 1-6 level. It's very simple, but these are like 30% moves in this range. And I think we all remember this dump into ETH-BTC caused, honestly, the most insane daily candle on Ethereum. But as I said before, this really didn't do anything to price. And you always have to question these moves. When you get a major pump up and you break back above that major zone in the channel and you move all the way up to the point where we almost reclaimed 3,000, but didn't, you have to really wonder, like, Why couldn't bulls take it all the way home and actually reclaim the daily SMA 200? I have to look at that as just, more being a trap for bulls. I'm sure a lot of bulls longed into this thinking, oh yeah, that was the bottom. That was a swing failure low. Essentially, we're going up from here. And you can just see we're slowly breaking down and bleeding back down. So no matter how you look at Ethereum currently as it stands, it's actually not looking good. You're going to need to see this into this week actually get back above $2,700. If it can do that, then you can definitely make the argument we might go back and test 2,945 to maybe 3,050. But until then, you're now gauging $2,700 as major resistance on Ethereum, while the weekly BBWP is starting to really fire off. Granted, there's no setup here, but whenever you just get back above a higher time frame moving average on BBWP, generally then is it starts expanding volatility. You can even see into the 2-week, we're very close to breaking above the moving average here as well. And volatility is still, it resets since we fell under the moving average here. But you can see here that, we started to expand. It started to really dump price. So the hopium is that maybe we're going to start coming back down and resetting, and this will start pumping price. Because remember, volatility is expanding, but we're going down. On the flip side, if we start contracting, it'll mean price could move up. That's just the tiny hopium. But as you see here, we're actually pretty close to reclaiming that. So not too much hopium with ETH. And remember, the weekly and the 2-week is important because this really could then bleed into the monthly, which then really could bleed into the 2-month. And at that point, if the 2-month and the monthly really start moving, while we're this far away from the monthly median, I have to really then start gauging right at that EMA 100 on the monthly. If that doesn't hold, which is at $1,500, honestly, to me, Ethereum is going to look like it's going to test the lows at $800 to $900. And then you have to really wonder if it's going to break that low and just make a new lower low, especially with what we know. The facts are ETH never broke its last cycle high. Generally, when you are with an altcoin that doesn't break its last cycle highs, it generally just means they kind of slowly die off. We saw that with many altcoins, like not Fed, that's a bad example. I didn't mean to click on that, but like AVAX, right? Made an epic rally. At this point, everyone is calling for a $300-400 AVAX. Bear market, it still had a great rally up, but nowhere near its all-time high. Another example is even like Doge. Great rally up this cycle, still did not break its last cycle high. Generally, that just leads to these coins dying. Lastly, Matic, my favorite coin to short. You can see we made a new all-time high, and just last cycle, we just never were able to get it up, and this coin is dead now. I'm sure people who were investing at $2.60, $3, listening to Becker about how Matic's about to be an insane coin for the gaming run. Well, now this coin is worth 30 cents. So that's kind of the scenario.
I'm sorry. Are you boys enjoying your video games in crypto? You guys loving it, like those crypto games?
I play them every day. I play.
What are those game crypto tokens for if they don't exist?
Yeah, exactly.
It is the weirdest thing, no? Yeah, dude. The next big thing is going to be crypto gaming coins.
The gaming run is happening, right?
There was like these 2 games that actually got kind of big, where they would pay you crypto to play the game.
Yeah,
but people actually realize that those games are fucking dog shit.
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, as someone who tried to build between a game, virtual space, sold that stuff, it's so far away to be able to build those type of things on crypto that are equally as good as the stuff that we have on outside of crypto.
Yeah.
So
initially, people got in and played them just for the crypto aspect, but then once they got bored of the game, they're like, nah, I'm not going to play this game for like 12, 13 hours a day for maybe $80. Like, that's not worth it.
And there you go, Alex. Axie Infinity. Axie Infinity was really popular. I can't remember if it's Malaysia or Vietnam, where people literally just farmed it. Those guys were working hard
because it was better than getting a job there.
Yeah, exactly. They were actually making more money doing that. I watched this whole video on that, but as you can see here, when you just don't break the last cycle high, it doesn't matter what the fundamentals are. Generally, the rule is if you don't break the last cycle high on a coin, it generally dies. So do I find it a coincidence that ETH right now is putting in a major volatility setup on the higher time frames? No, ETH BTC is at the edge, while this channel that I've had on for multiple months is basically at the end now. I don't find this a coincidence. I just think that Ethereum is gearing up for a major breakdown, especially since that ties into my bias that the 5-day on Bitcoin's about to probably expand to the downside. That's just how I'm viewing it now, and I'll be proven wrong, and I have been many times before. But until things start shifting and we actually reclaim 99,600 on Bitcoin, I'm going to be on the camp that we're going to just probably start breaking down here, which means that Ethereum's very weak compared to Bitcoin. Bitcoin can go down 30%, but ETH can dump 50 to 60%. So Ethereum's extremely weak no matter how you look at it. There's definitely other things to invest if you are looking at Ethereum, like Solana. This is very bullish. This is what you want to look at. You can just see on a monthly chart, it's in a solid monthly uptrend, consistent higher highs. Even BNB to versus ETH, I'm curious to see what that looks like. Still looking better than ETH BTC. Yeah, that's actually interesting. I haven't looked at this in a while. Interesting. So, I mean, the point I'm trying to bring up is Ethereum is very weak. We just see that against Bitcoin. If this low doesn't hold that was formed this month, I would expect that to be just the pre-stages of us probably breaking down to that 1.6 on ETH BTC. If the move down from the 3.6 number all the way down to support at 2.3 caused Ethereum to dump, God, I hate when it does that. Let me just go here. Caused ETH to dump. Let's see. 48%. I mean, if that level on ETH BTC doesn't hold and there's another 30% dump, yeah, that literally could correlate to a $1,500 ETH. So I'd be very cautious of that. If you're bullish, your objective this week is to reclaim the EMA 100 and swiftly get that reclaimed and then hold above it, consolidate. That way, possibly going into next month, we can actually start seeing this volatility expand while then maybe bulls start gaining more control. But until then, if this does right now start firing off, this is going to be in favor of bears. And this is going to give us a major move to the downside. So I'd be very cautious on ETH. It's very simple. We're just now stuck in a range on the weekly. You're now watching the SMA 200 on the weekly and the EMA 100. If you start losing this SMA 200, that could be your confirmation to start either shorting or just planning to buy ETH a lot lower. And if we start reclaiming that weekly EMA 100, we're now back in this range. It's a major level to reclaim. Generally, that then takes us back to the EMA 9, which is right at the 38.2%, right at 3,021. Psychological number at 3,000. You're going to want to see, the reaction around there. But as it stands, you're just gauging 2,700 as resistance now. While the weekly is still on BBWP supporting still a move down. Like, I'm not really convinced that what we saw here on February 3rd did anything to price. So it just kind of delayed delayed kind of the death to bulls, which is fine. But generally, these can just lead to major traps. People then think the bottom's in. They start longing here. And as I've shown, there's really not too much to be bullish on. Curious to see, even the 4-hour, how does that look? 4 hours is now giving us volatility setup. We're potentially going to lose the median. We want this to hold. But if that 4-hour really starts losing that EMA 9, that, at least to me, will be a good sign that we're at least going to go back to $2,600. But if you start seeing this 4-hour volatility expand, yeah, I mean, that could bring us all the way to $2,500. We start losing 2,500, then yeah, I'd be more convinced that we're probably then going to start slowly and surely moving to $1,500 on ETH. So that's all I really have on Ethereum. It's really not good. Not good no matter how you look at it. And we're seeing across the board, I forgot to mention this even on my Bitcoin analysis, just the Bollinger Band starting to just get tight here. It's telling me that a move is starting to, it is brewing on the lower time frames, to me at least, specifically on the 4-hour. You can see they're starting to pinch on the bands. BBWP is on the verge of expanding, as Farin mentioned, and same with Ethereum too. Pinching bands, 4 hours giving us a setup. It seems like to me crypto is potentially on the verge of giving us a pretty big move today. We'll see. Honestly,
can I throw this your way, guys, and tell me what you think? Every single time we print a lot of money. Like the Hamas setup really, you guys are looking at the chart, but when it happened, I knew it was going to happen because we were going to print a lot of money, right? And every single time I know this, right? Like there's liquidity coming because they're going to print a lot of money. A lot of friends would ask me, and people in the chat, all right, so if they're printing $200 billion to give to Zelensky, why is the market going to go up? But now we understand where the money really goes and why the market goes up, right? Like once you start seeing like the corruption payments and all that stuff, you realize that literally $1 trillion goes back into the system. Out of the 2 trillion we overspend, $1 trillion goes back basically into the system. What's happening now if we cut $1 trillion out of spending? Like I think it's directly related to this. Like completely if you cut spending too, dollar should go up, value of the dollar should go up, but all risk should come down hard. And I think this is primed. If all these setups, let's just play a fantasy scenario. If all these setups are to the downside, this could be a mega nuke.
Yeah.
On crypto and all of the stock market and everything else because of liquidity.
Yeah, and you would have already been cautious though, because even if you're a boomer, I mean, yes, Nvidia did hold its SMA 200, but the fact that we'd even lose it just made a little cautious there. And why am I bringing up Nvidia? Is because it kind of is my gauge for risk on for the stock market. And so it was a pretty big dump, and we see even the median here is getting lost on the monthly, and the first time in a very, very long time.
However, so Dixie is still bearish.
So it does play into kind of what you're saying, Alejandro. Like a move could be happening here more than even what people on crypto Twitter are saying. Like I have not seen many talk about the potentials of us going back to 69K. And yeah, Dixie is slightly bearish, but I mean, it's mainly just on the daily, really. And if we hit that EMA 100, I'd be looking at that as a major point. Just a bounce. I mean, because what we see here is the weekly is still looking pretty good. And as long as we're still above that 107 and like 70 cents, I'd be gauging that as just support. And that's kind of what's happening still.
The momentum is pointed down on the weekly.
I see.
What about on the monthly? Because on the monthly, the volatility setup still pushing towards the upside. It's just going sideways.
Yeah. So even the monthly here plays into, like, if we do get that move down to the daily EMA 100, which is right at 106.50, the monthly tells me too, still monthly would be bullish.
Pointed up.
Still would be bullish. We'd basically retest the 38.2% for the first time. We're just testing the breakout zone, which is testing the daily EMA 100, which, if you all know, because I always talk about the EMA 100, that's a big spot for the chart. So I mean, Dixie is still looking good to me personally. It looks
the pivot on the weekly is 109.92.
Oh, so then maybe we do get that pullback. Yeah, that's not bull. I mean, that's not bullish by any means, but maybe we do end up getting that pullback. So what I'm trying to say to that 106 zone then, because yeah, the 2 month is still. This has implications. The 2 months, because of the monthly starting to fire off and look this powerful. Yeah, the 2 month really could start, and I even think the 3 months starting to contract. So that's why I'm more gauging the higher time frames on Dixie, and I'm still going to be on the camp. We lose 107.70. I think we'll get a move back to 106.50, but I'd then be gauging that area to hold.
Yeah, that would be that is the median of the channel that it's been moving on for decades over decades over decades. Let me just share it with you now so you can see. 1.6 would be here. This is monthly, by the way, on Dixie. So you would technically just come back to the median of the channel, and then it's still on an uptrend. Like this started in 2011. Yeah. And like it likes to stay in the, and look, this is the thing about Forex, which I think we're not, to me, is I don't look at oil and I don't look at Forex, for example, in the same way I look at charts, because oil, every single time it's really bearish, you have to wonder what's going on around it. And then when everyone is telling you, dude, all of the chart says that it should go to 30, the motherfucker's going to bounce back up. I don't understand. Like it's a different thing.
Yeah, oil's not fun.
And I think the DXY, whether, I mean, this is all manipulated, right? everything, but the DXY specifically. How can the relative strength of the dollar be lesser of those that it's weighted against? One, the euro. Europe is going through the worst fucking shit in the world. Two, Japan. Kind of like the same. Three, the British pound. I mean, those guys should not have a country in 3 weeks. It's going to be called fucking Istanbul soon.
It's already called Karachi, Pakistan.
There you go. So what about Canada? Canada is like fucking done. So tell me how the dollar, the DXY, is really going to go down. Does that make sense? That's the way I look at it. It feels impossible. Now, on absolute strength basis against gold, is going down. But on relative strength basis, it should fucking go up like crazy. Because all the other tokens, all the other coins are shit.
That's the way I look at it. It is interesting. And Euro does look like it's on just putting in a bearish retest before breaking down with the monthly basically expanding. So nothing's really telling me that Dixie's bearish. It seems like it's trend shifting. So we should be gauging that higher low at 106.50. That would make a lot of sense.
And the euro continues to expand on the monthly with volatility to the downside.
Yeah. And I think 2 month too is expanding. Let me see. No, but it is giving us a nice Nagasaki setup in this case.
Those are going to be called space laser setups because we can blow it up from the top to the bottom. Just saying, it's odd times because if you just go with a basic analysis, and sometimes this is what really helped me with real estate, for example, and really helps me in certain stupid things. I just go with a simple trend. And the simple trend is, where is the big money going towards? And if I feel like the dollar is getting stronger, I'm going to fuck off for a little bit out of here. And if I feel like the dollar is going to weaken, let's fucking go in. Kind of like that's it. Either way, more spending, that means more inflation. Everything goes up. Less spending, less inflation, less things go up. That's the way I see it. And especially now that we know that all that money that we print literally goes back into the market through the hands of those delicious, corrupt politicians, which we appreciate. But now it's over. Kinda. Okay.
They're sending in big balls.
Yeah. They're sending in big balls. He's going to go deep. Let's do this. Por cierto, antes de empezar, quiero invitarlos, si no se han dado una vuelta a nuestro Discord, absolutamente gratis, es súper fácil de usar, el enlace aquí está abajo, los menús están a la izquierda, pueden ver los análisis del buen Alex, los análisis de Farhan por acá, cáiganle al chat general acá a platicar con toda la gente, que nos cuente absolutamente de todo, P&Ls, vengan a compartir cuánto dinero están haciendo o perdiendo con nosotros, vengan a pedir tablas, también tenemos noticias, etcétera, y acá tenemos algo bastante bueno para todos los que están aprendiendo y quieren aprender, escuchan términos que tal vez no entiendan, los tenemos en inglés o en español. Esto es Criptolingo, lo tienen acá y es absolutamente gratis. Absolutamente, no les va a cobrar nada. Y por cierto, si alguien les manda un mensaje diciéndoles que somos nosotros, que le queremos, que no es cierto. No hay nada para lo que te vamos a mandar un mensaje, ni pedirte dinero, ni que inviertas con nosotros, ni nada de eso. Ahora, si quieren tradear con nosotros, vengan al sitio de Elite Trading Academy. Dense una vuelta en tutos. Si están viendo mi pantalla, ¿no? Sí. Dense una vuelta en tutoriales y píquenle en cómo tradear con Bluffing, que es para tradear futuros con nosotros. Aquí lo tienen. Es un video de 5 minutos que te dice cómo fondear tu cuenta, en dónde puedes encontrar los futuros, cómo navegar los menús de futuros. Y aquí tienes el enlace directo para que no te vean la cara. Así que aquí lo tienes. Absolutamente todo esto gratis. Dense una vuelta, cáiganle y vamos de vuelta con el análisis de Ethereum. ¿Por qué estamos viendo Ethereum en estos días y qué es lo controversial de Ethereum? Simplemente tuviste este máximo histórico que hizo en el 2021 junto con todo lo demás de cripto y desde entonces no ha logrado otro alto histórico. La cosa con Ethereum y lo que ha estado dándonos toda esta indecisión es que ha creado bajos más altos pero agresivamente. Cuando lo comparas con, por ejemplo, XRP, puedes ver lo poco inclinado que se ven estos bajos más altos. Pero en Ethereum puedes ver lo altos que son estos bajos más altos, empezando de los $800 cuando tocó en mayo del 2022. Desde entonces simplemente ha creado bajos más altos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos, todo el camino hasta acá, pero no ha podido romper estos altos. Ahora, viendo la tabla así, porque esta es una tabla de 2 meses, voy a poner la trimestral para empezar. Viendo nuestra tabla así, podemos también tener el argumento que aquí tienes un doble techo en el pecho. Y este doble techo en el pecho normalmente podría darse que sea una reversión en acción. Puedes ver que estamos justamente ante el promedio del 9 en nuestra trimestral. Nosotros consideramos que si en la mensual ya perdiste el 9, estás en un mercado bajista. Les voy a poner rápido la mensual, pero voy a regresar a la trimestral, ¿ok? En la mensual, nuestro promedio del 9 está en 3,000. Estamos cotizando en 2,664 y ahora también perdiste el promedio del 21. No has tenido cierres por debajo del promedio del 34 desde el mercado bajista. Al final de él, el último cierre que tuviste ahí fue acá en septiembre del 2023, antes del setup de Hamas que nos llevó hasta acá arriba en $4,000 y de ahí nos dio otra vuelta a los 2,000, otra vez a los 4,000 y otra vez va para abajo. Hemos rangueado fuerte en una zona de entre los 2,000 y los $4,000. O sea, fuerte, fuerte, fuerte. Lo pueden ver acá, el sueño de todo trader, ¿no? Si es que eliminas el ruido en la tabla. Pero, viéndola de 3 meses, podemos ver que volatilidad está contrayendo al punto más bajo de toda la historia, lo que nos está diciendo que va a haber un cero potente. Estamos aguantando apenas nuestro promedio del 9 en los 2,653. Perder esto en un mes y 22 días, todavía falta bastante, sería letal para el precio de Ethereum. Letal, absolutamente letal. Ahora, la línea en la arena a no perder es los 2,116. Si pierdes esta línea meme a la baja, puedes decir adiós y probablemente vayas a buscar estos mínimos que creó antes, o tal vez un poco más altos. Tal vez se dé un escenario donde esto cae y tienes, ponte tú, algo así, y el precio cae de Ethereum hasta los 1,500, más o menos. No tiene que ser que se vaya a barrer esto, pero le da muchísima más probabilidad a que eso vaya a ser el escenario que se dé. Vamos a la mensual, una vez más. La mensual, perdimos nuestro promedio del 9, perdimos nuestro promedio del 21. Faltan todavía 18 días y 8 horas para cerrar esto, lo que es bastante, pero aquí la línea en la arena en los 2,500. ¿Por qué? Porque no has tenido un cierre debajo del promedio del 34 en los 2,500 desde el mercado bajista. Y eso fue oficialmente el comienzo del mercado bajista, ¿no? Definitivamente. Yo creo que el comienzo en realidad del mercado bajista fue una vez que perdió el 9. Una vez que perdió el 9, no lo pudo volver a retomar. Lo pueden ver acá, rechazo. Lo retomaste una vez en un SFP acá y después, pum, 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 güey, para abajo. Si no puedes retomar el promedio del 9 en los $3,000 Ethereum, muy probablemente estés en esta zona de mercado ahorita. Déjame, lo dibujo una vez más para que se vea mejor. Estarías probablemente acá. De nuevo, puede que chopee más acá y después ya te mande para abajo, pero es lo que tiene cara de. Por ahora, vamos a poner el HPDR para darnos una idea de dónde estamos en esto. Pueden ver que lo lejos que estamos de la media. Una vez que nos pasa eso y que vemos la media subir, el precio comienza a ser lo contrario de la media y básicamente en vez de funcionar como un imán, funciona como un imán, pero polarizado negativamente. Güey, no eres científico, no sabes lo que estás hablando. Bueno, hace el efecto contrario del imán, ¿ok? Te repele. Si empezamos a ver esto que continúa y lo lejos que está, podemos ver que ya no podemos alcanzar la zona media. Nuestra media está en los 4,387. Eso es bastante negativo para el precio por lo alto que está y lo difícil que es llegar. Perdemos la zona azul por completo, perdemos nuestro promedio del 921 y ahora estamos entrando a la zona verde. En la zona verde tenemos la parte baja de la misma en $2,229, que tiene confluencia con nuestro promedio del 55 y nuestra línea meme que viene aquí de lado. Ojo, ojo acá que esto tiene cara que vaya a ser el siguiente objetivo de Ethereum. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. En la de 2 semanas tenemos un poco de lo mismo. Pueden ver que tenemos esta línea, tal cual como la de Bitcoin nos ha estado rechazando una y otra vez. Por fin perdimos la media acá. Y en esta de 2 semanas estamos muy por debajo de la media. Nuestra media está justamente ante esta línea meme, estas dos, lo que me dice que hay bastante confluencia y resistencia en esta zona de 3,580 a 3,560. Pero estamos cayendo en la zona azul y estamos recargándonos en el promedio del 55, que es justamente donde está nuestro promedio del 9 trimestral, no está nuestro 21 mensual y donde se encuentra nuestro 55 en las 2 semanas. De perder la zona de los 2,660, esta madre tiene cara que va a venir a buscar mínimo los 2,300 a los 2,200. Estén atentos acá. Vamos a ver si la volatilidad nos está enseñando nos está dando un setup. No, volatilidad está contrayendo, pero está buscando flipear en este momento. Semanal. Semanal podemos ver que ya el 9 está cruzando por debajo del 21. Empezamos a ver esa debilidad fuerte. Y no nada más eso. Vuelves a caer por debajo del promedio del 100. Todo este chop que hicimos acá, todo este, fue abajo del promedio del 100. Estás empezando una vez más. ¿Cuánto tiempo duró esto? ¿Estás hablando de semanas? Vamos a ver, una vez que entramos. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 semanas, básicamente 3 meses. Casi. El chop que puede darnos hacia el lado Ethereum. Ahora, tu línea en la arena acá es tu promedio del 200. Nunca perdiste el promedio del 200 en cierre. La única vez que perdiste el promedio del 200 en cierre fue cuando estuvimos en el mercado bajista. Tu promedio del S&P 200 está en 2,484. Si esto llega a valer nepe en este momento y pierdes los 2,484, que es un poco parecido a todos nuestros demás precios que estamos viendo, esto nos va a dar un viaje absolutamente gratuito, una vez más, a la zona de los 2,100, 2,200. Y eso nos haría pensar que muy probablemente vayamos a ver más downside. Ahora, algo que es un poco preocupante que estamos viendo acá es este setup de volatilidad que se está dando. Podría ser fácilmente a la baja. Y si llega a ser, pues nos daría aún más confluencia que esos 2,200 los vamos a ver una vez más. La de 5 días tenía un setup de volatilidad que se estaba dando a la baja, pero ahora está yendo de lado y nos está diciendo que esto probablemente es una corrección, el movimiento que tienes ahorita con la vela verde. En la de 5 días, una vez más, tienes tu SMA 200 en los 2,233. Esa es tu última zona que quieres que aguante. De no poder aguantar eso, vas a ir a buscar números muy bajos. Si eres alcista en Ethereum, quieres definitivamente poder romper esta línea meme, comenzar a consolidar por encima de los 2,832. Estás justamente en medio de la nada. No hay un trade acá porque tu invalidación es muy baja en el long, tu invalidación es muy baja, muy alta en el short, y ahorita estás justamente rangueando en medio de la nada. Vamos a la diaria. En la diaria esto nos dice que todavía tenemos camino a la baja. Normalmente el 88.3% es la zona donde pensaríamos que puede encontrar un tipo de piso. Esto también nos dice que ya lleva castigado un rato y no nos debería de sorprender un movimiento a los 2,700 hasta los 2,900, donde encontré una resistencia bastante potente en esta zona. Esto y volatilidad está en extremos. Esta volatilidad está y continúa empujando, está por encima del promedio, pero por nada, estás por 0.25%. Además, volteamos a ver a ETH-BTC y ahí vemos justamente lo castigado que está, cómo continúa yéndose a la baja y básicamente, puta madre, se lo está llevando el nepe al buen ETH-BTC. ¡Qué duro! ¿Cómo es que Ethereum puede estar tan castigado? Igual y si los altcoins son más como estilo de ciclo de 8 años. Ahora eso es completa especulación. Pero pues ahí lo tienen. Básicamente, la gente alcista en Ethereum quiere poder retomar el nivel de los 2,839 y últimamente tu trade con confianza va a estar por encima de los 3,000. Ya entrando en esta zona podemos decir, ok, esto fue un bajo más alto y podemos continuar a la alza. Pero hasta que no pase todo esto, por ahora continuamos a la baja y intentando no perder los 2,450 y de ahí los 2,200. Así que pónganse atentos y vivos en esto. Vamos a darle a XRP, que es la que sigue. El tío Garlic Bread nos va a traer absolutamente todo lo que tenemos que saber de XRP. ¿No había cambiado esto?
All right, Tio Garlic Bread is in the house, in the casa.
Bring it, señor.
Okie dokie. We shall start with the quarterly on garlic bread, or since I'm the garlic bread, this will be the bread or the garlic. I don't know. I can't figure it out.
What?
All right, so on the quarterly, momentum is still pointing to the upside. Volatility is still pointed up. Right now, the jewel is breaking out of the bearish control zone for the first time ever. That since it's popped into the bearish control zone, well, pretty close to the edge of the critical zone. Now it's pointed up, giving a buy signal. That goes along with being over the 61.8%. So as of right now, if we do close over this quarterly by the end of March, I believe March, over $2.34. That gives us probabilities of hitting the 78.6 as long as momentum and volatility are still pointed up. And this number is going to change. It changes with every single open. Right now, it's sitting at $21. Maybe it doesn't change. Maybe it stays in the same area. Then that one economist dude is right. But as of right now, every single time it's changed, so very likely it does change. My bias is that it goes down towards $6 and then ends up topping out there. Switch to the monthly. Monthly is in more of a corrective posturing, especially since we're rejecting the 88.3%. Momentum is starting to go down a little bit, still above the moving average, still in the bullish control zone. Volatility is now contracting. And jewel is entering into the bullish control zone. Only one time we've ever done that on the monthly, and that was right over here in July of 2017. Let's mark that with a vertical line. How many periods is this? One. So one. Very interesting. Basically went up from there by about 1,917% after we entered into the bullish control zone. We are now entering into the bullish control zone on the jewel. I'm not going to do 1,000% from here, but that's not really realistic. But let's just do towards this $6. That would be about a small 160%. Not that much. We could XRP could sneeze 160%. It's the chattest of all chat altcoins. On the 2-week, momentum is starting to contract, drop below the moving average, still in the bullish control zone, however. Volatility is now starting to reset. It went all the way up towards somewhere around 93, 94%. When the jewel starting to give a God mode sell signal. It has not actually given the dark blue sell signal just yet, but it's giving us the red background. What we don't want to do is close below this 9 EMA. It means 5 EMA. That likely will give us the sell signal on the jewel, and we probably correct pretty heavily from there. Right now, we're slightly above it. It's sitting at 2.41, $2.41. Price is now at $2.42, so it's not that much above it. Lose it, probably going to come back down towards this 21 EMA because we've already swept the 9 and sweep this current low, and that's sitting somewhere about like $1.50. And that's going to be the area where we absolutely have to hold along somewhere around this 38.2. Otherwise, this entire rally is going to get erased and price is probably going below 50 cents. Weekly momentum is starting to shift back up. Volatility is shifting back up. We came lower on momentum than we did in all of these levels, but price made a higher low, giving us possible weekly hidden bullish divergence. The way to confirm that is going to be to close over $2.79. Confirming the divergence very likely takes us back towards our current all-time highs, but more likely it's slightly higher, probably somewhere around this 78.6, which is around $3.68. We'll need to be 1 cent higher. Volatility is also expanding from about 15%. Plus, we're bouncing right off the top of this 38.2%. Where the last time we corrected to the 38.2% was right over here. Then we went all the way up towards the 78.6. That's right now sitting at that 368 number. How much of a percentage-wise do we go after we corrected to 38.2? 52% up. So we could take 52% from this bottom wick, or just 50%, calm 50%. Brings us towards our current all-time highs, maybe slightly higher. 5 days now bouncing nicely off of this median. We have 3 tests of the median, or 2 tests actually. And then the second one got a strong bounce. The first one got a very strong bounce. Second one got a decently bounced. This one is kind of front running the median a little bit, $2.30. What we want to see is a close over this cluster of EMAs, which lines right up with 38.2% at $2.61. If you get that, then you're very likely going to go towards this 78.6, which is right now at $3.73, slightly above that $3.68 area. Very similar zone. Momentum is starting to shift up on the 5-day. Volatility is shifting up from about 5 or 6%. How low did we come here? It's higher low. This low is it a lower low? This is 234, 252. Oh, no higher lows. No lower lows, I mean. That would have been a possible bullish divergence if that was lower low. Daily 2-day is trying to shift back up on momentum. It's getting right to this moving average. If we can get over the moving average, momentum will be back to the upside. Volatility is going a little bit sideways. Goes along with losing this bottom 38.2% pretty strongly. Not even able to bearishly be tested at this point. Last time we lost this 38.2% was right here. It wasn't that much lower after losing it though. Went down about 7% more after losing it. Before that, we lost it right here. That was the bottom. So it doesn't really seem to make that much of an impact losing 38.2%. What's probably more significant though is that we've lost the 21 EMA, which has been supported this entire rally where we basically tapped the 21 EMA and hit new highs in the cycle. And in this situation, hit new all-time highs. So since we've lost 21 EMA, it makes it a lot more likely we're going to come back down to the 55. Right now, the 55 is somewhere around $2.12. Makes it a high probability bounce area because we're going to be sitting at not only the 55 EMA, but the 95% of the HPDR. So we would only have a 5% chance of continuation from there. In a worst case scenario where we're still bullish, I can see it come down towards the 100, sitting somewhere around $1.60 range area, pretty close to that 150 number we saw before. But this would be the area where it absolutely has to hold, or else this thing's probably fucked and going below 50 cents. And probabilities are that it will hold since there's only 2.5% chance of continuation of the zone. Daily is starting to flip back down on momentum, rejecting getting out of bearish control with volatility now flipped up. Not the most bullish sign. We've lost 38.2%. Doesn't seem to be that significant, however, on XRP. I have no idea why XRP doesn't care about losing 38.2%. It's kind of weird. I guess XRP is too Chad for the 38.2%.
It doesn't play by the rules.
It's built different. It's
well,
a Chico Malo.
Friends.
Chico Malo. What you gonna do? A little bit of hopium, however, is that the jewel is starting to curve back around, giving us the neutral signal from the sell signal within the bearish control zone. We marked with a vertical line last time that happened. Although this one was a little bit stronger because it was pointed up and this is kind of pointed sideways. That should be enough. This time here, we flipped back around, flipped into a neutral signal within the bearish control zone, moved up about 41%. Well, that's a lot. Let's do this one first. The other one's quite massive. This one moved up about 5%, not much. This one was quite massive. This one moved up 447%. Not much. Where we're getting the same exact setup that we got those times with the jewel starting to give a neutral signal within the bearish control zone. Some opium. Found some opium. Confirmation of that similar move happening though, which will also give us those hidden bullish divergences in the higher time frames, would be a close over this $2.79 area. Same number as the confirmed the hidden bullish divergence. That very likely sends us towards new all-time highs. Hang in there, community members. You'll be proven right once again. On the 4 hour, momentum is starting to flip back up, getting out of the bearish control zone. Volatility is going all the way down to almost 0%, sitting at 4%. Right now, what I want to see happen is close over the median. That's sitting at 243. We're at 242 right now. And then likely we probably get a move towards somewhere around this 88.3%. And that sits at this 100 EMA on the 4 hour. Very important zone, sitting somewhere around $2.64 to $2.65. That's not the zone that, the very closely lines up towards that. What was that previous number? It's about $2.78. So if we close over that with that 100, that takes us towards this 200, and that's very close to that $2.78 number. Very slightly higher. It's at $2.81. Very similar zone, about 3 cents away. And it's a little bit of more hopium. Jewel is starting to curve back around in the 4 hour too, where we're getting the pink crossing over the yellow, and now the actual Jewel oscillator crossing back up into a white neutral. What we want to see is for this to flip into the light blue buy. Probably happens if we close over the median. Where if we mark with a vertical line, last time we got a buy in this type of setup, right around here, similar setup. Price moved up about 3.66%. So if we were to apply that 3.6% from here, just about $2.50, not quite towards our 55 EMA. 55 EMA is sitting at, it's like 3 cents higher than that area. So very close, I guess. So ding. It's very interesting how this thing has targets for me around $6, but it doesn't have that same quarterly hidden bullish divergence that Bitcoin has. Or maybe I'm just running on pure hopium.
I don't know.
It's okay. You can say it. I can take it. Like, oh, all right. In that case,
fuck you then. Just run out of here.
You know what? You've always been a fucking.
Yeah.
You've always been a British cigarette. No divergences. No. This thing really doesn't seem to like divergences, except for on the weekly we do have confirmed bearish divergence off of this current all-time high, closing high, where likely the only piece of hopium with that bearish divergence is volatility starting to reset while we're getting correction. Pretty funny to call this a correction because from the closing high to our wick low is about 41.5%. So correction, crash, whatever you want to call it. But the hope, pretty funny as well to see a 41.5% move down and volatility just continuing to contract the whole way down. If we get a close, this is going to be a little bit difficult because of how strong the bounce was. For a continuation on this divergence, we'd have to get a close below $1.76, which then that would take us towards the edge of the bullish control zone, which right now that's not quite far away from that. It's only 3 cents below 173. But the next level is going to be where it actually gets fun for the bears, where that taps the neutral zone. The neutral zone right now is at 58 cents. And remember what I mentioned, if you end up losing those lows, you're going to retrace this entire pump up and go back to the 50-cent area. 58 cents for the neutral zone. Five-day as well has possible bearish divergence on the RSI. Got to close below 176 to confirm that, and that would take us towards the bearish controls one. Right now, that sits at about $1.57. Very likely from there that 150 area, same as that 150 to 160, needs to bounce. Absolutely needs to bounce. Otherwise, you're going to go to the critical zone, and that number is so low it doesn't even tell you what that is. But if that's also more hopium though, that 150 to 160 area would be very strong support, and it probably does bounce there if we are still bullish. Otherwise, this is going below 50 cents. And we do have possible hidden bullish divergence forming on the opposite hand, where we do have the bearish divergence, where momentum is coming down lower than all of these levels here, where price is making a higher low. So right now we are dancing at the edge. If we close below that 176, we'd have that 5-day bearish divergence. If we close above 257, we'd have the 5-day hidden bullish divergence. A little bit easier to confirm the hidden bullish divergence right now than the bearish. Where we're getting close to getting a double extreme on the RSI, on the volatility. We're getting slightly over the moving average now, very close to confirming volatility expansion. And the first extreme was massively to the upside. Three days putting in possible hidden bullish divergence with this higher low at this point, momentum went lower. To confirm it, we'd have to close over 279. Yeah, 279 would confirm that. We'd get a double extreme on volatility. That takes us towards the critical zone on the 3-day, and that number is sitting at $5.50. Very close to my $6 bias. I won't question it. $2.34. So we also have possible hidden bullish divergence on the 2-day. That would give us 1, 2, 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence if that does confirm. To confirm it, we'd have to get a close over $2.54, 2.5422. That would give us a target. We're already getting the double extreme from this first one, and no, it's actually 1, 2. This would be a first extreme. And that would take us towards the critical zone. Right now, that's sitting at $5.88. That's not very difficult to get a close over 2.5422. 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. See if we can find a previous situation of 3. 1. Here's 3. 3 off of this 3 drives of divergence. We pumped.
That's the 400% one, right?
104%.
Oh,
jeez, that's nothing. That's disgusting. That's garbage.
it's fucking gross.
I need to wash my hands after pumping only 104%. All right, here's another one. Only 14%. Jeez, that's nothing.
Maybe
That's
3 drives of bullish divergence are a little weak on XRP.
On this one, we dumped after pumping a little bit. 14% again. Very interesting. So whenever it's weak, it's 14%. Let's just do 14%. Where we'd have to close over this area here, it's pump 14% from there. Oh, shit. That takes us to about $2.90 roughly. Then that would make it possible for us to kind of reverse this downtrend. So this wouldn't quite give us like the $6, but it will give us more of a likelihood of hitting $6. Daily still has confirmed bearish divergence as long as we're closing below $2.50, $2.51. You can close over that, then we'll make a local bottom. And likely, since we're dropping below on these lows here on the RSI while we're making a higher low, we would confirm hidden bullish divergence. Because that would take us to retest these highs somewhere around $2.80 to $2.90. Same numbers as target from previously before, around $2.90. We'd have that hidden bullish divergence. 1 drive, yeah, only 1 drive though. Then if we can get a close over that area of $2.90, that takes us towards the bullish control zone. Right now that sits at new all-time highs at $3.65. Critical zone is probably a little unlikely because we're so high on volatility. But critical zone, see, if I was just shilling my bias, I would have told you we're going to $5.90. But that's a little unlikely because we're sitting pretty high on volatility. Like you see, $5.90, $6.
Keeps appearing everywhere on the chart.
At least I'm not saying that $21 keeps appearing everywhere on the chart.
Well, all you need to do is just keep going to like on the chart. There's all the numbers you want. You just keep showing the number that you want the most and be like, look, it keeps appearing here. You just keep going to the $5 area for no reason.
This low to $2.38. This low is $2.2389. Okay, never mind. No divergence.
By the way, we got Scott Melker as a guest right now.
Oh, thanks, Alejandro. Thanks for having me. I'm looking at the chart. It looks pretty interesting in XRP. They're gonna put it in Trump's fund. Trust me. I read it somewhere.
Yeah.
And is that JFK? RFK? What are you doing, Farhad? What's going on right now? Sorry, I'm losing my fucking mind over here.
Do you know what they're putting in that XRP?
Do you know what they're putting on the XRP? Do you? It's really bad for everyone to put that thing on the XRP.
France is gonna collapse.
You call it the future of France. that was awful. Go on, sir. I need to work on all my impressions, including the Scott Melker one.
Every now and then it's pretty
Hey,
good.
that was
but
pretty
not,
good.
Not right now.
The 6 month right now in XRP momentum is pretty funny to mention. It's pointed up as long as we're above 44 cents. So even if that bearish situation happens and we go down to 58 cents, 6 month momentum will still be pointed up. Just a small correction of where's 58 cents? Small correction of 82%.
Holy shit.
Just a correction. Quarterly volatility is expanding from the lowest level it's ever been at. Momentum is breaking out of the bearish control zone. It's going to be pointed up above $1. Monthly volatility is getting kind of high, but not quite topped out yet, especially since this likes to hit multiple periods of 100%. But plus it hits double extremes, and we have not even really gotten the first extreme yet. Momentum is going to be pointed up. It's going to enter the critical zone as long as you're pointed above 190, price above 196. And that'll be the first time monthly has ever reached the critical zone in XRP's history. This time around, whenever we got this pump of, it's a lot, 63,000%, we did not enter the critical zone. 63,000%, 63,000%. What is 63,000% of $1,000?
$63,000.
63,000% times $1,000 is $630,000.
$630,000 from $1,000. Pretty insane, although most people would have probably sold it at 10.
Damn. And they were smart about it.
The retards who held it up to 630 held it back down to 1,000. In the time being, they seem like geniuses.
I gotta say, that's gotta be the worst. When something pumps like that and you're like, I fucking finally did it. Like, I got it. I made $1,000 into 600,000, and then you see it go back to 1,000. Imagine.
Yeah,
Imagine.
not to that level, but I've seen similar shits happen where I put in like $1,000 into a bunch of random coins, goes up to like 17,000, and then it ends up being below $1,000.
Oh, nothing worse.
Hurts. On the 2 week, we're already getting volatility contraction from our first extreme, from our United States, beautiful United States setup right here with 4 periods of 0% volatility, and then so many here that I just can't even count them. And that United States setup gave us a move of 585% to the upside. That's why it's the most beautiful setup of all time. There's a lot of setups, but the United States setup is the best. A lot of people are saying it. Many people are saying it. Momentum right now is pointed down with volatility contraction. We're rejecting the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed down below $3.01. Right now, what I want to see happen is for the momentum to come down to the edge of the bullish control zone and see where the pivot is at that point. Because right now, downwards momentum with volatility contraction is leaning bullish. If this number is still heavily above price action once we get to the edge of the bullish control zone, that's going to tell us that we're likely going to break down. Right now, weekly is also getting volatility contraction for many periods of 100%, getting down to 57%, rejecting the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below $2.94. Weekly is starting to expand on volatility, getting slightly over the moving average, while momentum is pointed down, rejecting the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below 325. That is leaning slightly bearish.
Mm-hmm.
2 days getting now getting a extreme, double extreme. So getting the first extreme on the volatility. Getting above the moving average, confirming expansion, and we're pointed down, rejecting the critical zone as long as we're below 278. Daily is now starting to contract slightly on volatility, getting just below the moving average, while momentum is starting to flip back up, and we're going to be rejecting the critical zone, and we're going to flip up as long as we close over $2.40. And the 4 hours are now contracting once again on volatility, with slight attempt at expansion, but then quick rejection and volatility flip back down. Momentum is flipping back up, rejecting the critical bearish control zone. And it's going to be pointed up above $2.38. So daily is flipping up, 4 hours flipping up. Right, so all of the very high time frames are still bullish on XRP, still pretty bullish to say that. Whereas the 6 month is pointed up above 44 cents, the 3 month is pointed up above $1. We're getting into the bullish control zone on the 3 months for the first time ever. Volatility is still not topped out. A monthly is pointed up above $1.96. The only one starting to get a little bit bearish now is if you go down towards like the 2 week momentum. It's not even exactly bearish, because momentum is flipping down on the back of contracting volatility, and volatility having only hit one extreme. So we'd be looking for that in this situation is for where this momentum pivot goes to at the edge of the bullish control zone. And if it goes down and it goes below price action, that's going to very likely flip momentum back up, maintaining the bullish control zone, giving us our double extreme on the volatility. And that's where that situation probably plays out, where you go towards $6. But if this pivot stays the same, or if it goes up while we're at the edge of the bullish control zone, this double extreme is likely to be the downside, and we're likely not going to hit $6. Weekly is also pointed down, and the hopium though is that we are forming some hidden bullish divergence, but we'd have to close above $2.79, which would form divergences on multiple time frames, not just the weekly. 5 days also pointed to the downside. The hopium though is that daily is starting to flip back up, and daily is going to flip up as long as you're above $2.43, and the 4 hours also flip to the upside. So giving a little bit of hopium that the current low could be the low, but if this low is lost and we close below $2, will tell us that we're likely to lose this low as we close daily below $2.40, which will confirm daily momentum to the downside. Then we're likely to break this 176 low and go somewhere around 150 to 160. That's going to be the area that absolutely has to hold. We're likely to retrace this entire rally below 50 cents. If we can hold that area at 157, though, then we're likely to still get probabilities of that double extreme to the upside, where you can go towards somewhere towards $6. But that's assuming 176 first holds, and then 150s for holds. If that doesn't hold, then we're going to hit that RSI target of 58 cents.
Real simple stuff. Real simple stuff. Thank you, sir.
Yes. It can be simplified with up or down.
Oh, very nice. So, guys, you heard that here first. It could go up or it could go down. Thank you for coming.
It can go up, it can go down. Many people are saying this.
Oh, well, Farhan, I don't know what you're talking about here. We're going to look at the price of XRP right now, everyone, and President Trump is
There you go. There you go. I got it. All right, my nose is finally working.
Didn't you hear Scott told me that Trump is going to liquidate all of his assets and put it into XRP to pay off the national debt?
Oh, well, I don't know about that. But maybe. I mean, it's not completely out of the ordinary if he did that.
I don't know why he sounds now. He's really worried.
He's a very altruistic person, you know.
By the way, that's not really Scott. That's a friend of mine. His name is Andrew.
And he just talks like this. He's like, oh, Alejandro, I got to go and ask Jeff. But there's a lot of people that sound in that spectrum, kind of like the same. Just a little nasal guy. Hey, I went with OKX to watch a Formula One race. I've never seen a Formula One race before. It was funny.
Sorry. All right. Sorry, guys. All right. Let me just start. I'm sorry. I'm losing my fucking mind. Don't worry. RFK is not coming. All right. Thank you, sir. After this, because we were just talking we just finished these. MicroStrategy. Oh, strategy. I'm sorry. It's not micro anymore, like his hands. And Tesla.
Shall you do MicroStrategy or shall I?
I can do MicroStrategy.
All right, I'll do Tesla. I'll do the Nazi car company. I got one sitting right behind me, sleeping right there.
By the way, Fibonacci, what a cutie. That's who the fuck was saying? Oh, someone was asking on the live stream, what's going on, dude? Why is Tesla going down? I'm like, why do you think everyone's attacking Elon Musk at the moment? Because he's destroying politicians' pockets. So what do you think's gonna happen? They're gonna be like, oh yeah, please take all of our money away. No.
I love it when people are like, who voted for Elon Musk to do all of this stuff? Me. I did.
Yeah, I think everybody that voted for Trump voted for Elon Musk too. So there you have it. All right,
everyone, here we go.
now, okay, that's it. It's me.
Yeah, during that that thing where all of the senators were trying to appoint the picks, Elizabeth Warren was like, my grandfather had a saying about people like you. It goes, hey, yeah.
Oh man, this reality can't be real. It's insane. All righty, here we go. Vámonos al análisis de XRP, la moneda del futuro en Francia, la moneda que se va a convertir en el dólar efectivamente y también el euro y todas las otras monedas que te imagines, la moneda que te va a hacer trillonario. XRP, obviamente todos esos son chistes. Bien para toda la comunidad, seguimos por arriba. Podemos ver que hemos tenido un poco de una bajada bastante fuerte, una bajada fuerte, de las más fuertes. No, una buena bajada. Llegamos en este ciclo, XRP a mí me da, ¿cómo se llama? Me da las vibras de que estos altcoin ciclos de altcoin son de 8 años. Porque tuvimos XRP creando estos máximos, ¿no? Justamente como todos los demás, aunque no fue al mismo tiempo y ahorita verán por qué. Esto fue en enero del 2018. Luego tuvimos el siguiente pico de XRP en abril del 2021, que no fue justamente como todas las demás monedas que lo hicieron en noviembre del 2021. XRP fue la primera en subir y la primera en caer. Y acá tenemos a XRP haciendo tope en los $3.04, haciendo un alto más alto en enero del 2025. Bueno, con esta tabla, este es un trimestral, así que lo hizo este año, digamos, en el 2025 ese tope. Y también ha estado haciendo a través de todo este tiempo altos más bajos, lo que es alcista definitivamente. Pero ahora, en cuanto a momentum se refiere, estamos hablando de que a menos de que XRP caiga por acá, para que tengas una referencia hasta dónde tiene que irse, a menos de que XRP básicamente caiga en esta zona de $1, acá, el punto pivote del momentum no cambia en la de 3 meses, ¿ok? Es $1 en la de 3 meses, así que puede caer hasta ahí y simplemente ser una corrección. Pero cuando nos acercamos un poco más, ya en la mensual nos empezamos a poner un poco más cautelosos. La razón por qué es sencilla. Vemos, volatilidad nos había dado este cero potentísimo y la volatilidad ahora se está yendo un poco de lado en lo que continúa su expansión. El lado es esto, lo que sugiere que podría ser un movimiento correctivo, es lo que queremos investigar, queremos saber si esto va a continuar para arriba. Y también podemos ver que estamos por encima de nuestro promedio del 9 en el 1.66, pero en la mensual nuestro punto pivote para momentum acaba de bajar a 1.96. Y ahorita van a ver por qué es importante, ¿ok? Vamos a poner primero el HPDR para tenerlo acá con todos ustedes y que puedan ver. Ahora sí que la caída de este nivel del 78.6% en la zona verde nos podría llevar tranquilamente primero al promedio del 9, que es 1.66, y eso instantáneamente nos pone en esa zona. En la zona de no queremos estar para que flipe el pivote momentum para abajo. Entonces, queremos definitivamente poder aguantar y ahorita van a ver todo. Bueno, es más, nos vamos a acercar un poco más para poder hacerlo mejor. 2 semanas. 2 semanas nos pone un poco de la misma fotografía con el 1.60 en la parte baja de la parte verde y tenemos nuestro promedio del 9 en los 2.10. 2.10. Y esto es muy importante porque en la de 2 semanas nuestro pivote en momentum está aquí arriba en $3. Si no podemos cerrar esta vela en 6 días y 7 horas arriba de $3, y aquí es donde tienen que poner atención muchísimos de ustedes que están en esta madre, porque es volátil de a madre. Si estás por abajo de esos 3.01, Momentum empieza a apuntar para abajo y empiezas a ver que esto probablemente nos lleve a la zona baja de la parte verde en el 1.60. 1.60 todavía no nos rompe el caso en la trimestral, pero en la mensual eso ya lo volvería y literalmente vas a saber esto en 6 días y 7 horas. Sabrías si la mensual también va a tener ese pivote de momentum a la baja y no se empezaría a ver nada bien esto. Ahora, volatilidad, venimos del setup de Hamas, que se graduó a ser el setup de Estados Unidos, ahora que Estados Unidos está adquiriendo toda la tierra de Hamas, según esto, y ahora estamos bajando y contrayendo en volatilidad, por la que en la de 2 semanas no nos dice absolutamente nada. Semanal podemos ver que la volatilidad está contrayendo después de estos extremos al 100% en 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 periodos y ahora para abajo. Vamos a ver hasta dónde baja para ajustarse. Pero en la semanal también estamos ante una pelea agresiva por nuestras vidas y somos alcistas en XRP. ¿Por qué? Aquí tenemos nuestro promedio del 9. Nuestro promedio del 9 en la semanal está en 2.4. Ahora, esta vela va a cerrar igual que la de 2 semanas en 6 días y 7 horas. ¿Por qué es importante estar viendo la semanal? La semanal quiere cerrar aquí arriba. No, perdón. Arriba esta línea meme de los 280 en 6 días y 7 horas. ¿Por qué? Porque uno, eso haría que el punto que mínimo estés más cerca del pivote de la de 2 semanas. Y dos, el pivote en la semanal a la baja del momentum está en 1.96. Cualquier cierre por 2.96. Cualquier cierre por abajo de 2.90, esto va a cambiar la tabla. Y yo creo que tu primera llamada va a ser tu promedio del 9 en esto. Vemos que la volatilidad está contrayendo y esperamos ver un poco de lo mismo justamente en la de 5 días. En la de 5 días, perdimos el promedio del 9 y vamos a intentar tomarlo. Nos ha salvado la media, que es donde rebotamos una, tal vez rebotamos 2 y la parte alta de la zona azul es 2.6. Una vez más, un punto crítico para el precio en donde estar. Si no podemos tener este cierre en 4 días y 7 horas arriba de 2.6, muy probablemente vayamos mínimo a la media que está en 2.3. Eso nos pone abajo el pivote de la de 2 semanas, nos pone abajo el pivote de la semanal, esto nos pone abajo del pivote de 5 días y para momentum, y esto empieza a pintar bastante mal y nos podría llevar hasta los $2. Así que atentos. Por aquí de los $2 es donde empezamos casi en la mensual, que recuerden, todavía faltan 20 días básicamente para la mensual. La mensual no puede cerrar por debajo de 1.96. Eso indicaría que es básicamente el fin de este movimiento en XRP y es algo que no queremos ver. Además de que volatilidad está expandiendo ahora, pero por nada. Vamos a ver que en esta vela verde, vamos a ver cómo expande. Mantengamos un ojo en la volatilidad en la de 5 días de XRP. Y ahora la diaria, la más fácil de todas. La diaria tienes volatilidad contrayendo por debajo del promedio, lo pueden ver por acá. Y ahora, hay divergencias posibles bajistas en esto. La cosa es, también hay alcistas. Alcistas, todas juegan arriba del 2.96, que está hasta acá arriba, pero para la divergencia bajista en la diaria para jugar, está bastante abajo también, está en el 1.50. Así que tendría que sobrecalentarse esta caída para poder tener sentido. ¿Qué estamos viendo? Estamos viendo XRP todavía aguantar nuestra línea meme alcista, continúa haciendo bajos más altos en toda esta serie. Lo que no queremos perder son estos bajos en 2.2. Perdiendo el 2.2, muy probablemente vayamos a la zona del 88.3%, que también es donde está el EMA 100 en los 2.8. Si eso llega a pasar y comenzamos a consolidar, va a haber momentum empezando a empujar para la baja junto con volatilidad en diferentes escenarios, en diferentes tiempos. Y esto podría hacer que XRP se cocine. Una vez más, para mantenerlo sencillito a todos ustedes, son alcistas, quieres estar acá. Eres bajista, no quieres perder esto. Y ahora estás obviamente chopeando en medio. Y para todos los que están aprendiendo algo de análisis técnico con nosotros, esto es lo que se llama una bandera bajista. Tienes la caída y luego tienes consolidación, aunque estas solo fueron dos, luego tienes la caída y esta es consolidación, y aquí esto es lo que parece la famosa banderita. Normalmente cuando ves estos patrones, lo que te da es probabilidades de continuación. Probabilidad de continuación favorece a la baja esa continuación porque estás cayendo, consolidando, cayendo, consolidando, cayendo, consolidando. Si eso llega a darse, empezaremos a ver todos estos mínimos y una vez más, por debajo de este Wicazo, el 1.7, nos vamos a empezar a preocupar en el abajo de 1.5 esto se cocinó, pero siempre y cuando aguantemos esta zona en el 1.95 al 1.75 estaremos bien. Así que atentos por acá con XRP. Vamos a darle a Strategy, la empresa del hombre de las manos pequeñas, Michael Saylor, que está asegurándonos a todos que estamos en un mercado bajista. All right, sir.
Muy
Strategy, muy pequeñas manos, sí.
Yeah, so I mean, last stream I was talking about this scenario of a head and shoulders playing out, but then I notified the academy because we actually were long from 331 on strategy, but you know, after I analyzed this on stream into Friday, I just wasn't feeling like this was going to happen. There was a few reasons why. The $245 level was very important for my strategy to basically reclaim. You can see that we've solidly been rejecting that region at 245 or more easily the EMA 21 on the daily. You know, to me, it seemed kind of foolish to be holding out hope of this scenario. Yes, it was a hopium scenario of us pumping up, forming some bearish pattern before the real drop, but you know, it seemed kind of foolish to hold out hope on that when the charts were telling me that it's bearish. And my bias on Bitcoin is we're going to go down, which directly will just mean that strategy will just be more bearish moving forward, especially if Bitcoin ends up actually breaking down from here. So I'm glad that we closed that academy long for like a 3-4% gain. But now the scenario is looking a lot less likely to me. And the reason why is because we're in the midst of breaking down now. You see that volatility on the daily still contracting, but it's giving us a setup. So we know volatility on the daily is brewing a setup. We see here this channel's been holding price very nicely. We're in basically the process of losing this. And ideally now, we've closed 3 dailies under this channel. Ideally, we start seeing the expansion down soon. We also saw the HPDR on. You see that we're heavily, you know, we're not heavily, but we're rejecting the median currently. And the daily median is a very big spot for strategy to actually reclaim. As long as we're under that median, I mean, bears definitely have more control right here. And you even see on this daily, we're in the midst of breaking down, as seen here when we're losing the 38.2%. We see the last occurrence where strategy ended up losing the 38.2%, which resulted in a 22% move down. Personally speaking, I do think the next target's going to be right around the $300 psychological number. That to me is a big spot for strategy, and already hitting that really wouldn't look good already, because you see we're already then in the midst of breaking this channel that we've been holding for honestly a while now. But the hopium is that the daily EMA 100 actually holds. Let me see here. You can see here that since we reclaimed it, we actually never retested it. So it is an area of interest that bulls are definitely going to try to get some kind of low grinded out right here, but B, also hold the psychological number at $300. Would make a lot of sense to me. But on the flip side, if we go to the weekly here, you can just see we're starting to really reject off that weekly 9. And the weekly also is giving us a volatility setup. Upon expansion, this really can start moving strategy down. You know, we do see that the EMA 21 is at $304.79. But the issue with that is if we really start taking out these lows here and break that EMA 21, even if price goes to $300, you're going to hope that we just wick below the 21 and not lose that. Often, you know, strategy likes to bottom on that 21 and it tries to go up from that point. You see in this example and in this example. But as soon as we lose the 21, we often then go to the 34. So if we end up losing this 21, it seems to me like more of a chance that we're actually going to go to 269 and fill this gap officially. I'm curious to see how the HPDR is looking on the weekly as well. And you can see here, we're even rejecting off that weekly median. It's actually perfectly correlated with this channel here. So we're now breaking down. We've retested the channel. We're now rejecting that in confluence with the EMA 9 and the median on the weekly, while volatility is still basing and giving us a setup. Ideally, within the next week or two, we'll actually start seeing this expand, especially if the daily starts firing off here. This can just bleed into, let's see if the 5-day is giving us a setup. No, not fully, but ideally the daily will just start breaking us down, take us to $300. I do think once we lose that daily EMA 100, the weekly is just not going to be looking good. We're below that EMA 21. We're taking out these lows, and weekly is giving us a setup. Logic says the next target would be, if we're rejecting the median, to 38.2%, right at that EMA 21. But if that doesn't hold, I do think the next area will be that EMA 30, right at 269. But again, nothing really tells us that has to hold, especially if Bitcoin has bearish momentum. Or let's say that 5-day in a utopian bear society starts firing off, this really then could start moving strategy down a lot. And $200 comes to mind. 200 is a big zone. You can see we were pretty much held down in this chop scenario. We did reclaim it. We held it as support. So any move down to 300 to 200 to like 196 should be looked at as a major spot. As long as though we are under, call it $340 now, strategy is more bearish. Bulls are losing steam. They're losing control. And you can just see here that we're consistently putting in lower highs on the weekly. Here and now here. This is just not looking good. And this is not what you want to see if you're bullish on a chart. Consistent lower highs on a weekly is never good, especially when you're brewing a volatility setup and you're now losing and rejecting the median on the weekly and the EMA 9. So if you're bullish on strategy, you're really going to have to, understand this really needs to start bouncing soon, or this is most likely going to break down. We see even on the 2-week, the EMA 21 is at 254, similar to like 269 on the weekly. But even that 34 is at $200. That number just keeps coming up. So, bulls are essentially going to need to get to work this week. Ideally, the weekly pops back above 240. That way, then we can at least say that the median and the EMA 9 is reclaimed while popping us back above support. But until then, this is just looking like it's in the pre-stages of a breakdown. And that is evident because of where the daily is at right now. The daily is losing the 38.2%. We're getting a volatility set up on the weekly, on the daily. And yeah, this just, to me, looks like it's just on the verge of breaking down. And this honestly gives me good confluence to my Bitcoin idea. That Bitcoin's on the verge of breaking down. We see that, Bollinger Bands are starting to get tight. Whenever the 4 dojis on the daily really do show the indecision in the market and just the choppiness. We know volatility is brewing a setup, so that should theoretically expand soon. Whichever direction, in this case, if it's down on Bitcoin, will mean that strategy is going to end up breaking down. And it already is looking quite bearish. You have the EMA 9 crossing the 21. Not a full silver cross yet, but close to it. So you'd have to watch that. Yeah, that's all I have. It's a very simple chart, though. As long as you're under 240, not really bullish on this. And now your bears are getting excited about this actually starting to expand up, possibly breaking us down. Now I'll look at the monthly last, and yeah, even the monthly here is right around where that weekly EMA 21 is, right at that 269 level. We see the monthly EMA 9 is at 258. So what can we gather from that? Well, when viewing the weekly here, if we essentially don't hold the 34, and I said it was the weekly 21, now it's wrong. The weekly 21 is closer to $307.98. That is where the lows here are being held. So if the strategy starts breaking these lows at $300, it's greatly going to improve the chance of us going to the EMA 34. And it makes sense. You lose the 9, you go to the 21, you lose the 21, you go to the 34. But if this EMA 34 in the weekly doesn't hold, it's going to most likely play into the monthly, losing the actual 9 at or right around the same area at 260. If this doesn't hold, then this will inevitably put strategy in a bear market, in my opinion. This would then start really looking not the best for bulls. And then ideally now you're just on monthly higher low watch. But if we really start breaking, let's say $100, this is not going to be good for strategy, and it'll just reverse the monthly uptrend. But that still is we're still in a monthly uptrend. So, you're ideally now just looking for a move back down to the monthly 9, right around 260. to form some kind of bottom to potentially form that monthly higher low. But if you start losing this monthly 9, yeah, it's just going to play into why $200 is going to seem more likely. And at current price action, that is a 39% move. So I'd be very cautious of that. We saw monthly volatility reach the extremes. You almost had this like double derp here, but now you're breaking under the moving average. And now with this contracting, this is giving bears the upper hand of price now coming down while volatility is contracting. So I'd be very cautious of strategy, honestly. I know I was saying we could see a nice move up on Friday, but that's why being on the Discord is important, because I'm able to relay my exact thoughts a lot quicker, especially to the Academy. And we did close that long in profits. Wasn't liking the way everything was looking into this going into this week. So yeah, I mean, to me, it just seems like strategy's at a big point. If it starts losing $300, we're now inevitably losing the daily EMA 100. We're probably going to go back down. Very minimum, go back to the EMA 34 and the weekly at 250-ish, 260. That is right where the monthly 9 is. You lose that, then yeah, it's just going to confirm the move to $200. So I'd be very cautious on strategies, especially since we know, volatility is brewing on the weekly. This is starting to look very bearish now. We're rejecting off that median. And, we're in the midst of breaking down, specifically on the daily. So that's all I have on this. We'll see what happens. But the hopium is that Bitcoin doesn't break down. We end up, just kind of trapping bears here and putting in a nice girthy green dildo, reclaiming the daily median. But if that doesn't happen, this is just, to me, looking like it's in the process of breaking down, which will probably mean strategy is going to break down, and maybe even Coinbase. So that's all I have on strategy. I'm not very bullish, and I don't think this head and shoulders snare is going to play out anymore.
Did you see the report that apparently Tesla increased their Bitcoin holdings?
I think that was fake news. Because I don't think their holdings.
There's an SEC report that's out. SEC.gov.
Yeah, I saw that. I honestly don't know for sure, because I saw someone say that the holdings didn't change because they just reported, but then Becker retweeted saying that they did. So I have no idea, honestly.
George posted and then he linked to the SEC report.
So maybe Tesla did buy more Bitcoin then.
And the price is going up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
8 hours.
By the way, you gotta say it's pretty fucking incredible that just one company buys some Bitcoin, they announce it, and therefore the price just pumps and such thing. Like, it's so fucking stupid because he's not buying like an insane amount or anything like that. But
no, I will say though, I mean, there is some like bad vibe with Elon Musk and crypto. That's all I'll say. Whenever he gets in or Tesla starts buying, or I can't say Tesla starts buying, because when they really started to buy, prices did start to go up. But granted, I do kind of blame Elon for the top in 2022. So with that, I mean,
why? What
blaming in the sense that he just marked a major top. I mean, he was just constantly tweeting out about crypto. He went on SNL to talk about
Doge. That was the top. Yeah.
Yeah. And then that was.
But now, hang on. Are you going to be mad at President Trump? At the greatest president we've ever had. We've had lots of presidents. This is one of the best. Are you going to be mad if the top was when Trump went and rang the bell?
No, I'll just laugh because we talked about that on stream, him getting inaugurated. Might mark a top, but we don't know. It's just cautious, but it'll just be funny to me. Because
as long as I don't lose money, I'm not going to be mad.
Yeah.
Good way of seeing it. Great way of seeing it. No, thank you, Alex. I couldn't agree more with you here on MicroStrategies, which is totally irrelevant if I do or not, but it's right there. It's it's cooking something and it doesn't look good. Let's see what he does. We're doing Tesla after this, and we already did XRP. Oh, there's Planet Fitness. Swear to God.
They have a stock?
Oh, wow.
I had no... I'm pretty sure we've looked at it before, once. I'm pretty sure, but we'll get to it in a second. Vale. Estamos viendo ya no se llama MicroStrategy, se llama Strategy. Strategy, la empresa... Exactly. La empresa de Michael Saylor. El hombre de las manos pequeñas que va a todos lados a decirle a todo el mundo cómo tienen que comprar Bitcoin o si no se van a quedar en el siglo pasado. ¿Cómo es que no? Michael Saylor. Ahora, Strategy lo que tiene, y para que la gente lo vea un poco de lejos, solamente para darles un poco de contexto, ya que estoy viejo. Strategy es una empresa que literalmente cotizó en la bolsa desde 1998, lo pueden ver acá, y tuvo su primer oficial pico en los $330 en el 2000. ¿Qué pasó en el 2000 y por qué cayó? Esta fue la burbuja del .com, ¿ok? Desde entonces se quedó valiendo nepe y no pudiendo pasar de los 18, hasta que a Michael Saylor se le ocurrió de la nada comprar un chingo de Bitcoin con el dinero de las acciones que venden y que emiten. Y desde entonces hemos visto estos grandes subidongos en el precio de MicroStrategy o de Strategy en estos momentos. Esto fue enero del 2021. El ciclo topó en el 2021, pero topó hasta noviembre, octubre del 2021, dependiendo que hayas estado viendo. Por lo que Strategy tocó techo antes que todos los demás, ¿ok? Después de haber hecho esto, lo primero que quiero demostrarles acá es que tenemos un excelente patrón de taza y copa, ¿no? Tienes el hasta acá, acá tuvo que haber una consolidación, estoy seguro que si te pongo la diaria se ve así, y este movimiento nos tuvo que haber dejado, un segundo, más o menos del punto más bajo a la zona donde está el breakout, acá, más o menos por acá. Este hubiera sido un movimiento completo en los 250 y todo el mundo hubiera estado contento, pero ahora que lo pienso, en realidad el movimiento debería ser hasta acá, eso no lo podemos contar. Y es bastante exagerado, no se puede, es imposible. Pero bueno, estamos claramente en una tendencia muy alcista en Strategy y más o menos se ve la gráfica como la de Bitcoin, ¿no? No hay... es que tengo que regresar una vez más. No hay tanta diferencia más que Bitcoin tiene este puntazo que es el más alto en la trimestral en vez del pasado. Una vez más, Strategy hizo tope en el 2021 en enero comparado con todos los demás 10, 11 meses después. Después, en enero del 2024, también hizo un tope local antes de dar este gran golpe a la alza. ¿Ok? Vale. Con esto dicho y hecho, ¿qué estamos viendo en Strategy? Estamos viendo que está a punto de entrar una vez más en extremos en volatilidad, está en 90% y le está correteando el, ¿cómo se llama? El promedio. Vamos a ver qué pasó exactamente cuando tuvimos el breakout oficial de Strategy. Tuviste un subidongo potente y es lo que probablemente nos está enseñando nuestra volatilidad. Vámonos a la tabla mensual. No, le piqué a la de 2 semanas, pero ahorita vamos a la mensual. La mensual, damas y caballeros, tenemos estos dos extremos y queremos hacer otro extremo, aunque la volatilidad se está ya contrayendo bastante por debajo del promedio. El promedio está en 94 y la volatilidad en 91%. Vamos a ver a dónde nos deja esto. Por ahora tenemos este alto más alto y ahora aquí todo el mundo lo puede ver. Esto básicamente es una consolidación. No, bastante sencilla de entender, bajos más altos, altos más bajos, lo que te dice indecisión, y es por eso que estamos analizando el precio de MicroStrategy, porque no es completamente claro para dónde se va a mover el precio de la misma. Con eso dicho, ya vimos volatilidad, vámonos a la de 2 meses y ponemos ya a la de 2 semanas y ponemos el HPDR también para que lo tengan ahí. Aunque yo creo que este es uno de los gráficos más fáciles de leer en todas las temporalidades. Volatilidad está contrayendo en la de 2 semanas. Vamos a ver acá arriba. Podemos ver que rebotamos bastante bien por encima del promedio del 9, que está en los 323. Ahorita MicroStrategy está cotizando en $333. En $333, que es $10 por encima del promedio del 9. Tu primer paso a no perder es esto en 2 semanas. Esta vela va a cerrar en 4 días y 3 horas, básicamente el viernes. Así que vamos a tener un ojo bastante bien pelado acá, porque literalmente nos está rechazando también la media. Si la media nos llega a rechazar, la pueden ver acá, la media está en 354. Eso nos va a dar una gran probabilidad de una vez más regresar a los 315 y oficialmente perder nuestro promedio del 9 en cierre. Y si eso llega a ocurrir, va a ser el primero desde... Fue la última vez que cerramos por debajo en agosto del 2024. Y antes de eso, no nada más. En realidad tuvimos uno que cerró acá, lo recuperó, volvió a cerrar por debajo, lo recuperó por encima. Ya de ahí todo este gran rally fue por encima de ese promedio del 9. Así que tenemos que tener eso bastante en mente. Ya habíamos platicado de la volatilidad y a dónde iba. Ahora, pueden ver acá en la semanal también, rechazo el promedio del 9, rechazo de la media. La media ya nos había rechazado acá, la volvimos a regresar a testear. Si no podemos cerrar esta vela en 4 días y 3 horas semanal por encima de los 336 a $340, esto nos va a llevar una vez más, probablemente donde está el promedio del 21 o a la parte baja de la zona azul, entre 310 y $307. Eso vamos a ver si aguanta. Si no llega a aguantar, esto empezaría a crear nuevos mínimos o mínimos más bajos. Y eso sería probablemente lo que nos esté diciendo que esto esté cocinado y esté más o menos por ahí del fin. Habíamos dicho si había algo en volatilidad. Atentos, atentos. Volatilidad, voy a poner mi 15% acá para que lo tengan en mente. Volatilidad en esta temporalidad está en el punto más bajo de toda su historia. Bueno, tal vez no de exactamente. No, del 2018. No está tan lejos. Está en el punto más bajo desde el 2018. Eso sí, son básicamente 5, 6, 7 a 8 años. El punto más bajo. Una vez que cruce el 15% y vaya para arriba, tenemos que ver para dónde está apuntando el precio de Strategy, porque si está apuntando a la baja, este va a ser un setup duro a la baja. Está apuntando a la alza, va a ser un setup duro a la alza, porque es un setup semanal. Vámonos a la de 5 días. Tenemos también contracción de volatilidad, pero todavía no la tenemos por debajo del 15% y todavía no se da la vuelta para arriba, por la que no podemos usarla como referencia. También estamos viendo acá en la de 5 días cómo estamos siendo rechazados por el 9 y el 21 y la media. Aquí clarito se ve. Y este rechazo también vino de acá y acá arriba. Nos ha rechazado la media una y otra vez. Teniendo este cierre de 5 días que una vez más va a cerrar el sábado, el viernes. Si no podemos conseguir treparnos por encima de la media en 337, y ahorita les voy a decir dónde está el punto esencial para todo, vamos a tener un viaje gratuito a la parte baja en los 309, que nos pone exactamente en el mismo punto que nos había puesto en la tabla de antes. La diaria nos dice muchísimo más, porque la diaria no solamente nos rechaza la media o nos hace un pre-front de la media nos ha rechazado todo este tiempo. Y ahora también te rechazó el promedio del 9. Ya nos rechazó el 21, que el 21 está por debajo del 34. Y ahora nos está rechazando el 55. La parte baja de la zona azul está en 33.15. Pero eso no sería el final del movimiento si este rechazo se llega a dar en 2 horas 53 minutos. Muy probablemente, mínimo, vayamos a los 320, que es la zona del 50%. Y hay una buena probabilidad de venir a 319, que es el siguiente objetivo. Y pueden ver que esta vela está aún más empujando a la baja. Vamos a timeframes más degenerados, a ver un poco el futuro. En 4 horas podemos ver el 9, 21, el 100, todos rechazados muy por debajo de la media. Y estamos entrando en la zona del 61.8%, la zona verde, lo que nos podría llevar a los 322 acá, y eso también nos da confluencia en la diaria. Faltan 22 minutos y 41 segundos para cerrar esto. No tienes la referencia de esto, usa el promedio del 9. El promedio del 9 en la de 4 horas es lo que quieres cerrar en 22 minutos y 31 segundos, si es que no tienes el HPDR porque cuesta $800. Una verdadera mamada. De perder eso, atentos. Tenemos nuestro SMA 200 en 2.95. ¿Cuándo fue la última vez? Perdón, moví mi sol Bitcoin. ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que cerramos por debajo del SMA 200? Acá. Septiembre del 2021, que también coincide con lo del 9 del 2024, perdón. Que también coincide con la 9 y todo esto. Voy a quitar mi HPDR y les voy a dejar esto para que lo puedan ver tranquilos. Deja de hacer estas estupideces, Alejandro. ¿Ok? Vale. Ok. ¿Dónde estamos en este punto de indecisión y por qué venimos a este punto de indecisión? Venimos a este punto de indecisión porque estamos siendo bajos más altos. Lo puedes ver todo por acá. Un retesteo a esta zona meme no quiere decir que lo vaya a romper, pero sí probablemente que 320 sea muy probable y venga a retestearlo. Tiene una posibilidad bastante grande. Estás por abajo de todos tus promedios, lo puedes ver acá. Y además, tienes una resistencia de este estilo. ¿Me atrevería a ponerla así o no? Sí, me atrevería. Puedes ver que estás en este delicioso triángulo. Y los rechazos de esta zona son importantes. Si quieres ver a Strategy poder ser alcista, quieres cerrar arriba esta línea meme, tío. Acá, en esta zona, en los 340. Si no logras retomar esta zona rápido, probablemente vengas acá y una consolidación en esta línea meme amarilla probablemente nos vaya a llevar a esta segunda oportunidad de más a la baja. Así que para los toros, para los alcistas, 340 es la línea en la arena. Queremos estar por encima de 340. Para los bajistas, 320. Perder 320 para abajo va a ser bastante agresiva la caída para para Strategy y también sobre todo viendo el setup que era semanal o mensual. Un segundo que acabo de pintar. El setup semanal. Si esto llega a expandir en lo que estamos cayendo, va a ser una caída potente de Strategy. Así que tengan el ojo bien pelado, ya saben sus niveles, bastante sencillo. 340, queremos pasar encima de... la mejor forma de verlo es en la semanal. Quieres cerrar por encima de eso. Si no, que te aguanten los 308. Si no llega a aguantar la zona de los 308, ahí se cocina absolutamente todo y ahí lo puedes ver en tu promedio el 9 y el 21. Ese es tu rango ahorita. Lo que rompas primero y consolides primero, que tengas confirmación para arriba o para abajo, va a ser lo que nos dé más probabilidad de este movimiento de dar continuación, sobre todo expandiendo esta volatilidad, solamente para que lo tengan ahí presentes. Vamos a ver Tesla, a ver cómo va el nazi más grande del planeta, Elon Musk.
All right, Tesla.
We're ready to analyze some swastikas and stuff on the charts.
Yeah, if you like Tesla, you must be a big Kanye West supporter because you're clearly a Nazi.
Kanye, what an appearance.
Chico Malo, que vas a hacer? Que vas a hacer, Quentin? Quentin, vengan por ti. Mi español muy bien.
Yeah, it's getting there.
On the quarterly on Tesla, we are getting a rejection from this meme line, and we're getting quite the move down from it. Let's see how much of a percentage it is from the top. Currently, it's about 20% to 20% down. Wow. And we are below the median now, too. The median's at $376.55. If we lose the median, high probability we're going to come back down to the very least 5 EMA. Right now, the 5 sits somewhere around, and it's slightly above the 38.2%. That's about $311 to $300 flat. And from where we are right now, that would be another 15% to the downside. Trend currently still is up though, so it is probabilities that we would bounce somewhere at this 38.2% between $300 and $311. And if we do bounce in this area, then there is a high probability we're going to go to the top 38.2% from there, which right now is at $509.56. Momentum right now is pointed to the downside on the quarterly with the rejection of the bullish control zone. We're still above the moving average. However, there is some hopium that it could go down a little bit more towards the moving average and start flipping back up and then actually enter into the bullish control zone. The last time we actually entered into the bullish control zone was in 2020. Price was about $71.99, or it was about, my bad, I'm looking at the wrong number. It was around $29 to $30. Then it went up towards somewhere around $70 in that same quarterly candle. Then it went towards $239, $300, $414 from $30. That was when we entered into the bullish control zone. Right now, volatility is going down while momentum is pointed down, which is kind of bullish to see after we closed over these previous rejective highs. And right now, the jewel is starting to curve back around, starting to give us a buy signal. The last time we got a buy signal on the jewel on the quarterly was right over here. Draw that vertical line right there. We had already moved up quite a bit, but following this buy signal on the jewel, we moved up another 189%. Not bad. Monthly momentum is pointed to the downside, right about to test the edge of the bullish control zone. Volatility is flipping down with momentum going to the downside, which is kind of bullish, telling you this move down is a correction. And right now, the jewel is giving you quite the nice buy signal, but the pink is crossing over the yellow on the monthly, and the light blue is crossing over everything else and entering into the bullish control zone. This would be the opposite of this move right here. Mark that with a vertical line and see what happened with this move. It's pretty much the exact opposite of this move.
Well, it went to $100. It's based on dates.
72% to the downside.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're getting the opposite of that move on the jewel that we got for the 72% dump. So it's looking quite good. What's probabilities in this area based on the jewel is that we come back down if we do lose the bullish control zone, somewhere around this zone on momentum, and then likely flips back up from there, forming hidden bullish divergence at the same time. Going along with the HPDR bands, that would be a little bit of a move further down towards the top of the 38.2%, right around this 9 EMA, about like $315 to $320. High probability bounce zone there, while the momentum forms hidden bullish divergence. That likely sends us up towards somewhere around 78.6%, which is at about $547. 547 American dollars for one Russian Tesla stock. Or German, whichever one they're calling it these days. Momentum is pointed to the downside on the 2-week, getting right around the reset area where I'm looking for it to reset, flip back around on the monthly. 2-week volatility has come all the way down to 15%. What I do expect a further move down based off of how it looks right now, probably somewhere around the median at about $335. Probably breaks below there though, to be honest. Probably goes towards the 21. The 21 is sitting at about $310. But if it is bullish, I'd expect not only a bounce from this 21, maybe towards 38.2% at $300, but I would expect a very strong bounce if it's bullish and to close over the median. Because if we can do that and close over the median, it will form a pretty nice swing failure pattern, which would then target these previous highs to get at least a retest. And that would form hidden bullish divergences on the monthly and the quarterly. Weekly is now entering into the bearish control zone on volatility, on momentum, and volatility is pointed up. Jewel's giving quite a nice, well, just about to give quite a nice sell signal on the weekly. We got to get this pink to cross below the yellow, while dark blue is below everything else, and that's going to likely lead to a pretty nasty move down. Let's see if I can find an example right here. Cross below the yellow, right there. Oh, that was the bottom. Interesting, but we did end up going lower after a bounce. How much did we bounce? I didn't mark it. I didn't. Where's the line?
I don't see it.
It's just hard to
Is
see
it in
the
the
line
blue?
because of all the it's all the
Oh,
colors.
yeah.
That's why I couldn't see it. So we bounced up. That's quite a bit, 20%. But then when it actually did play out, we dumped 36%.
So first up and then down.
Yeah.
And
It
then
went up 20% and then down 36%.
Mm.
Getting that same, or we haven't gotten it yet, but we're pretty close to getting that same jewel signal that got us dumped 30. I forget. All right, so on the 5-day, that's not looking good at all. Well, I thought there would be possible divergence there, but not really. There is some slight, like possible to make hidden bullish divergence, but it's not really helpful because you would have to close over your all-time highs. So you'd have to close over about $488. So that's telling you, if you close over your all-time highs, you're likely probably going to continue to move up. So you would have hidden bullish divergence there if you close over those all-time highs. That would take you towards probably this 95% where it topped out last time. I don't want to say that number because it's a little bit high. Somewhere around $747.
Oh, it's not crazy at all.
Not crazy at all.
Now your XRP thing, I gotta say that's crazy. This makes sense.
This could happen. XRP $6, never. 2-day momentum is pointing to the downside. There's there's some. Is it lower? No, it's kind of hard to tell. Is this point lower than this one? Yeah, it is lower. I was thinking there's some bullish divergence forming, but now that's technically lower, no divergence.
That's just great.
That's unfortunate. Daily, nope, no divergence is there. And the 4 hours looking like a proper breakdown. Lost 38.2%, retested it, and getting expansion to the downside. Very likely going to continue lower to tap this 200, somewhere around $330. Ding. Quarterly still has active hidden bullish divergence on the RSI. It's going to be active as long as we're closing above $212.11. Probably safe on this period. If we get continuation on this divergence right now, we'd have to close over same number all-time highs at $488. Right now, we're getting the jewel flipping back around, giving us a buy signal with volatility expansion on the quarterly. So if we do get a close over $488, here's where I can give you a more accurate target, somewhere around the critical zone. And right now, this number is going to move. Maybe it'll move up. I don't know. Until that happens, we won't know. But right now, it's sitting at $1,346. Sheesh. That is like what, like 4x from where we are right now?
Yeah.
Like it takes Tesla over $8 trillion, maybe towards closer to 10.
Well, no, it's at 116 right now.
That is too.
No. This is why I'm saying the 700. It's not insane. Because at $3 trillion, that's a 3x basically. And that's just basically a little smaller than Nvidia, Microsoft, etc.
And monthly on Tesla has the kind of the opposite of what Bitcoin does, because Bitcoin just keeps forming lower highs on the RSI. Tesla's forming higher highs on the RSI. Not even possible to make any bearish divergence of the monthly. Maybe this was the real Bitcoin the whole time along.
And then what? We all came for this, and we all stayed for the friendships.
Yeah, the real gains were the friends we made along the way.
There you go. Thank you.
Monthly volatility is expanding from about 40%. The jewel is now giving us a pretty epic buy signal too on the monthly, getting over that pink is getting over the yellow, light blue is getting over everything else. We are at the monthly 5 EMA. This is a nice bounce area. If we do continue lower, probably like worst case scenario, if we're bullish, somewhere around $320 to $315. But this is a nice bounce area. And plus it lines right up with the bottom of the bullish control zone, which is at about $356. If we can bounce in this area, confirmation that this will be the bottom is a close over on this next candle of around $394, basically $400. But if you get a close over $384, that would confirm this as a local bottom and likely retesting these previous all-time highs of $488. From there, then likely somewhere around this critical zone. Critical zone right now is at $615. Nothing there. Is that higher high? No, it's not. Nope. Nope. This thing really hates bearish divergences. 3-day has multiple drives of bearish divergence, however. Or you could argue it has played out, but since it's lost to 21 EMA, more likely that it has not played out, likely a little bit lower towards this 55, which is at about the same $320 to $315 area. See if it lines up with the bearish control zone. No, it does not. That's at $286. What is that? That's about the 100 where the bearish control zone is at. Probably bounces somewhere around the 55 if we're still bullish, however. That would also be a retest of the silver cross. 2-day has also put in multiple drives of bearish divergence. Now we're within the bearish control zone, just about to touch the critical zone, where we're getting volatility expansion from extreme lows. Probably a little bit lower towards the 55 EMA, which is about $330. Since this volatility is expanding from extreme lows, I kind of find it hard, difficult to see it stopping there. Probably somewhere lower towards 100. That's about $305, $310. Doesn't line up with any levels here though. Daily now has multiple drives of bullish divergence on the bullish OPM side. It's
Nice.
gonna be active as long as we close above $363. As long as we close above that number, it will be active. If we close below the number, it'll probably get invalidated. No, not 363. This number, $360.34. So if we close, if we close over that number, this divergence will remain active. If we close below it, it's going to kind of be invalidated. And then continuation of that divergence is going to be a close over $420. $420, nice. That'll take us towards the bullish control zone. That is right now at $479. And then the critical zone sits at $686. Four-hour kind of looks like that daily divergence will be invalidated because it's now forming hidden bearish divergence with volatility expansion. Probably makes it somewhere around this 200 SMA, which is at about $330. Then likely towards this bearish control zone, which is going to change. Right now, it's sitting at 370 bearish control. No, 375. Yeah, we're already within the bearish control zone. I mean, the critical zone. Critical zone is right now at $312. No, I'm going to go along the side of it. It doesn't change because this number fits my price. But maybe it goes up a little bit. Let's do momentum. I do feel like Tesla is suggesting a Academy long. It's somewhere around $320.
Yeah, 318 on the 34 on the weekly. Sounds about right.
We will have realistic price targets. We will not target 700. And then I put TP1 at $1,300.
Yeah, I was gonna say your fucking TP1's gonna be $2,500.
And then watch it happen.
That'd be, well, by the way, everyone in the Academy would be so rich. You could just retire in gold outfits and just
Hey, if it happens, everyone, I wear a size rose gold in Rolex day dates, and then I also wear an AP perpetual calendar size as well. So you can just hit my line with those.
Very nice, very nice. You fancy fuck.
I have good taste. I'll take my superior taste to the boutique and buy and watch with it. It's a little dig at the people who like, oh, he can buy cars and he has no taste.
Oh,
on the quarterly.
By the way, it's just crazy that old people that cannot afford anything just have better taste than the people that can. Insane every time.
Like he may have the car, but money doesn't buy taste.
Or class. Whoa, you keep your class and your taste. I'm gonna keep the car and the money.
I always like responding to them just to fuck with them and be like, so enjoy taking your superior taste to the dealership and buying one.
Yeah.
On the quarterly, we are getting volatility expansion. The last time we've gotten quarterly volatility expansion was right around $14. Holy shit. How much of a percent? I'm just curious.
It was 1,000. No, 2,700.
2,846% to the upside after getting volatility expansion on the quarterly. And right now we're getting volatility expansion once again. But we're getting momentum pointed to the upside, and it's going to be pointed up above $308.50. But momentum went lower than it did in this point, making a higher low, giving us possible hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly as well. It's going to be a little bit difficult to confirm this hidden bullish divergence because we would have to close over our all-time highs on this current period within this next month and 22 days. If we want to confirm it, we'd have to close over $488.54. But on this next open, we'd have to close over $439.74 to confirm it. And the last time we had hidden bullish divergence on Tesla on the quarterly was around this point here, and that's when we went up 2,800%. So I'm like, we're not even calling for a move of 2,800%. Just a calm 400%.
It's super chill. That's doable as fuck.
I'm just a chill guy who wants a 400% move. Momentum on the monthly, it's getting close to contracting, starting to flip back over, still above the moving average, however. Momentum is rejecting the critical zone, and it's going to flip down as long as we close below $397.75. Last time monthly momentum flipped down was right around this point here, when we dumped from there about 47% down. That's not looking too good. Two-week is already flipped down on momentum. Hopium is that volatility is contracting with momentum flipping down, rejecting the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below $480, basically all-time highs. Weekly is almost fully contracted on volatility, sitting at 19%, getting out of the critical zone, and we're pointed down as long as we're below 434. What I want to see is where this number goes to whenever we test the edge of the bullish control zone. If it drops, very bullish, and it's going to make it probable that we're going to get another one of these volatility expansions to the upside. Last time we got volatility expansion, we hit new all-time highs, which is our current all-time highs. 5 days also fully contracting almost on volatility. We're pretty close to getting one of these United States setups. We just need to go a little bit lower on volatility, getting out of the critical zone and pointed down as long as we're below 427. Same thing as the weekly. I want to see what this pivot goes to when it gets to the edge of the bullish control zone. 2 days now expanding on volatility, pointed down. We're about to enter into the critical zone, and we're pointed down below 373. Daily is now expanding on volatility, making its way into the critical zone, pointed down as long as we're below 367. 367.50. It's getting right to that edge. Maybe the bulls can turn it back around. 4 hour is contracting on volatility, but momentum is to the upside as long as we're closing over $359.15. We're right at the edge of the bullish control zone. So if we can flip back up, probabilities are we will enter into the bullish control zone, which then makes it likely that the daily will flip back up, which probably ends up bleeding into the weekly, and at the very least getting a retest of these current all-time highs. Back again. And so all of the high time frames still are like anything below. The only really high time frame that's still kind of leaning super bullish is the quarterly. It's also putting in possible hidden bullish divergence. Monthly is starting to flip down. Hopium is that we've already tested the 5 EMA, and in the most hopium bullish scenario, that 5 EMA bottom will hold, and then that 3-month hidden divergence will confirm, and that takes us towards somewhere around the $700 area. If the 5 EMA does not hold, though, high probability somewhere around the 9 EMA will hold, somewhere around $315, $320, which is, spoiler alert, the long I'm about to give out to the academy. And then from there, that 3-month divergence likely confirms, and we probably mega pump from there. The invalidation is closing below that 9 EMA on the monthly, which is about like $315. Then all of that is out the window, and this thing probably breaks down. The probabilities are right now, based on the trends, that area will hold, and we will confirm that hidden divergence, taking us up to new all-time highs.
All right. Well, thank you, sir. Let's just get that Planet Fitness going, and we're good to go. Tesla, la empresa del billonario que se está metiendo en tus sistemas de pagos para robar tu seguro social y robarte todo tu dinero y sacar líneas de crédito a tu nombre. Préstamos estudiantiles. Ahora sí se va a volver rico y no pendejadas, Elon. Yo sé que ya tiene 450,000 millones, pero ahora sí viene lo bueno. En fin, este es Tesla, la empresa de coches de este man, y estamos viéndolo en la semanal. Vamos a echarnos tantito para atrás, simplemente voltear a verlo en la mensual para que todo el mundo tenga un poco de perspectiva de dónde venimos y dónde estamos, ¿no? Esto es Tesla, todo en el rally. Me gusta contar historias con precio también. Mucha gente no sabe por qué estos zampompazos que se dieron aquí abajo ocurrieron. ¿Qué fue este momento? Y este fue un momento en donde se encontró el modelo 3 junto con Tesla haciendo dinero por coche, y eso nos dio un zampompazo en el primer movimiento, ¿no? De ni siquiera voy a agarrar el fondo del fondo hasta acá, de 1700%. Es una absoluta locura. Toda la gente que invirtió antes de que pasara todo esto se sacó la lotería. Obviamente esto es después de los splits, ya valía la acción 300, algo así, y es justamente lo interesante. Creo y creemos más bien en este momento que Tesla está haciendo un poco de lo mismo, que en este momento estamos a punto de dar otro salto de aquellos gigantescos, y eso es obviamente por la automatización, el piloto automático, el que lo va a tener que licenciar Ford, casi lo acaba de anunciar, etcétera, en todo el mundo, así que vamos a estar al pendiente. Pero por ahora Tesla está cotizando en $358, después de hacer un alto histórico en 487, y esto lo hizo justamente en diciembre del 2024. Vamos a la tabla trimestral, vamos a empezar por ahí. Vale, con esto dicho y hecho, tenemos nuestro alto histórico, nuestro cierre más grande, y ahorita queremos una vez más simplemente poder aguantar acá en los 335. Perder esta zona básicamente es entrar una vez más en este rango, y no queremos entrar en este rango, nos gustaría quedarnos por acá si somos alcistas y empezar a jugar en este nivel. Pero si somos bajistas, el perder los 330 nos va a dar oportunidades interesantes. Algo que quiero ver acá es dónde está. Ok, 310, el promedio del 5. Definitivamente no quieres perder la zona de los 310. Yo creo que esa es la línea en la arena por acá, que también está un poco con estos máximos. Sí, más o menos casi entre 300 y 310. Hemos visto este tipo de consolidación básicamente antes, y esto nos lleva a un patrón que hemos estudiado 1,000,000 de veces acá. El famoso cup and handle, ¿no? Esto toma tiempo en consolidarse y darse, pero lo medimos básicamente del cuello, que es esta parte, a la parte más baja que se dio. Y eso nos debería dar un movimiento de esta magnitud a la alza, una vez que se rompa el cuello. Y digamos que rompemos el cuello acá, nuestro objetivo estaría más o menos por ahí de los $730, que coincide, y ahorita verán con el HPDR en diferentes ocasiones por esa zona. Ahora, estamos creando bajos más altos. Esto fue el tradicional, el sanputazo para abajo en los $100 que ocurrió en el fondo del mercado en el 2022. Este fueron los 140. Este fue el fondo que nosotros compramos, que nos llevó hasta acá. Y ahora estamos en una consolidación alcista, en lo que todo el mundo se queja de Elon Musk y lo quiere asesinar. Vamos a ver. Podemos ver que la volatilidad continúa expandiendo en este periodo trimestral, y eso es ante este zampompazo a la alza. Vamos a esperar que esto pueda continuar. Vámonos a la mensual, vamos a poner el HPDR y poner estas cosas en frente de todos ustedes, damas y caballeros. Como que no, pueden ver que hemos estado un poco en la parte alta, habíamos ya roto el 78.6% y nos metimos en la zona del 88%, y eso nos está haciendo consolidar. Esta consolidación no es bajista, en mi opinión, es una consolidación que simplemente tiene que pasar para que toda la zona azul pueda subir y una vez más tener más camino a la alza. Acuérdate que en el HPDR, si estás en el 80%, solamente eso quiere decir que te quedan 20% de probabilidades de dar continuación en esa dirección, ¿ok? Para que sea claro en esto. En la mensual también teníamos la volatilidad expandiendo. Fue la que hicimos, ¿no? Sí. Tenemos volatilidad expandiendo ante el movimiento, está en 82.95%, y a Tesla le gusta estar completamente en extremos. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas. Espérame. Déjeme algo rápido en la mensual. Mensual, tu promedio del 9 y aparte la zona alta de la parte azul está en los $316, $315. Es por eso que es tan importante esta zona también para mí, junto con el promedio del 5 en la temporalidad trimestral. La zona de los 310 es lo que no queremos perder, porque si no tendríamos que entrar acá y venir a retestear la media. Y la media está en $261. Esa sería una caída absolutamente brutal. Y de no aguantar ahí, pues veríamos más para abajo, pero ahorita no tenemos por qué fijarnos en objetivos a la baja de ese tipo. Vamos a la de 2 semanas, y ahí es donde podemos ver La parte baja de la zona azul está en el 303, pero nuestro promedio del 21 se encuentra en los 310. Estamos cayendo por haber estado en ahora sí que sobrecalentados por acá y estamos consolidando. No estamos cayendo, estamos consolidando. Formamos este máximo. Este es el siguiente, esperemos que este sea el siguiente mínimo y la manera de confirmarlo sería simplemente pudiendo romper este máximo en 487, así que tiene bastante camino para ser confirmado. Pero por ahora estamos viendo que la volatilidad en la de 2 semanas se está contrayendo en lo que estamos ajustando, lo que nos dice que este sería un movimiento muy probablemente correctivo en esta temporalidad. La media se encuentra en los 341 y la zona aguantar y a defender con la muerte, esperemos sean los 333. De no aguantar los 333, muy probablemente encuentres tu fondo local por ahí de los 300, 310, y eso nos dé continuación a la alza después de ese movimiento. Pero por ahora, pueden ver que en la semanal estamos en la parte baja, estamos entrando justamente en áreas donde ya cuesta trabajo al precio dar continuación a la baja. Y aquí estamos justamente aguantando nuestro promedio del 21. Ahora, atención, si este cierre en 4 días y 3 horas no puede ser por encima de los 359, 360, esto nos diría que vamos muy probablemente a visitar la zona del 88.3% o nuestro promedio del 34 en los $318. Eso también agrega confluencia a lo que pensamos y cómo vemos este movimiento de Tesla en lo que la volatilidad ha estado una vez más contrayéndose y recargándose. Una vez más voy a poner mi promedio en el 15 para tenerlo listo para cuando se dé, saber exactamente. 5 días, un poco de lo mismo. Estamos intentando aguantar esta zona en los 357 por encima de e ir a buscar la zona de los 380. De perder la zona de los 357, el siguiente objetivo va a ser sencillo. Es obviamente tu promedio del 34 que se encuentra en los 315. Acá también tienes volatilidad contrayendo y vamos a esperar a ver qué nos dice la volatilidad una vez que sea el movimiento. Diaria tienes esta volatilidad expandiendo y la voy a considerar desde acá en este bajón. Es justamente acá. Y estos setups de volatilidad que no son tan claros no son los mejores para seguir, por cierto. Esto es un setup que va a la baja. Esta es la temporalidad diaria, lo que nos dice que va a empujar más a la baja, pero pueden ver que ya el 97% está en los 320, lo que nos sugiere dos cosas. Una, vamos a rebotar de acá, ir a buscar la media por ahí de los 400 o la parte alta de la zona azul en los 388. O dos, vamos a encontrar nuestro suelo local por acá, que también coincide con nuestra línea meme, el 88% en los 346 con el promedio del 100. Sería la cosa ideal para los alcistas. Me quito esto, se las pongo fácil para que lo puedan ver. Pueden ver, Tesla ha estado viniendo en una tendencia clara alcista, ¿no? Creando estos altos, pero después de crear estos altos, hemos creado mínimos, altos más bajos, mínimos más bajos, pero si tomas todo este movimiento como uno, ese sería un movimiento, podrías caer hasta acá y después ir a buscar nuevos máximos. Eso sigue sin absolutamente invalidar toda esta subida. Entonces, para nosotros es sencillo. Lo que no queremos perder, la primera oportunidad para toda la gente que quiera meterse a Tesla está en los 346 a los 330. Segunda oportunidad va a estar por acá en los 320 a 310. Y la oportunidad, lo que a mí se me haría dorada, los $300 por acá. Eso sería, ahora sí, lotería. Qué chido. Bueno, me llevo y agrego a mi posición en lo que sube. Por ahora Tesla tiene y pinta muy bien en temporalidades altas, en temporalidades cortas nos sugiere que estamos ante una corrección, buscando un nuevo fondo y obviamente lo que no queremos romper es este de hasta acá. Primero serían los 327, nos gustaría que aguante esta línea meme verde, pero de no aguantar podemos aguantar hasta los 310. Yo creo que sin duda alguna los 310 es donde respeta estructura. De perder los 310, no creo que los 300 aguante y yo creo que vienes a cerrar este gap que existe acá, lo pueden ver, acá o hasta este de acá, en los 220, 230. Por ahora, alcistas, no queremos perder el promedio del 100. Bajistas, nos encantaría perder el promedio del 100 y después ir a buscar esto. Pero, ¿dónde sabemos que estamos mal? Una vez que superes los 420, simplemente te valida que esto fue una corrección y que vas a ir a buscar un nuevo máximo. Y a la baja está muy fácil. Aquí estás. Y tu siguiente invalidación es esto, 320. Bastante sencillo para todos ustedes. Ahí lo tienen. Tesla se ve bastante bien. Vamos a ver cómo pinta para adelante, pero nada hay que preocuparse por acá. Yo creo que lo que es oportunidad de agregar a tu posición. Vale. Planet Fitness, señor. Let's see, Planet Fitness. Oh! Wait, you're muted.
Oh my God.
There you go. Yeah, see, we had already looked at Planet Fitness.
I guess my memory is just escaping me. See, I guess we'll do this the quarterly. So right now we do, as long as we're above the median, have probabilities of hitting this 38.2%. We haven't quite hit yet. Our high right now is at $110. 38.2% is just below it at $112.70. If I was long,
sorry, sir. Would you get that
Oh,
a
my
little
bad.
closer? Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Perfect. Beautiful.
All right. So if I was long and I was targeting this 38.2% to close my long, I'm pretty sure I would have closed it somewhere around $110 instead, because are you really going to continue risk for only less than 2% higher to the upside versus a higher percentage to the downside? Not really. So I would kind of probably consider this 38.2% to have been hit right now. We have 1 month and 22 days left to go before the candle closes. Momentum is still pointed to the upside. Volatility is still pointed up, and it's coming from 0%. So what I'm waiting for before we've confirmed basically another one of these moves is to get a close over this 38.2% at $112. Then we have high probability that we're going to go somewhere at least to the 61.8%, which right now is sitting at $135. And then if we can get a close over this area, 61.8%, I don't see why we wouldn't have one of these moves where you continue to bounce off of the 100%, sitting somewhere at around the $200 area. And right, like, it's crazy how good this thing looks on the high time frames. This was what, COVID? Yeah, COVID dump was from the high to the low. Sheesh, 70%. But it just continued, made another higher low right here. Then it made new all-time highs. Another technically higher low, made new all-time highs. If we can close over this 38.2% at $112, this momentum will enter into the bullish control zone. Last time momentum was in the bullish control zone was during this move here. And let's see how much of a percentage it was when it flipped up. About 182% to the upside after momentum flipped up within the bullish control zone. We're not even looking for 182%. We're only looking for a calm 85 or 90%. Not much on a stock.
Super chill.
Their business model is genius, though, because people like, how do they make money when their membership is so cheap? Because they're targeting people who open up a membership and then never go there.
Yeah, never.
So they're making free money.
Yeah. I mean, they're fucked the day that people really show up. Like probably January, like the first week or two, is impossible.
Yeah.
But as long as you just stick around for a little bit, you're good to go.
Have you ever actually been to a Planet Fitness? If you're interested in actual fitness, they'll probably kick you out.
No, I was going to say they've never been in a Planet Fitness.
On Fridays, they have Pizza Fridays. Will they give off pizza on Fridays?
No, you're kidding me, right?
Nope.
What?
They give out pizza on Fridays.
They know what they're doing, these motherfuckers.
They're targeting the people who don't want to actually lose weight, so they never come.
100%. 100%.
Monthly momentum is starting to give a little bit of a scary signal where it's dropping below the moving average, still within the bullish control zone, so not really dead just yet. If it starts to break out of the bullish control zone, then it's going to start to look like a local top. We're probably going to test down at a minimum to this top 38.2%. It's about $95. Crypto people are going to be like, that's it. But yeah, it's enough to scare some stock people. A little bit of hopium is that while momentum is to the downside, volatility is also contracting. So if we can hold that top 38.2% at around $95, likelihood is we're going to make another new all-time high. On the 2-week, momentum is starting to break down. It is losing the bullish control zone, getting very close to this reset point where we were right here after this correction. Reset point and then flip back up, mean new all-time highs. What we're looking for is for that to happen again, where we get to the reset point, flip up on momentum, where volatility comes back to a full reset and flips back up. That would take us towards somewhere around this 88.3% to the 95%. Where did we top last time? We topped to the 95% last time. That is about $130. The jewel is now within the critical zone. Very nice. When is the last time we were in the critical zone? At around this point here, let's draw the vertical line every time we entered into the critical zone. And we're flipping back up within the critical zone. That's nice. So let's do when we flip back up within the critical zone. That was here. We only have one instance of us flipping back up within the critical zone. Okay, flip back up within the critical zone here. Then we ended up going higher by about 86% to the upside. Got a little bit of a correction, then went up a little bit higher before getting the COVID dump. There's a certain couple of months where you couldn't even say that word.
What word? COVID?
The C word, yeah.
It's still pretty bad right now.
Is it?
Yeah. Online, yeah. Like it basically sends the way I see it and read it based on my videos is it sends YouTube a video. This guy is talking about something weird. And then it starts to like really come down on you analyzing your video harder if you just say it.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting. Did not know that.
Well, if anyone thinks freedom of speech. Hey, you know what? The reason why I hate everyone so much is because Google used me as a propaganda arm. They put me with Andy Slavitt on the phone with the other top creators, and they made us believe that the information that they were spreading was right. And they were like, do it for your followers. So I fucking hate them with a passion.
Sheesh.
And I don't know how people are not more mad. I think also the other creators, the ones that fell for it and now know it was a scam, never came out and said anything. I did come out and say it was a scam, that I was sorry for everyone, blah, 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 all that shit.
Yeah,
I think
they probably never will.
but yeah, and I think that's important for people to know. Like, even with your doctor, if you're going to the doctor and your doctor hasn't changed like their stance on all this bullshit, you should probably go find another doctor. And the same thing with the people that you follow that don't respect you or have like, oh, I don't want to look bad. Instead, fuck you. I'd rather kill you on the next one. Like, I think that's wrong. But then again, I'm an idiot and I think I'm better than everyone else, just like everyone else.
Also, if your doctor says that if you eat too many eggs or beef, you'll get heart disease, you should probably get rid of them too.
Run the fuck out of that office instantly, too. Absolutely. Or the sun. The fact that the sun is bad for you.
Look at cancer. Humans have been getting cancer for thousands of years from the sun, bro.
Yeah. Fucking, my God. Unbelievable.
On the weekly, we are getting several rejections of the top 38.2%. And a little bit of a scary detail here is that we're making higher highs on price action, while momentum is making lower highs, giving us possible bearish divergence here on the weekly. To confirm it, we'd have to close below $104.91. And that very likely sends us down to this bottom 38.2% and this 21 EMA, sitting somewhere around $97 to about $97, which is right around that $95 area that we were looking for on a pullback to maintain bullish structure, make a higher low, and then continue back to the upside. So on the short term, it's slightly bearish towards $95, $97. 5-day, same thing as the weekly, getting multiple rejections of the 38.2% while forming possible bearish divergence. Confirmation is same number, 104.91. The jewel is now starting to curve, still pointed to the upside, still giving us buy signal. Actually, it's still pointed up. it's giving us a possible God mode sell in the red background, but we have not actually gotten the sell signal just yet. 2-day momentum is making its way towards the bearish control zone. Volatility is now flipped up, and the 2 days actually giving us the sell signal, where the pink is now crossed below the yellow, and we're getting the sell signal on the oscillator. That probably brings us down somewhere around the 55 EMA. 55 right now, sitting at $94. Wonderful.
God damn.
We're bouncing right off of the top 38, the bottom 38.2% right now, where if we lose this 38.2%, it likely makes its way into the bearish control zone with momentum of volatility expanding. That'll be the confirmation that we're likely going to go to that $94, $95 area. If we lose this on a 2-day closing, which is 105.84, very close to it. Daily is already below the 38.2%. Momentum is just about to enter into the bearish control zone. Volatility is pointed up. Jewel is giving a sell signal. Lose this 38.2%. Likely you're going to go to somewhere around this 100 EMA. Right now the 100 is sitting, $95. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
4 hour. 4 hours right at the edge of that 38.2%. Momentum is pointed down. Volatility is pointed up. Not looking quite bullish. Lose 106.16 on the 4 hour. Likely going to dump towards that 200 right now, or not in one move. Probably gets pity bounce right around this 100, which is about 100, and it's also the psychological $100 area. Probably gets a bounce from there, retest somewhere around maybe 102 to possibly 105 area. Puts in a bearish retest somewhere around this 55 EMA, and then likely dumps towards this 200, which is at about $93.70, $94. Hey, that fits my bias. PLNT, Planet Fitness. I'm guessing Palantir couldn't use this because Planet Fitness already took it.
Yeah.
Quarterly has possible bearish divergence, and that would be a 1, 2, 3, 4th drive bearish divergence, because we're making lower highs on the RSI compared to these points here, while price is making higher highs. The way to confirm that bearish divergence right now is to close below $77.77. But on this next period, the confirmation is going to be below $97.56. We do confirm bearish divergence. Last time we got the bearish divergence, we dropped from the high to the low 55.6%. This time we dropped from the high to the low 71%. Very interesting. If we were to apply 50% to the downside from the high, about $50, $52. Have not confirmed that divergence just yet, though. It's just sitting in the background. What makes it a little bit less likely that will confirm is that the jewel is currently on a bicycle, but we don't even have that much history on the jewel, so can we really trust it? Who knows? On the monthly, we have multiple drives of bullish divergence confirmed. We have a lot more history with the jewel on the monthly, and we are getting a buy signal on the jewel, and it's currently entering into the critical zone. Volatility is telling us, though, that the move is probably pretty close to locally topping out, because we are sitting at somewhere around 93%. Continuation on this divergence is going to be a close over $110, currently all-time highs. That'll likely tap the critical zone, which is sitting at 124. Invalidation of this divergence is going to be a close below $96.93. Then we'd likely get this volatilities are contracting and probably going sideways for a couple of months, maybe two months, 3 months, max month sideways. Maybe reconnecting with this 5 EMA a couple of times before volatility contracts and we can get another all-time high. Nope, no divergence. Nope, higher high. There is some slight bearish divergence, phantom drive of bearish divergence between this high and this high, because Momentum made a lower high. To confirm it, we'd have to close below $104.91. That's not very difficult at all. And that will send us down towards this 21 EMA, sitting right around $97, $96. Fits my bias. Volatility is going to come from basically 8%, very low levels. So that would be enough on the volatility to be able to push it down to that 21 EMA. Very close to confirming that bearish divergence as well. And since it's a phantom drive of bearish divergence between all of these points, it's not going to be as powerful as one of these.
Hidden ones. It's just a little phantom.
It's a little phantom divergence.
Don't be a phantom. You thought I was gonna go Kanye on the stream.
And it's funny because if you use these terms to anybody else with TA, they're gonna be like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Like with the green and red dildos. Some slight bearish divergence on the 3-day. Confirmation below $104.91. Same thing as the 5-day. That likely brings us down towards the 55 EMA. And this is going to rise. Right now it's sitting at $91. I'd like to see it at 94 to 95 to fit my bias. 2-day has got 3 drives of bearish divergence now confirmed. Continuation of the divergence is going to be a close below $104.91, same level as before. Very close to that, takes us down towards this 55 EMA, sitting right around $95. And we're getting volatility contraction while price gets a correction. Daily is now about to form another drive of bearish divergence. There'll be 1, 2, 3 drives of bearish divergence. As long as we close below $106.64, that will confirm. That brings us down towards this 55 EMA first for a bounce right around this $100 level. Probably retest somewhere around 103 to 105, make a lower high there, then continue down towards this 100 at around $95. Four-hour already has many drives of bearish divergence confirmed. Continuation of the divergence is going to be closed below 105.20. Likely brings us down towards this 100, which is that $100 area. Get a slight bounce there, make a bearish retest, then down to the 200, which right now is at about $93, $94. Don't you just love it whenever your bias fits?
It fits everywhere on this one.
Biasing all over this chart.
Oh, my bias is all over it for sure already. I biased all over it.
Biased all over it many times, like Randy Marsh. Momentum on the quarterly is now starting to flip up, with volatility expanding from about like 38%. Also, we're making lower lows on momentum while price is making a higher low, giving us hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly stochastic momentum as well. And we're going to enter into the critical zone as long as the price is above $71.45. Monthly is getting very high on volatility, getting pretty much close to topping out. Monthly momentum is still pointed up within the critical zone as long as we're above $105.70. 2-week is very close to volatility contraction, just about to get below the moving average, and momentum is starting to flip back down within the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed down below 107.80. Weekly is now basically fully contracted on volatility, sitting at 3%, just about to get this 0% blue background. Momentum is pointed down while volatility contracts as long as price is below 108.81. 5-day, same thing. Volatility at a full contraction, almost at 0%. Prices momentum is pointed down while volatility contracts as long as price is below $108.16. 2-day volatility is now contracting after getting expansion from many periods of 0%. Momentum is pointed down as long as price is below. Actually, now it's starting to flip back up right at the edge of the bullish critical zone. And it's going to point up as long as we're above $105.41. Interesting to see the momentum flip back up with volatility contracting. Volatility on the daily is now starting to expand once again, getting right at that moving average, giving us a dope of death. pointing down, rejecting the critical zone, and we're pointed down as long as you're below $108.17. Is that what price is it here? 108.05. And then, yep, there's bearish divergence there as well because momentum made a lower high. Confirms that bearish divergence with a close below $106.64. Likely brings us down to that $95 area. Four hours, just about to start expanding on volatility, while momentum is pointed down as long as we're below $107.44. So all of the high time frames are still bullish. On the quarterly, the momentum is going to be pointed up above $71.40. Quarterly is forming hidden bullish divergence. Monthly is pointed up as long as we're above, what was that, 101? 105.70. On the lower time frames, it is starting to get a little bearish. Volatility is getting at very extreme levels. Monthly is at even pretty extreme levels. But what's pretty likely is that it's going to get a pullback down to somewhere around $94, $95. And as long as we're still bullish, that $94, $95 area should come off the back of contracting volatility, putting in a hidden bullish divergence on the 3-month confirming, and that should likely send us up towards new all-time highs. $95 is the area where I would look to bid with a stop loss anywhere below. If you want to do it off a closing basis, $93, and if you want to do it on an automatic stop loss where you don't want to like take the risk, switch it down to 2-week, and you can put your stop loss at about, what is this open? Yep, same $93 area. You could use that as an automatic stop loss. And then if it plays out, take it to new all-time highs. Take a small, what is that? Not even 1% hit to the downside, and likely going to break down.
Yeah, this is one of the easier charts. And like I said, I'm pretty sure I did this with Alex. That's why you probably don't remember it. Maybe it was the day that you weren't on. I'm not entirely sure, but here we have
when I overdose on the Pepto-Bismol.
Exactly. The shit that happens to you too. I want to start charging you for these diseases. I also get it, but I'm here. Fucking diarrhea this morning. Either way, for anyone that's watching, that was just a joke. I don't have diarrhea. Maybe. Anything else you'd like to add before you go?
Not that I can think of. Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes, señor. Thank you so much for everything. Have a good one. Enjoy.
Hasta luego.
Enjoy. Alrighty. Vale, estamos viendo Planet Fitness. Este es un gimnasio que hace dinero dando membresías muy baratas a la gente para que nunca regresen al gimnasio. Entonces, esto lo vamos a analizar potentemente y rápidamente desde lejos. Vamos a empezar en la de 3 meses. ¿Ok? Una refrescada. Pueden ver que Planet Fitness ha estado haciendo altos, altos más altos, altos más altos. Y no solo eso. Además de estar haciendo altos y altos más altos y altos más altos, también está haciendo bajos más altos, etcétera. Pero tienes volatilidad expandiendo, un segundo, desde este punto a la subida, en la trimestral, y apenas estás en 71% y le gusta estar en extremos. Así que eso se ve bastante bien en esta temporalidad trimestral. Vámonos a la mensual y les podemos poner, en esta no creo necesitar HPDR, o bueno, sí, se los voy a poner de todas maneras. Este es un precio bastante sencillo de analizar, igual y porque Alex hizo todo el trabajo, pero pueden ver lo que está pasando en la mensual, pueden ver lo alto que estamos y que llegamos aquí al 100%. Básicamente, lo que estamos viendo es algo, una acción que se ve muy alcista, esta Planet Fitness, pero necesita tiempo de consolidar un poco este tipo de movimientos. Tienes volatilidad expandiendo por encima del promedio acá, llegando a extremos, y esto te lo da en un velazo verde también. Esto es la mensual, ¿ok? Y sabiendo eso, vamos a acercarnos un poco más. Puedes ver que la parte alta de la zona azul está aquí en los $95, que también coincide con mi línea meme por acá. Esto me dice que estamos un poco cansados por acá y una consolidación de precio en esta zona ocurrirá. Y esa consolidación de precio, porque aquí vienes el problema con el promedio del 9 en los 91.58, que va a subir, obviamente. Esta consolidación de precio se ve bastante evidente en temporalidades más cortas y ahorita es lo que quiero que vean. Acá puedes ver, estamos por encima de la media, vamos a ir a buscar probablemente estos máximos históricos en 112.37, pero también tienes un chance fuerte de venir a buscar la media y después tu promedio del 9, que estaría en los $99.38. La parte baja de la zona azul está en los 91.68, pero lo que nosotros pensamos es que primero rebotarías en la zona de los $100. Volatilidad no nos dice nada. Vamos a la semanal. Semanal. Acá lo pueden ver todavía un poco mejor. Semanal, venimos de estos extremos. Esta consolidación ayudó a que la zona azul pudiera subir y ahora estamos justamente siendo rechazados del tope de la zona azul. El rechazo de la zona azul está en 109.17 y ahora vamos a ir donde está nuestra media y nuestro promedio del 9, que son los 103.78. Eso sería el siguiente punto de interés para el precio de Planet Fitness. En lo que, y atentos acá, se prepara un movimiento de nula volatilidad en el precio. Y aquí es donde tenemos que tener un ojo bastante bien pelado en esta temporalidad. Vamos a la de 2 días. 2 días estamos tocando la parte baja de la zona azul, intentando aguantarla y rebotar acá en el 105. De no aguantar la zona azul, vamos a ir al promedio del 21. Es la mayor probabilidad de estadística. Al 100 está en los 103.02. Si eso no aguanta, ya tendremos otros objetivos. Pero de aguantar y si somos alcistas, ¿qué es lo que queremos ver instantáneamente? Nos encantaría poder tomar este alto de acá, barrerlo, que también coincide con nuestra media en los 109.67. Una vez poder hacer un cierre por encima de eso, nos llevaría a la parte alta, que son 113, por ahí del 112 que acabamos de ver en la semanal. En la diaria estás cayendo, perdiendo la zona azul, que es un poco el principio de lo que estamos platicando en esta corrección, y te está aguantando el 50% y el promedio del 21. De perderlo, te va a tocar ir a visitar el 21, del promedio del 34, que está en los 104, o ir a encontrarte con el 55. Yo personalmente no uso el 34, yo diría que iría al 55 o a la zona del 78.6% en los 102. Quiero que vean esto. Es bastante fácil. Esto está literalmente hecho para que aprendamos sencillamente, ¿ok? Obviamente, estos son rangos. Puedes verlo acá y acá puedo hasta pintarte otro rango y esa es la media del rango, ¿ok? Ve. Se ve acá, ¿ok? No sé si lo haría ahí tan arriba. Yo creo que lo pondría acá, exactamente. Y esta sería casi la media del rango. ¿Qué es lo que pensamos va a pasar? 1, eres alcista en Planet Fitness, no pierdas el 106 y quieres barrer el 110. Quieres crear un nuevo máximo histórico. Eso te diría que vas a ir a buscar nuevos máximos. Lo que nosotros pensamos va a pasar antes es, vas a estar por esta zona, vas a tradear todo este canal, vas a ir a la parte baja del canal por ahí de los 95, encontrar por acá y después dar continuación a la alza. ¿Por qué? Porque tienes tu promedio del 100 está acá, hay demasiado ácido ahora sí que ha estado subiendo muy rápido y necesita tiempo para consolidar el precio para dar la siguiente pata para adelante. Yo me quedaría viendo mi tabla semanal, mi promedio del 9, si pierdo el 9, voy a ir a visitar el 21. Esto es básicamente la regla, aquí lo puedes ver para no tener que poner las memes. Tienes el semanal y además, perdón, acabo de dibujar. Y además tienes este setup de volatilidad que se está cocinando. Así que quieres aprovechar esto y ver si va a ser a la alza o a la baja, pero muy probablemente vaya a ser a la alza cuando pegue. Digo, no puedo adelantarme al movimiento, pero sigues una tendencia alcista bastante fuerte. Para quedarte alcista tienes que barrer este máximo, que no estás tan lejos, estás 106 a 110, no es tanto, pero para ser bajista fuertemente y para decir esto se cocinó, tendrías que romper los 95 para abajo. De romper los 95 para abajo, rompes toda esta estructura alcista y ahora básicamente tienes que aguantarte porque esto puede que haga un movimiento así, encontrarte un nuevo bajo acá y luego dar continuación a la alza. Es lo que creemos que va a pasar acá. Tiene más probabilidades una buena consolidación que aguante esto y después dar más para arriba. Puntos importantes, 95, punto importante, 110. ¿Ok? Si pierdes los 95, ojo, va a haber más para abajo. Si ganas, si le vences a los 110, va a haber más upside. Y puede que el setup de volatilidad en la semanal se dispare a la alza, más o menos como lo hizo acá exactamente. Y eso nos llevó a este zampompazo de cuánto una vez que se dio. Planet Fitness de bajo arriba, 41%. Y eso te pondría en $150 en Planet Fitness si se llega a dar con la misma tipo de fuerza, etcétera. Así que tengan los ojos bien pelados y ahí lo tiene. Se ve bien, honestamente. Bitcoin haciendo lo suyo, ya saben dónde están sus invalidaciones. Queremos, si somos alcistas, arriba de $100,000, 100,200 es lo que nos gustaría. Si fuéramos muy mamones, $102,000 es lo que nos gustaría cerrar para ser alcistas. Para ser bajistas, perder los 92,000 va a ser la primera llamada. Perder los 89,000 es la segunda llamada y te va a dar el telón a la tercera, que van a ser probablemente entre 80 y $70,000. Así que atentos por ahí. Todos nuestros niveles están acá. Mantengan los ojos bien pelados. Dense una vuelta una vez más para toda la gente que no se ha dado una vuelta y quiere aprender. Vengan a nuestro Discord. Es completamente gratis de Elite Trading Academy. Muy fácil de usar. Está el enlace en la parte de aquí abajo. Lo único que tienen que hacer, y ya vi que no lo estoy poniendo, así pinche genio Alejandro. Casi caes, idiota. Yo. Acá tienen el Discord. Una vez que le piquen, van a entrar a esto. Tienes nuestro chat general acá, donde estamos platicando todos, platicando de sus trades. Acá tienen Criptolingo. Esto les va a decir qué quiere decir H1, H4, BR, todas las cosas que tal vez no entiendan. Lo tenemos en inglés y en español. Vengan a compartir sus ganancias, sus pérdidas. Vengan a pedirnos tablas, cualquier cosa. Dejen testimoniales. Y también tenemos preguntas, tenemos noticias, tenemos absolutamente de todo en esta página. Dense una vuelta. Estos miembros de la comunidad, ahora sí que la comunidad es bastante activa y es bastante potente y bastante, ayuda bastante, digamos. Y la otra es, dense una vuelta a nuestro sitio. ¿Quieren tradear futuros? Esto es gratis. Tutos, te metes en Tutos, que son tutoriales, le picas a cómo tradear en Bluffing. Y una vez que le picas acá, te va a poner este video que dura 5 minutos, está en inglés y en español. Te pones 5 minutos, le picas acá para que te lleve a la página con un enlace seguro. Y con esto vas a saber cómo fondear tu cuenta, cómo abrir un corto, cómo abrir un largo, etcétera, en Bluffing. Y ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Acabamos esto. Les mando un fuerte abrazo. Voy a darle de comer a la ardilla maravilla. Pórtense bien y nos vemos mañana. ¿Cómo que no? Gracias a todos por acompañarnos.